10 Years Later, Part 1 by Alexandre Dumas. Chapter 1. The Letter. Towards the middle of the month of May, in the year 1660, at 9 o'clock in the morning, when the sun, already high in the heavens, was fast absorbing the dew from the ramparts of the castle of Blois, composed of 3 men and 2 pages, re-entered the city by the bridge, without producing any other effect upon the passengers of the quay beyond a first movement of the hand to the head, as a salute, and a second movement of the tongue to express in the purest French then spoken, "There is Monsieur." And that was all. Whilst, however, the horses were climbing the steep acclivity which leads from the river to the castle, several shop boys approached the last horse, from whose saddle-bow a number of birds were suspended by the beak. On seeing this, the inquisitive youths manifested with rustic freedom their contempt for such paltry sport, and, after a dissertation among themselves upon the disadvantages of hawking, they returned to their occupations, one only of the curious party, a stout, stubby, cheerful lad, having demanded how it was that Monsieur, who, from his great revenues, had it in his power to amuse himself so much better, could be satisfied with such mean diversions. "Do you not know," one of the standers-by replied, "that Monsieur's principal amusement is to weary himself?" The light-hearted boy shrugged his shoulders with a gesture which said as clear as day, "In that case, I would rather be plain Jack than a prince." And all resumed their labors. In the meanwhile, Monsieur continued his route with an air at once so melancholy and so majestic that he certainly would have attracted the attention of spectators, if spectators there had been, but the good citizens of Blois could not pardon Monsieur for having chosen their gay city for an abode in which to indulge melancholy at his ease, and as often as they caught a glimpse of the illustrious ennui, they stole away gaping or drew back their heads into the interior of their dwellings to escape the soporific influence of that long pale face, of those watery eyes, and that languid address, so that the worthy prince was almost certain to find the streets deserted whenever he chanced to pass through them. Now, on the part of the citizens of Blois, this was a culpable piece of disrespect, for Monsieur was, after the king, nay, even perhaps before the king, the greatest noble of the kingdom. In fact, God, who had granted to Louis XIV, then reigning, the honor of being son of Louis XIII, had granted to Monsieur the honor of being son of Henry IV. It was not then, or, at least it ought not to have been, a trifling source of pride for the city of Blois that Gaston of Orleans had chosen it as his residence, and he his court in the ancient castle of its states. But it was the destiny of this great prince to excite the attention and admiration of the public in a very modified degree, wherever he might be. Monsieur had fallen into this situation by habit. It was not perhaps this which gave him that air of listlessness. Monsieur had been tolerably busy in the course of his life. A man cannot allow the heads of a dozen of his best friends to be cut off without feeling a little excitement. And as, since the accession of Mazarin to power, no heads had been cut off, Monsieur's occupation was gone, and his morale suffered from it. The life of the poor prince was, then, very dull. After his little morning hawking party on the banks of the Bouillon, or in the woods of Cheverny, Monsieur crossed the Loire, went to breakfast at Chambord, with or without an appetite, and the city of Blois heard no more of its sovereign lord and master till the next hawking day. So much for the ennui extramuros. Of the ennui of the interior we will give the reader an idea if he will with us follow the cavalcade to the majestic porch of the Castle of the States. Monsieur rode a little steady-paced horse, equipped with a large saddle of red Flemish velvet, with stirrups in the shape of buskins. The horse was of a bay color. Monsieur's pourpoint of crimson velvet corresponded with the cloak of the same shade and the horse's equipment, and it was only by this red appearance of the whole that the prince could be known from his two companions, the one dressed in violet, the other in green. He on the left, in violet, was his equerry. He on the right, in green, was the grand veneur. One of the pages carried two falcons upon a perch, the other a hunting horn, which he blew with a careless note at 20 paces from the castle. Every one about this listless prince did what he had to do listlessly. At this signal, 8 guards, who were lounging in the sun in the square court, ran to their halberds, and Monsieur made his solemn entry into the castle. When he had disappeared under the shades of the porch, 3 or 4 idlers who had followed the cavalcade to the castle, after pointing out the suspended birds to each other, dispersed with comments upon what they saw, and when they were gone, the street, the place, and the court all remained deserted alike. Monsieur dismounted without speaking a word, went straight to his apartments, where his valet changed his dress, and as Madame had not yet sent orders respecting breakfast, Monsieur stretched himself upon a chaise longue way, and was soon as fast asleep as if it had been 11 o'clock at night. The 8 guards, who concluded their service for the day was over, laid themselves down very comfortably in the sun upon some stone benches. The grooms disappeared with their horses into the stables, and, with the exception of Bright, a few joyous birds, startling each other with their sharp chirping in the tufted shrubberies, it might have been thought that the whole castle was as soundly asleep as Monsieur was. All at once, in the midst of this delicious silence, there resounded a clear, ringing laugh, which caused several of the halberdiers, in the enjoyment of their siesta, to open at least one eye. This burst of laughter proceeded from a window of the castle, visited at this moment by the sun, that embraced it in one of those large angles which the profiles of the chimneys mark out upon the walls before midday. The little balcony of wrought iron which advanced in front of this window was furnished with a pot of red gilliflowers, another pot of primroses, and an early rose tree, the foliage of which, beautifully green, was variegated with numerous red specks announcing future roses. In the chamber lighted by this window was a square table, covered with an old large flowered Harlem tapestry. In the center of this table was a long-necked stone bottle, in which were irises and lilies of the valley. At each end of this table was a young girl. The position of these 2 young people was singular. They might have been taken for 2 boarders escaped from a convent. One of them, with both elbows on the table and a pen in her hand, was tracing characters upon a sheet of fine Dutch paper. The other, kneeling upon a chair, which allowed her to advance her head and bust over the back of it to the middle of the table, was watching her companion as she wrote, or rather hesitated to write. Thence the 1,000 cries, the 1,000 railleries, the 1,000 laughs, one of which, more brilliant than the rest, had startled the birds in the gardens, and disturbed the slumbers of Monsieur's guards. We are taking portraits now. We shall be allowed, therefore, we hope, to sketch the 2 last of this chapter. The one who was leaning in the chair, that is to say, the joyous, the laughing one, was a beautiful girl of from 18 to 20, with brown complexion and brown hair, splendid, from eyes which sparkled beneath strongly marked brows, and particularly from her teeth, which seemed to shine like pearls between her red coral lips. Her every movement seemed the accent of a sunny nature. She did not walk, she bounded. The other, she who was writing, looked at her turbulent companion with an eye as limpid, as pure, and as blue as the azure of the day. Her hair, of a shaded fairness, arranged with exquisite taste, fell in silky curls over her lovely mantling cheeks. She passed across the paper a delicate hand, whose thinness announced her extreme youth. At each burst of laughter that proceeded from her friend, she, raised as if annoyed, her white shoulders in a poetical and mild manner, but they were wanting in that richfulness of mold which was likewise to be wished in her arms and hands. Montalais, Montalais, said she at length, in a voice soft and caressing as a melody, you laugh too loud, you laugh like a man. You will not only draw the attention of messieurs the guards, but you will not hear Madame's bell when Madame rings. This admonition neither made the young girl called Montalais cease to laugh and gesticulate. She only replied, Louise, you do not speak as you think, my dear. You know that messieurs the guards, as you call them, have only just commenced their sleep, and that a cannon would not waken them. You know that Madame's bell can be heard at the bridge of Blois, and that consequently I shall hear it when my services are required by Madame. What annoys you, my child, is that I laugh while you are writing, and what you are afraid of is that Madame de Saint-Remy, your mother, should come up here, as she does sometimes when we laugh too loud, that she should surprise us, and that she should see that enormous sheet of paper upon which, in a quarter of an hour, you have only traced the words Monsieur Raoul. Now, you are right, my dear Louise, because after these words, Monsieur Raoul, others may be put so significant and so incendiary as to cause Madame de Saint-Remy to burst out into fire and flames. Hein, is not that true now? Say. And Montalais redoubled her laughter and noisy provocations. The fair girl at length became quite angry. She tore the sheet of paper on which, in fact, the words Monsieur Raoul were written in good characters, and crushing the paper in her trembling hands, she threw it out of the window. There, there, said Mademoiselle de Montalais, there is our little lamb, our gentle dove, angry. Don't be afraid. Louise Madame de Saint-Remy will not come, and if she should, you know I have a quick ear. Besides, what can be more permissible than to write to an old friend of 12 years' standing, particularly when the letter begins with the words Monsieur Raoul? It is all very well, I will not write to him at all, said the young girl. Ah, ah! In good sooth, Montalais is properly punished, cried the jeering brunette, still laughing. Come, come, let us try another sheet of paper and finish our dispatch offhand. Good! There is the bell ringing now. By my faith, so much the worse. Madame must wait, or else do without her first maid of honor this morning. A bell, in fact, did ring. It announced that Madame had finished her toilette and waited for Monsieur to give her his hand and conduct her from the salon to the refectory. This formality being accomplished with great ceremony, the husband and wife breakfasted and then separated till the hour of dinner, invariably fixed at 2 o'clock. The sound of this bell caused a door to be opened in the offices on the left hand of the court, from which filed 2 maîtres d'hôtel, followed by 8 scullions bearing a kind of hand-barrow loaded with dishes under silver covers. One of the maîtres d'hôtel, the first in rank, touched one of the guards, who was snoring on his bench, slightly with his wand. He even carried his kindness so far as to place the halberd, which stood against the wall, in the hands of the man stupid with sleep, after which the soldier, without explanation, escorted the viande of Monsieur to the refectory, preceded by a page and the 2 maîtres d'hôtel. Wherever the viande passed, the soldiers ported arms. Mademoiselle de Montalais and her companion had watched from their window the details of this ceremony, to which, by the by, they must have been pretty well accustomed, but they did not look so much from curiosity as to be assured that they should not be disturbed. So guards, scullions, maîtres d'hôtel, and pages having passed, they resumed their places at the table, and the sun which through the window frame had for an instant fallen upon those two charming countenances, now only shed its light upon the gilliflowers, primroses, and rosetree. "Bah!" said Mademoiselle de Montalais, taking her place again. "Madame will breakfast very well without me." "Oh, Montalais, you will be punished," replied the other girl, sitting down quietly in hers. "Punished, indeed. That is to say, deprived of a ride. That is just the way in." Which I wish to be punished. To go out in the grand coach, perched upon a doorstep, to turn to the left, twist round to the right, over roads full of ruts where we cannot exceed a league in 2 hours, and then to come back straight towards the wing of the castle in which is the window of Mary de Medici, so that Madame never fails to say, could one believe it possible that Mary de Medici should have escaped from that window 47 feet high? The mother of 2 princes and 3 princesses. If you call that relaxation, Louise, all I ask is to be punished every day, particularly when my punishment is to remain with you and write such interesting letters as we write. Montalais, Montalais, there are duties to be performed. You talk of them very much at your ease, dear child. You, who are left quite free amidst this tedious court. You are the only person that reaps the advantages of them without incurring the trouble, you, who are really more one of Madame's maids of honor than I am, because Madame makes her affection for your father-in-law glance off upon you, so that you enter this dull house as the birds fly into yonder court, inhaling the air, pecking the flowers, picking up the grain, without having the least service to perform, or the least annoyance to undergo. And you talk to me of duties to be performed. In sooth, my pretty idler, what are your own proper duties, unless to write to the handsome Raoul? And even that you don't do, so that it looks to me as if you likewise were rather negligent of your duties. Louise assumed a serious air, leant her chin upon her hand, and in a tone full of candid remonstrance, "And do you reproach me with my good fortune?" said she. "Can you have the heart to do it? You have a future. You belong to the court. The king, if he should marry, will require Monsieur to be near his person. You will see splendid fates. You will see the king, who they say is so handsome, so agreeable. Ay, and still more, I shall see Raoul, who attends upon M. Lapointe," added Montalais maliciously. "Poor Raoul," sighed Louise. "Now is the time to write to him, my pretty dear. Come, begin again with that famous Monsieur Raoul, which figures at the top of the poor torn sheet." She then held the pen toward her, and with a charming smile encouraged her hand, which quickly traced the words she named. "What next?" asked the younger of the 2 girls. "Why, now write what you think, Louise," replied Montalais. "Are you quite sure I think of anything?" "You think of somebody, and that amounts to the same thing, or rather even." "More. Do you think so, Montalais?" "Louise, Louise, your blue eyes are as deep as the sea I saw at Boulogne last year. No, no, I mistake, the sea is perfidious. Your eyes are as deep as the azure yonder look. Over our heads. Well, since you can read so well in my eyes, tell me what I am thinking about, Montalais. In the first place, you don't think Monsieur Raoul. You think my dear Raoul. Oh! Never blush for such a trifle as that. My dear Raoul, we will say you implore me to write to you at Paris, where you are detained by your attendance on M. Prince, as you must be very dull there, to seek for amusement in the remembrance of a provinciale." Louise rose up suddenly. "No, Montalais," said she with a smile, "I don't think a word of that. Look, this is what I think." And she seized the pen boldly and traced, with a firm hand, the following words: I should have been very unhappy if your entreaties to obtain a remembrance of me had been less warm. Everything here reminds me of our early days, which so quickly passed away, which so delightfully flew by, that no others will ever replace the charm of them in my heart." Montalais, who watched the flying pen and read the wrong way upwards as fast as her friend wrote, here interrupted by clapping her hands. "Capital!" cried she. "There is frankness, there is heart, there is style. Show these Parisians, my dear, that Blois is the city for fine language." "He knows very well that Blois was a paradise to me," replied the girl. "That is exactly what you mean to say, and you speak like an angel. I will finish, Montalais." And she continued as follows. "You often think of me, you say, Monsieur Raoul. I thank you, but that does not surprise me, when I recollect how often our hearts have beaten close to each other." "Oh, oh!" said Montalais. "Beware, my lamb! You are scattering your wool, and there are wolves about." Louise was about to reply when the gallop of a horse resounded under the porch of the castle. "What is that?" said Montalais, approaching the window. "A handsome cavalier, by my faith." "Oh, Raoul!" exclaimed Louise, who had made the same movement as her friend, and, becoming pale as death, sunk back beside her unfinished letter. "Now, he is a clever lover, upon my word!" cried Montalais. "He arrives just at the proper moment." Come in, I implore you," murmured Louise. "Bah! He does not know me. Let me see what he has come here for." Chapter 2. The Messenger. Mademoiselle de Montalais was right. The young cavalier was goodly to look upon. He was a young man of from 24 to 25 years of age, tall and slender, wearing gracefully the picturesque military costume of the period. His large boots contained a foot which Mademoiselle de Montalais might not have disowned if she had been transformed into a man. With one of his delicate but nervous hands, he checked his horse in the middle of the court, and with the other raised his hat, whose long plumes shaded his at once serious and ingenuous countenance. The guards, roused by the steps of the horse, awoke and were on foot in a minute. The young man waited till one of them was close to his saddle-bow, then stooping towards him, in a clear, distinct voice, which was perfectly audible at the window where the two girls were concealed, a message for his royal Highness, he said. "Ah, ah!" cried the soldier. "Officer, a messenger!" But this brave guard knew very well that no officer would appear, seeing that the only one who could have appeared dwelt at the other side of the castle in an apartment looking into the gardens. So he hastened to add, "The officer, monsieur, is on his rounds, but in his absence, Maître de Saint-Remy, the maître d'hôtel, shall be informed." "M. de Saint-Remy?" repeated the cavalier, slightly blushing. "Do you know him?" "Why, yes, but request him, if you please, that my visit be announced to His Royal Highness as soon as possible." "It appears to be pressing," said the guard, as if speaking to himself, but really in the hope of obtaining an answer. The messenger made an affirmative sign with his head. "In that case," said the guard, "I will go and seek the maître d'hôtel myself." The young man in the meantime dismounted, and whilst the others were making their remarks upon the fine horse the cavalier rode, the soldier returned. "Your pardon, young gentleman, but your name, if you please?" "The Vicomte de Bragelonne, on the part of His Highness le Prince de Condé." The soldier made a profound bow, and, as if the name of the conqueror of Rocroi and Sens had given him wings, he stepped lightly up the steps leading to the antechamber. M. de Bragelonne had not had time to fasten his horse to the iron bars of the perron when the Misermal de Saint-Remy came running, out of breath, supporting his capacious body with one hand, whilst with the other he cut the air as a fisherman cleaves the waves with his oar. "Ah, Monsieur le Vicomte, you at Blois," cried he. "Well, that is a wonder. Good day to you. Good day, Monsieur Raoul. I offer you 1,000 respects, Miss Saint-Remy. How Madame de Laval, how delighted Madame de Saint-Remy will be to see you. But come in. His Royal Highness is at breakfast. Must he be interrupted? Is the matter serious? Yes and no, Monsieur de Saint-Remy. A moment's delay, however, would be disagreeable to His Royal Highness. If that is the case, we will force the consigne, Monsieur le Vicomte. Come in. Besides, Monsieur is in an excellent humor today. And then you bring news, do you not? Great news, Monsieur de Saint-Remy, and good, I presume. Excellent. Come quickly then, cried the worthy man, putting his dress to rights as he went along. Raoul followed him, hat in hand, and a little disconcerted at the noise made by his spurs in these immense salons. As soon as he had disappeared in the interior of the palace, the window of the court was repapled, and an animated whispering betrayed the emotion of the two girls. They soon appeared to have formed a resolution, for one of the two faces disappeared from the window. This was the brunette. The other remained behind the balcony, concealed by the flowers, watching attentively through the branches the perron by which M. de Bragelonne had entered the castle. In the meantime, the object of so much laudable curiosity continued his route, following the steps of the maître d'hôtel. The noise of quick steps, an odor of wine and viands, a clinking of crystal and plates, warned them that they were coming to the end of their course. The pages, valets, and officers, assembled in the office which led up to the refectory, welcomed the newcomer with the proverbial politeness of the country. Some of them were acquainted with Raoul, and all knew that he came from Paris. It might be said that his arrival for a moment suspended the service. In fact, a page, who was pouring out wine for His Royal Highness, on hearing the jingling of spurs in the next chamber, turned round like a child, without perceiving that he was continuing to pour out, not into the glass, but upon the tablecloth. Madame, who was not so preoccupied as her glorious spouse was, remarked this distraction of the page. "Well," exclaimed she. "Well," repeated Monsieur, "what is going on then? Mais." De Saint-Remy, who had just introduced his head through the doorway, took advantage of the moment. "Why am I to be disturbed?" said Gaston, helping himself to a thick slice of one of the largest salmon that had ever ascended the Loire to be captured between. Paimboeuf and Saint-Nazaire. There is a messenger from Paris. Oh, but after Monseigneur has breakfasted will do. There is plenty of time. From Paris? Cried the prince, letting his fork fall. A messenger from Paris, do you say? And on whose part does this messenger come? On the part of me. Le Prince, said the Maître d'Hôtel promptly. Everyone knows that the Prince de Condé was so called. A messenger from Le Prince, said Gaston, with an inquietude that escaped none of the assistants, and consequently redoubled the general curiosity. Monsieur, perhaps, fancied himself brought back again to the happy times when the opening of a door gave him an emotion in which every letter might contain a state secret in which every message was connected with a dark and complicated intrigue. Perhaps, likewise, that great name of Le Prince expanded itself beneath the roofs of Blois to the proportions of a phantom. Monsieur pushed away his plate. "Shall I tell the envoy to wait?" asked M. de Saint-Remy. A glance from Madame emboldened Gaston, who replied, "No, no, let him come in at once, on the contrary. Apropos, who is he? A gentleman of this country, Imge. Le Vicomte de Bragelonne. Ah, very well. Introduce him. Sachand adwac, sachand and introduce him." And when he had let fall these words, with his accustomed gravity, Monsieur turned his eyes, in a certain manner, upon the people of his suite, so that all, pages, officers, and equerries, quitted the service, knives and goblets, and made towards the second chamber a retreat as rapid as it was disorderly. This little army had dispersed in 2 files when Raoul de Bragelonne, preceded by M. de Saint-Remy, entered the refectory. The short interval of solitude which this retreat had left him permitted Monsieur the time to assume a diplomatic countenance. He did not turn round, but waited till the maître d'hôtel should bring the messenger face to face with him. Raoul stopped even with the lower end of the table, so as to be exactly between Monsieur and Madame. From this place he made a profound bow to Monsieur and a very humble one to Madame. Then, drawing himself up into military pose, he waited for Monsieur to address him. On his part, the prince waited till the doors were hermetically closed. He would not turn round to ascertain the fact, as that would have been derogatory to his dignity, but he listened with all his ears for the noise of the lock, which would promise him at least an appearance of secrecy. The doors being closed, Monsieur raised his eyes towards the Vicomte, and said, "It appears that you come from Paris, Monsieur." "This minute, Monseigneur." "How is the king?" "His Majesty is in perfect health, Monseigneur. And my sister-in-law, Her Majesty the Queen Mother, still suffers from the complaint in her chest, but for the last month she has been rather better. Somebody told me you came on the part of M. le Prince. They must have been mistaken, surely." "No, Monseigneur, c'est no Monseigneur. Le Prince has charged me to convey this letter to your Royal Highness, and I am to wait for an answer to it." Raoul had been a little annoyed by this cold and cautious reception, and his voice insensibly sank to a low key. The prince forgot that he was the cause of this apparent mystery, and his fears returned. He received the letter from the Prince de Condé with a haggard look, unsealed it as he would have unsealed a suspicious packet, and in order to read it so that no one should remark the effects of it upon his countenance, he turned round. Madame followed, with an anxiety almost equal to that of the prince, every maneuver of her august husband. Raoul, impassible and a little disengaged by the attention of his hosts, looked from his place through the open window at the gardens and the statues which peopled them. "Well," cried Monsieur all at once with a cheerful smile, "here is an agreeable surprise and a charming letter from M. le Prince. Look, Madame." The table was too large to allow the arm of the prince to reach the hand of Madame. Raoul sprang forward to be their intermediary, and did it with so good a grace as to procure a flattering acknowledgment from the princess. "You know the contents of this letter, no doubt," said Gaston to Raoul. "Yes, Monseigneur, and Messeigneur in Prince at first gave me the message verbally, but upon reflection his Highness took up his pen. "It is beautiful writing," said Madame, "but I cannot read it." "Will you read it to Madame M. de Bragelonne?" said the Duke. "Yes, read it if you please, Monsieur." Raoul began to read, Monsieur giving again all his attention. The letter was conceived in these terms: "Monseigneur, the king is about to set out for the frontiers. You are aware that the marriage of His Majesty is concluded upon. The king has done me the honor to appoint me his Maréchal des Logis for this journey, and as I knew with what joy His Majesty would pass a day at Blois, I ventured to ask your Royal Highness's permission to mark the house you inhabit as our quarters. If, however, The suddenness of this request should create to your Royal Highness any embarrassment. I entreat you to say so by the messenger I send, a gentleman of my suite, le Vicomte de Bragelonne. My itinerary will depend upon your Royal Highness's determination, and instead of passing through Blois, we shall come through Vendôme and Romorantin. I venture to hope that your Royal Highness will be pleased with my arrangement, it being the expression of my boundless desire to make myself agreeable to you. Nothing can be more gracious toward us, said Madame, who had more than once consulted the looks of her husband during the reading of the letter. The king here! Exclaimed she in a rather louder tone than would have been necessary to preserve secrecy. Monsieur, said his Royal Highness in his turn, you will offer my thanks to Mide Condé and express to him my gratitude for the honor he has done me. Raoul bowed. On what day will His Majesty arrive? Continued the prince. The king, Monseigneur, will in all probability arrive this evening. But how, then, could he have known my reply if it had been in the negative? I was desired, Monseigneur, to return in all haste to Beaugency to give counter-orders to the courier, who was himself to go back immediately with counter-orders to M.G. Le Prince. His Majesty is at Orleans, then? Much nearer, Monseigneur. His Majesty must by this time have arrived at Meung. Does the court accompany him? Yes, Monseigneur. A proposals. I forgot to ask you after Miss le Cardinal. His Eminence appears to enjoy good health, Monseigneur. His nieces accompany him, no doubt. No, Monseigneur. His Eminence has ordered the Mesdemoiselles de Monsigny to set out for Brouage. They will follow the left bank of the Loire, while the court will come by the right. What? Mademoiselle Mary de Mancini quit the court in that manner? Asked Monsieur, his reserve beginning to diminish. Mademoiselle Marie de Mancini in particular, replied Raoul discreetly. A fugitive smile, an imperceptible vestige of his ancient spirit of intrigue, shot across the pale face of the prince. Thanks, M. de Bragelonne, then said Monsieur. You would, perhaps, not be willing to carry M. Mitz, le Prince, the commission with which I would charge you, and that is, that his messenger has been very agreeable to me, but I will tell him so, myself. Raoul bowed his thanks to Monsieur for the honor he had done him. Monsieur made a sign to Madame, who struck a bell which was placed at her right hand, and Monsieur Roof. De Saint-Remy entered, and the room was soon filled with people. Messieurs, said the prince, His Majesty is about to pay me the honor of passing a day at Blois. I depend upon the king, my nephew, not having to repent of the favor he does my house. Vive le roi! Cried all the officers of the household with frantic enthusiasm, and M. de Saint-Remy louder than the rest. Gaston hung down his head with evident chagrin. He had all his life been obliged to hear, or rather to undergo this cry of Vive le Roi, which passed over him. For a long time, being unaccustomed to hear it, his ear had had rest, and now a younger, more vivacious, and more brilliant royalty rose up before him, like a new and more painful provocation. Madame perfectly understood the sufferings of that timid, gloomy heart. She rose from the table, Monsieur imitated her mechanically, and all the domestics, with a buzzing like that of several beehives, surrounded Raoul for the purpose of questioning him. Madame saw this movement and called M. de Saint-Remy. This is not the time for gossiping, but working, said she, with the tone of an angry housekeeper. M. de Saint-Remy hastened to break the circle formed by the officers round Raoul, so that the latter was able to gain the antechamber. Care will be taken of that gentleman, I hope, added Madame, addressing Monsieur Saint-Remy. The worthy man immediately hastened after Raoul. Madame desires refreshments to be offered to you, said he, and there is besides a lodging for you in the castle. Thanks, de Saint-Remy, replied Raoul. But you know how anxious I must be to pay my duty to M. le Comte, my father. That is true, Monsieur Raoul. Present him, at the same time, my humble respects, if you please." Raoul thus once more got rid of the old gentleman and pursued his way. As he was passing under the porch, leading his horse by the bridle, a soft voice called him from the depths of an obscure path. "Monsieur Raoul," said the voice. The young man turned round, surprised, and saw a dark, complexioned girl, who, with a finger on her lip, held out her other hand to him. This young lady was an utter stranger. Chapter 3. The Interview. Raoul made one step towards the girl who thus called him. "But my horse, madame?" said he. "Oh, you are terribly embarrassed. Go yonder, where there is a shed in the outer court. Fasten your horse and return quickly. I obey, madame." Raoul was not 4 minutes in performing what he had been directed to do. He returned to the little door, where, in the gloom, he found his mysterious conductress waiting for him on the first steps of a winding staircase. "Are you brave enough to follow me, Monsieur Knight-errant?" asked the girl, laughing at the momentary hesitation Raoul had manifested. The latter replied by springing up the dark staircase after her. They thus climbed up 3 stories, he behind her, touching with his hands, when he felt for the banister, a silk dress which rubbed against each side of the staircase. At every false step made by Raoul, his conductress cried, "Hush!" and held out to him a soft and perfumed hand. "One would mount thus to the belfry of the castle without being conscious of fatigue," said Raoul. "All of which means, monsieur, that you are very much perplexed, very tired, and very uneasy. But be of good cheer, monsieur. Here we are at our destination." The girl threw open a door which immediately, without any transition, filled with a flood of light the landing of the staircase, at the top of which Raoul appeared, holding fast by the balustrade. The girl continued to walk on. He followed her. She entered a chamber, he did. The same. As soon as he was fairly in the net, he heard a loud cry, and turning round, saw at 2 paces from him, with her hands clasped and her eyes closed, that beautiful fair girl with blue eyes and white shoulders, who, recognizing him, called him Raoul. He saw her, and divined at once so much love and so much joy in the expression of her countenance, that he sank on his knees in the middle of the chamber, murmuring, on his part, the name of Louise. "Ah, Montalais, Montalais," she sighed, "it is very wicked to deceive me so. Who, I? I have deceived you." "Yes, you told me you would go down to inquire the news, and you have brought up monsieur." "Well, I was obliged to do so. How else could he have received the letter you wrote him?" And she pointed with her finger to the letter which was still upon the table. Raoul made a step to take it. Louise, more rapid, although she had sprung forward with a sufficiently remarkable physical hesitation, reached out her hand to stop him. Raoul came in contact with that trembling hand, took it within his own, and carried it so respectfully to his lips that he might be said to have deposited a sigh upon it rather than a kiss. In the meantime, Mademoiselle de Montalais had taken the letter, folded it carefully, as women do, in 3 folds, and slipped it into her bosom. "Don't be afraid, Louise," said she. "Monsieur will no more venture to take it hence than the defunct King Louis XIII. ventured to take billets from the corsage of Mademoiselle de Hautefort." Raoul blushed at seeing the smile of the two girls, and he did not remark that the hand of Louise remained in his. "There," said Montalais, "you have pardoned me, Louise, for having brought Monsieur to you, and you, Monsieur, bear me no malice for having followed me to see Mademoiselle. Now then, peace being made, let us chat like old friends. Present me, Louise, to M. de Bragelonne." "Monsieur le Vicomte," said Louise, with her quiet grace and ingenuous smile, "I have the honor to present to you Mademoiselle Aurore de Montalais, maid of honor to Her Royal Highness Madame, and moreover, my friend, my excellent friend." Raoul bowed ceremoniously. "And me, Louise," said he, "will you not present me also to Mademoiselle?" "Oh, she knows you, she knows all." This unguarded expression made Montalais laugh and Raoul sigh with happiness, for he interpreted it thus: "She knows all our love." "The ceremonies being over, Monsieur le Vicomte," said Montalais, "take a chair and tell us quickly the news you bring flying thus." "Mademoiselle, it is no longer a secret. The king, on his way to Poitiers, will stop at Blois to visit his Royal Highness. The king here!" exclaimed Montalais, clapping her hands. "What, are we going to see the court? Only think, Louise, the real court from Paris! Oh, good heavens! But when will this happen, monsieur?" "Perhaps this evening, mademoiselle. At latest, tomorrow." Montalais lifted her shoulders in sign of vexation. "No time to get ready, no time to prepare a single dress. We are as far behind the fashions as the Poles. We shall look like portraits of the time of Henry IV. Ah, monsieur, this is sad news you bring us. But, mesdemoiselles, you will be still beautiful." "That's no news." "Yes, we shall be always beautiful because nature has made us passable. But we shall be ridiculous because the fashion will have forgotten us. Alas, ridiculous! I shall be thought ridiculous. I. And by whom?" said Louise innocently. "By whom? You are a strange girl, my dear. Is that a question to put to me? I mean everybody. I mean the courtiers, the nobles. I mean the king." "Pardon me, my good friend, but as here everyone is accustomed to see us as we are, granted, but that is about to change, and we shall be ridiculous, even for Blois, for close to us will be seen the fashions from Paris, and they will perceive that we are in the fashion of Blois. It is enough to make one despair. Console yourself, mademoiselle. Well, so let it be. After all, so much the worse for those who do not find me to their taste," said Montalais philosophically. "They would be very difficult to please," replied Raoul, faithful to his regular system of gallantry. "Thank you, Monsieur le Vicomte. We were saying, then, that the king is coming to Blois." "With all the court. Mesdemoiselles de Mancini, will they be with them?" "No, certainly not. But as the king, it is said, cannot do without Mademoiselle Mary. Mademoiselle, the king must do without her. Mais le cardinal will have it so. He has exiled his nieces to Bruges. He, the hypocrite." "Hush!" said Louise, pressing a finger on her friend's rosy lips. "Bah! Nobody can hear me. I say that old Mazzarino Mazzarini is a hypocrite who burns impatiently to make his niece Queen of France." "That cannot be, mademoiselle, since Monsieur Cardinal, on the contrary, has brought about the marriage of His Majesty with the Infanta Maria Theresa." Montalais looked Raoul full in the face and said, "And do you Parisians believe in these tales? Well, we are a little more knowing than you at Blois. Mademoiselle, if the king goes beyond Poitiers and sets out for Spain, If the articles of the marriage contract are agreed upon by Don Luis de Haro and his Eminence, you must plainly perceive that it is not child's play. All very fine, but the king is king, I suppose? No doubt, mademoiselle, but the cardinal is the cardinal. The king is not a man-bin, and he does not love Mary Mancini. He adores her. Well, he will marry her then. We shall have war with Spain. Mr. Mazarin will spend a few of the millions he has put away. Our gentlemen will perform prodigies of valor in their encounters with the proud Castilians, and many of them will return crowned with laurels, to be recrowned by us with myrtles. Now, that is my view of politics. Montalais, you are wild, said Louise, and every exaggeration attracts you as light does a moth. Louise, you are so extremely reasonable that you will never know how to love. Oh, said Louise, in a tone of tender reproach, don't you see, Montalais? The Queen Mother desires to marry her son to the Infanta. Would you wish him to disobey his mother? Is it for a royal heart like his to set such a bad example? When parents forbid love, love must be banished. And Louise sighed. Raoul cast down his eyes with an expression of constraint. Montalais, on her part, laughed aloud. Well, I have no parents, said she. You are acquainted, without doubt, with the state of health of Comte de la Fère, said Louise, after breathing that sigh which had revealed so many Greeks in its eloquent utterance. No, mademoiselle, replied Raoul. I have not yet paid my respects to my father. I was going to his house when Mademoiselle de Montalais so kindly stopped me. I hope the Comte is well. You have heard nothing to the contrary, have you? No, Imran, nothing, thank God. Here, for several instants, ensued a silence, during which two spirits, which followed the same idea, communicated perfectly, without even the assistance of a single glance. "Oh, heavens!" exclaimed Montalais in a fright. "There is somebody coming up!" "Who can it be?" said Louise, rising in great agitation. "Mesdemoiselles, I inconvenience you very much." "I have, without doubt, been very indiscreet," stammered Raoul, very ill at ease. "It is a heavy step," said Louise. "Ah, if it is only M. Malicorne," added Montalais, "do not disturb yourselves." Louise and Raoul looked at each other to inquire who M. Malicorne could be. "There is no occasion to mind him," continued Montalais. "He is not jealous." "But, mademoiselle," said Raoul. "Yes, I understand. Well, he is as discreet as I am." "Good heavens!" cried Louise, who had applied her ear to the door which had been left ajar. "It is my mother's step, Madame de Saint-Remy. Where shall I hide myself?" exclaimed Raoul, catching at the dress of Montalais, who looked quite bewildered. "Yes," said she. "Yes, I know the clicking of those pattens. It is our excellent mother. M. Le Vicomte, what a pity it is! The window looks upon a stone pavement, and that 50 paces below it." Raoul glanced at the balcony in despair. Louise seized his arm and held it tight. "Oh, how silly I am," said Montalais. "Have I not the robe of ceremony closet? It looks as if it were made on purpose." It was quite time to act. Madame de Saint-Remy was coming up at a quicker pace than usual. She gained the landing at the moment when Montalais, as in all scenes of surprises, shut the closet by leaning with her back against the door. "Ah!" cried Madame de Saint-Remy. "You are here, are you, Louise?" "Yes, madame," replied she, more pale than if she had committed a great crime. "Well, well, pray be seated, madame," said Montalais, offering her a chair, which she placed so that the back was towards the closet. "Thank you, Mademoiselle Ori, thank you. Come, my child, be quick. Where do you wish me to go, madam?" Why home? To be sure. Have you not to prepare your toilette? What did you say? Cried Montalais, hastening to affect surprise, so fearful was she that Louise would in some way commit herself. You don't know the news, then, said Madame de Saint-Remy. What news, madame? Is it possible for two girls to learn up in this dove-cote? What? Have you seen nobody? Madame, you talk in enigmas, and you torment us at a slow fire, cried Montalais, who, terrified at seeing Louise become paler and paler, did not know to what saint to put up her vows. At length she caught an eloquent look of her companion's, one of those looks which would convey intelligence to a brick wall. Louise directed her attention to a hat, Raoul's unlucky hat, which was set out in all its feathery splendor upon the table. Montalais sprang towards it and, seizing it with her left hand, passed it behind her into the right, concealing it as she was speaking. Well, said Madame de Saint-Remy, a courier has arrived, announcing the approach of the king. There, mesdemoiselles, there is something to make you put on your best looks. Quick, quick, cried Montalais. Follow Madame your mother, Louise, and leave me to get ready my dress of ceremony. Louise arose. Her mother took her by the hand and led her out onto the landing. Come along, said she. Then adding in a low voice, when I forbid you to come. To the apartment of Montalais. Why do you do so? Madame, she is my friend. Besides, I had but just come. Did you see nobody concealed while you were there? Madame, I saw a man's hat. I tell you the hat of that fellow, that good-for-nothing. Madame, repeated Louise, of that do-nothing de Malicorne. A maid of honor to have such company, faye, faya. And their voices were lost in the depths of the narrow staircase. Montalais had not missed a word of this conversation, which echo conveyed to her as if through a tunnel. She shrugged her shoulders on seeing Raoul, who had listened likewise, issue from the closet. Poor Montalais, said she, the victim of friendship. Poor Malicorne, the victim of love. She stopped on viewing the tragic comic face of Raoul, who was vexed at having, in one day, surprised so many secrets. Oh, mademoiselle, said he, how can we repay your kindness? Oh, we will balance accounts some day, said she. For the present, begone, Ame de Bergoulon, for Madame de Saint-Remy is not over-indulgent, and any indiscretion on her part might bring hither a domiciliary visit which would be disagreeable to all parties. But Louise, how shall I know? Begone, begone! King Louis XI knew very well what he was about when he invented the post. Alas, sighed Raoul, and am I not here, I, who am worth all the posts in the kingdom? Quick, I say, to horse! So that if Madame de Saint-Remy should return for the purpose of preaching me a lesson on morality, she may not find you here. She would tell my father, would she not? Murmured Raoul. And you would be scolded. Ah, Vicomte, it is very plain you come from court. You are as timid as the king. Peste! At Blois we contrive better than that to do without papa's consent. Ask Malicorne else. And at these words the girl pushed Raoul out of the room by the shoulders. He glided swiftly down to the porch, regained his horse, mounted, and set off as if he had had Monsieur's guards at his heels. Chapter 4. Father and Son. Raoul followed the well-known road, so dear to his memory, which led from Blois to the residence of the Comte de la Fère. The reader will dispense with the second description of that habitation. He, perhaps, has been with us there before, and knows it. Only, since our last journey thither, the walls had taken a grayer tint, and the brickwork assumed a more harmonious copper tone. The trees had grown, and many that then only stretched their slender branches along the tops of the hedges, now bushy, strong, and luxuriant, cast around, beneath boughs swollen with sap, great shadows of blossoms of fruit for the benefit of the traveler. Raoul perceived from a distance the two little turrets, the dove cote in the elms and the flights of pigeons which wheeled incessantly around that brick cone, seemingly without power to quit it, like the sweet memories which hover round a spirit at peace. As he approached, he heard the noise of the pulleys which grated under the weight of the massy pails. He also fancied he heard the melancholy moaning of the water which falls back again into the wells, a sad funereal solemn sound, which strikes the ear of the child and the poet, both dreamers, which the English call splash, Arabian poets gasgasho, and which we Frenchmen, who would be poets, gas only translate by a paraphrase the noise of water falling into water. It was more than a year since Raoul had been to visit his father. He had passed the whole time in the household of Malleprince. In fact, after all the commotions of the Fronde, of the early period of which we formerly attempted to give a sketch, Louis de Conde had made a public, solemn, and frank reconciliation with the court. During all the time that the rupture between the king and the prince had lasted, the prince, who had long entertained a great regard for Bragelonne, had in vain offered him advantages of the most dazzling kind for a young man. The Comte de la Fère, still faithful to his principles of loyalty and royalty, one day developed before his son in the vaults of Saint Denis. The Comte de la Fère, in the name of his son, had always declined them. Moreover, instead of following Nem de Conde, in his rebellion the Vicomte had followed M. de Turenne, fighting for the king. Then when Monseigneur de Turenne, in his turn, had appeared to abandon the royal cause, he had quitted me de Turenne as he had quitted me de Turenne, as he had quitted me de Condé. It resulted from this invariable line of conduct that, as Condé and Turenne had never been conquerors of each other, but under the standard of the king, Raoul, however young, had 10 victories inscribed on his list of services, and not one defeat from which his bravery or conscience had to suffer. Raoul, therefore, had, in compliance with the wish of his father, served obstinately and passively the fortunes of Louis XIV. In spite of the tergiversations which were endemic, and it might be said inevitable, at that period. Emile Sepiter Bills. de Conde, on being restored to favor, had at once availed himself of all the privileges of the amnesty to ask for many things back again which had been granted him before, and among others, Raoul. M. de la Fère, with his invariable good sense, had immediately sent him again to the prince. A year, then, had passed away since the separation of the father and son. A few letters had softened, but not removed, the pains of absence. We have seen that Raoul had left at Blois another love in addition to filial love. But let us do him this justice: if it had not been for chance and Mademoiselle de Montalais, 2 great temptations, Raoul, after delivering his message, would have galloped off towards his father's house, turning his head round, perhaps, but without stopping for a single instant, even if Louise had held out her arms to him. So, the first part of the journey was given by Raoul to regretting the past which he had been forced to quit so quickly, that is to say, his lady love, and the other part to the friend he was about to join, so much too slowly for his wishes. Raoul found the garden gate open and rode straight in, without regarding the long arms, raised in anger, of an old man dressed in a jacket of violet-colored wool and a large cap of faded velvet. The old man, who was weeding with his hands a bed of dwarf roses and marguerites, was indignant at seeing a horse thus traversing his sanded and nicely raked walks. He even ventured a vigorous humph, which made the cavalier turn round. Then there was a change of scene. For no sooner had he caught sight of Raoul's face than the old man sprang up and set off in the direction of the house, amidst interrupted growlings, which appeared to be paroxysms of wild delight. When arrived at the stables, Raoul gave his horse to a little lackey, and sprang up the perron with an ardor that would have delighted the heart of his father. He crossed the antechamber, the dining room, and the salon, without meeting with anyone. At length, on reaching the door of Immersive de la Fere's apartment, he rapped impatiently, and entered almost without waiting for the word "enter," which was vouchsafed him by a voice at once sweet and serious. The Comte was seated at a table covered with papers and books. He was still the noble, handsome gentleman of former days, but time had given to this nobleness and beauty a more solemn and distinct character. A brow white and void of wrinkles beneath his long hair, now more white than black, an eye piercing and mild under the lids of a young man, his mustache, fine but slightly grizzled, waved over lips of a pure and delicate model, as if they had never been curled by mortal passions. A form straight and supple, an irreproachable but thin hand, this was what remained of the illustrious gentleman whom so many illustrious mouths had praised under the name of Athos. He was engaged in correcting the pages of a manuscript book, entirely filled by his own hand. Raoul seized his father by the shoulders, by the neck as he could, and embraced him so tenderly and so rapidly that the Comte had neither strength nor time to disengage himself or to overcome his paternal emotions. "What! You here, Raoul? You? Is it possible?" said he. "Oh, monsieur, what joy to see you once again! But you don't answer me, Vicomte. Have you leave of absence, or has some misfortune happened at Paris?" "Thank God, monsieur," replied Raoul, calming himself by degrees, "nothing has happened but what is fortunate. The king is going to be married, as I had the honor of informing you in my last letter, and, on his way to Spain, he will pass through Blois to pay a visit to monsieur." "Yes, Monsieur le Comte, so fearing to find him unprepared, or wishing to be particularly polite to him, Monsieur le Prince sent me forward to have the lodgings ready." "You have seen monsieur?" asked the Vicomte, eagerly. "I have had that honor. At the castle?" "Yes, monsieur," replied Raoul, casting down his eyes, because, no doubt, he had felt there was something more than curiosity in the Comte's inquiries. "Ah, indeed, Vicomte. Accept my compliments thereupon." Raoul bowed. "But you have seen someone else at Blois?" "Monsieur, I saw Her Royal Highness, madam." "That's very well, but it is not madam that I mean." Raoul colored deeply but made no reply. "You do not appear to understand me, Monsieur le Vicomte," persisted Monsieur de la Fere, without accenting his words more strongly, but with a rather severe look. "I understand you quite plainly, monsieur," replied Raoul. "And if I hesitate a little in my reply, you are well assured I am not seeking for a falsehood. No, you cannot tell a lie, and that makes me so astonished you should be so long in saying yes or no. I cannot answer you without understanding you very well, and if I have understood you, you will take my first words in ill part. You will be displeased." "No doubt, Monsieur le Comte, because I have seen Mademoiselle de la Vallière, have you not?" "It was of her you meant to speak, I know very well, monsieur," said Raoul with inexpressible sweetness. "And I asked you if you have seen her." "Monsieur, I was ignorant, when I entered the castle, that Mademoiselle de la Vallière was there. It was only on my return, after I had performed my mission, that chance brought us together. I have had the honor of paying my respects to her. But what do you call the chance that led you into the presence of Mademoiselle de la Vallière?" "Mademoiselle de Montalais, monsieur." And who is Mademoiselle de Montalais? A young lady I did not know before, whom I had never seen. She is maid of honor to Madame. Monsieur le Vicomte, I will push my interrogatory no further, and reproach myself with having carried it so far. I had desired you to avoid Mademoiselle de la Vallière, and not to see her without my permission. Oh, I am quite sure you have told me the truth, and that you took no measures to approach her. Chance has done me this injury. I do not accuse you of it. I will be content, then, with what I formerly said to you concerning this young lady. I do not reproach her with anything, God is my witness. Only it is not my intention or wish that you should frequent her place of residence. I beg you once more, my dear Raoul, to understand that. It was plain the limpid eyes of Raoul were troubled at this speech. "Now, my friend," said the Comte, with his soft smile, and in his customary tone, "let us talk of other matters. You are returning, perhaps, to your duty?" "No, monsieur, I have no duty for today, except the pleasure of remaining with you. The prince kindly appointed me no other, which was so much in accord with my wish." "Is the king well?" "Perfectly. And Monsieur le Prince also." "As usual, monsieur?" The Comte forgot to inquire after Mazarin. That was an old habit. "Well, Raoul, since you are entirely mine, I will give up my whole day to you. Embrace me again. Again! You are at home by Comte. Ah, there is our old Grimaud. Come in, Grimaud. Monsieur le Vicomte is desirous of embracing you likewise." The good old man did not require to be twice told. He rushed in with open arms, Raoul meeting him halfway. "Now, if you please, we will go into the garden, Raoul. I will show you the new lodging I have had prepared for you during your leave of absence, and whilst examining the last winter's plantations and 2 saddle horses I have just acquired, you will give me all the news of our friends in Paris." The Comte closed his manuscript, took the young man's arm, and went out into the garden with him. Grimaud looked at Raoul with a melancholy air as the young man passed out. Observing that his head nearly touched the traverse of the doorway, stroking his white royale, he slowly murmured, "How he has grown!" Chapter 5, in which something will be said of Cropoli, and of a great unknown painter. Whilst the Comte de la Fère with Raoul visits the new buildings he has had erected and the new horses he has bought, with the reader's permission we will lead him back to the city of Blaye, and make him a witness of the unaccustomed activity which pervades that city. It was in the hotels that the surprise of the news brought by Raoul was most sensibly felt. In fact, the king in the court of Blois, that is to say 100 horsemen, 10 carriages, 200 horses, as many lackeys as masters, where was this crowd to be housed? Where were to be lodged all the gentry of the neighborhood, who would gather in 2 or 3 hours after the news had enlarged the circle of its report, like the increasing circumference produced by a stone thrown into a placid lake. Blois, as peaceful in the morning as we have seen, as the calmest lake in the world at the announcement of the royal arrival was suddenly filled with the tumult and buzzing of a swarm of bees. All the servants of the castle, under the inspection of the officers, were sent into the city in quest of provisions, and 10 horsemen were dispatched to the preserves of Chambord to seek for game, to the fisheries of Bouvillon for fish, and to the gardens of Cheverny for fruits and flowers. Precious tapestries and lustres with great gilt chains were drawn from the cupboards. An army of the poor were engaged in sweeping the courts and washing the stone fronts, whilst their wives went in droves to the meadows beyond the Loire to gather green boughs and field flowers. The whole city, not to be behind in this luxury of cleanliness, assumed its best toilette with the help of brushes, brooms, and water. The kennels of the upper town, swollen by these continued lotions, became rivers at the bottom of the city, and the pavement, generally very muddy, it must be allowed, took a clean face, and absolutely shone in the friendly rays of the sun. Next, the music was to be provided. Drawers were emptied. The shopkeepers did a glorious trade in wax, ribbons, and sword knots. Housekeepers laid in stores of bread, meat, and spices. Already numbers of the citizens whose houses were furnished as if for a siege, having nothing more to do, donned their festive clothes and directed their course towards the city gate, in order to be the first to signal or see the cortege. They knew very well that the king would not arrive before night, perhaps not before the next morning. Yet, what is expectation but a kind of folly, and what is that folly but an excess of hope? In the lower city, at scarcely 100 paces from the Castle of the States, between the mall and the castle, in a sufficiently handsome street, then called Rue Vieille, and which must, in fact, have been very old, stood a venerable edifice with pointed gables, of squat but large dimensions, ornamented with 3 windows looking into the street on the first floor, with 2 in the second, and with a little aile de boeuf in the third. On the sides of this triangle had recently been constructed a parallelogram of considerable size, which encroached upon the street remorselessly, according to the familiar uses of the building of that period. The street was narrowed by a quarter by it, but then the house was enlarged by a half, and was not that a sufficient compensation? Tradition said that this house with the pointed gables was inhabited, in the time of Henry III., by a councillor of state whom Queen Catherine came, some say to visit and others to strangle. However that may be, the good lady must have stepped with a circumspect foot over the threshold of this building. After the councillor had died, whether by strangulation or naturally, is of no consequence. The house had been sold, then abandoned, and lastly isolated from the other houses of the street. Towards the middle of the reign of Louis XIII only, an Italian named Cropoli escaped from the kitchens of the Marquis d'Ancierre, came and took possession of this house. There he established a little hostelry, in which was fabricated a macaroni so delicious that people came from miles round to fetch it or eat it. So famous had the house become for it, that when Mary de Medici was a prisoner, as we know in the Castle of Blois, she once sent for some. It was precisely on the day she had escaped by the famous window. The dish of macaroni was left upon the table, only just tasted by the royal mouth. This double favor, of a strangulation and a macaroni, conferred upon the triangular house, gave poor Cropoli a fancy to grace his hostelry with a pompous title. But his quality of an Italian was no recommendation in these times, and his small, well-concealed fortune forbade attracting too much attention. When he found himself about to die, which happened in 1643, just after the death of Louis XIII, he called to him his son, a young cook of great promise, and with tears in his eyes he recommended him to preserve carefully the secret of the macaroni, to Frenchify his name, and at length, when the political horizon should be cleared from the clouds which obscured it, this was practiced then as in our day, to order of the nearest smith a handsome sign, upon which a famous painter, whom he tagtortcadis woodleys his Wadalf. The worthy Cropoli, after these recommendations, had only sufficient time to point out to his young successor a chimney under the slab of which he had hidden 1,000 10-franc pieces, and then expired. Cropoli the younger, like a man of good heart, supported the loss with resignation, and the gain without insolence. He began by accustoming the public to sound the final I of his name so little that by the aid of general complaisance he was soon called nothing but M. Cropole, which is quite a French name. He then married, having had in his eye a little French girl, from whose parents he extorted a reasonable dowry by showing them what there was beneath the slab of the chimney. These 2 points accomplished, he went in search of the painter who was to paint the sign, and he was soon found. He was an old Italian, a rival of the Raphaels and the Carracci, but an unfortunate rival. He said he was of the Venetian school, doubtless from his fondness for color. His works, of which he had never sold one, attracted the eye at a distance of 100 paces, but they so formidably displeased the citizens that he had finished by painting no more. He boasted of having painted a bathroom for Madame la Maréchale d'Ancre, and mourned over this chamber having been burnt at the time of the Miracle's disaster. Cropole, in his character of a compatriot, was indulgent towards Petrino, which was the name of the artist. Perhaps he had seen the famous pictures of the bathroom. Be this as it may, he held in such esteem, we may say in such friendship, the famous Petrino, that he took him in his own house. Petrino, grateful and fed with macaroni, set about propagating the reputation of this national dish, and from the time of its founder he had rendered, with his indefatigable tongue, signal services to the house of Cropole. As he grew old he attached himself to the son as he had done to the father, and by degrees became a kind of overlooker of a house in which his remarkable integrity, his acknowledged sobriety, and 1,000 other virtues useless to enumerate, gave him an eternal place by the fireside, with a right of inspection over the domestics. Besides this, it was he who tasted the macaroni to maintain the pure flavor of the ancient tradition, and it must be allowed that he never permitted a grain of pepper too much, or an atom of Parmesan too little. His joy was at its height on that day when called upon to share the secret of Cropole the younger and to paint the famous sign. He was seen at once rummaging with ardor in an old box in which he found some brushes, a little gnawed by the rats, but still passable, some colors in bladders almost dried up, some linseed oil in a bottle, and a palette which had formerly belonged to Bronzino, that Duo de la Pitarol, as the ultramontane artist, in his ever-young enthusiasm, always called him. Petrino was puffed up with all the joy of a rehabilitation. He did as Raphael had done. He changed his style, and painted, in the fashion of the Albanian, 2 goddesses rather than 2 queens. These illustrious ladies, appeared so lovely on the sign, they presented to the astonished eyes such an assemblage of lilies and roses, the enchanting result of the change of style in Petrino. They assumed the poses of sirens so anachronically that the principal échevin, when admitted to view this capital piece in the salle of Cropole, at once declared that these ladies were too handsome, of too animated a beauty, to figure as a sign in the eyes of passers-by. To Petrino he added, "His Royal Highness, Monsieur, who often comes into our city, will not be much pleased to see his illustrious mother so slightly clothed, and he will send you to the oubliettes of the state. For, remember, the heart of that glorious prince is not always tender. You must efface either the 2 sirens or the legend, without which I forbid the exhibition of the sign. I say this for your sake, Master Cropole, as well as for yours, Signor Petrino." What answer could be made to this? It was necessary to thank the échevin for his kindness, which Cropole did, but Petrino remained downcast, and said he felt assured of what was about to happen. The visitor was scarcely gone when Cropole, crossing his arms, said, "Well, master, what is to be done?" "We must efface the legend," said Petrino in a melancholy tone. "I have some excellent ivory black. It will be done in a moment, and we will replace the Medici by the nymphs or the sirens, whichever you prefer." "No," said Cropple, "the will of my father must be carried out. My father considered the figures of the most importance," said Petrino. "He thought most of the legend," said Cropple. "The proof of the importance in which he held the figures," said Petrino, "is that he desired they should be likenesses, and they are so." "Yes, but if they had not been so, who would have recognized them without the legend? At the present day even, when the memory of the Blaisois begins to be faint with regard to these two celebrated persons, who would recognize Catherine and Mary without the words, 'to the Medici'?" "But the figures?" said Petrino in despair, for he felt that young Cropple was right. "I should not like to lose the fruit of my labor, and I should not wish you to be thrown into prison, and myself into the oubliettes." "Let us efface Medici," said Petrino supplicatingly. "No," replied Cropole firmly. "I have got an idea, a sublime idea, your picture." "Shall appear, and my legend likewise." "Does not medici mean doctor or physician in Italian?" "Yes, in the plural." "Well, then, you shall order another sign frame of the smith. You shall paint 6 physicians, and write underneath Aux Medici, which makes a very pretty play upon words." "6 physicians! Impossible! And the composition?" cried Petrino. "That is your business, but so it shall be. I insist upon it, it must be so. My macaroni is burning." This reasoning was peremptory. Petrino obeyed. He composed the sign of 6 physicians with the legend. The Echevin applauded and authorized it. The sign produced an extravagant success in the city, which proves that poetry has always been in the wrong, before citizens, as Petrino said. Cropple, to make amends to his painter in ordinary, hung up the nymphs of the preceding sign in his bedroom, which made Madame Cropple blush every time she looked at it when she was undressing at night. This is the way in which the pointed gable house got a sign, and this is how the hostelry of the Medici, making a fortune, was found to be enlarged by a quarter as we have described. And this is how there was at Blois a hostelry of that name, and had for painter in ordinary Master Petrino. Chapter 6. The Unknown. Thus founded and recommended by its sign, the hostelry of Master Cropple held its way steadily on towards a solid prosperity. It was not an immense fortune that Cropple had in perspective, but he might hope to double the 1,000 louis d'or left by his father, to make another 1,000 louis by the sale of his house and stock, and at length to live happily like a retired citizen. Cropple was anxious for gain, and was half crazy with joy at the news of the arrival of Louis XIV. Himself, his wife, Petrino, and 2 cooks immediately laid hands upon all the inhabitants of the dovecote, the poultry yard, and the rabbit hutches, so that as many lamentations and cries resounded in the yards of the hostelry of the Medici as were formerly heard in Roma. Cropple had at the time but one single traveler in his house. This was a man of scarcely 30 years of age, handsome, tall, austere, or rather melancholy in all his gestures and looks. He was dressed in black velvet with jet trimmings, a white collar, as plain as that of the severest Puritan, set off the whiteness of his youthful neck, A small dark-colored mustache scarcely covered his curled, disdainful lip. He spoke to people looking them full in the face, without affectation, it is true, but without scruple, so that the brilliancy of his black eyes became so insupportable that more than one look had sunk beneath his, like the weaker sword in a single combat. At this time, in which men all created equal by God were divided, thanks to prejudices, into two distinct castes, the gentleman and the commoner, as they are. Really divided into two races, the black and the white at this time, we say, he whose portrait we have just sketched could not fail of being taken for a gentleman and of the best class. To ascertain this, there was no necessity to consult anything but his hands, long, slender, and white, of which every muscle, every vein, became apparent through the skin at the least movement, and eloquently spoke of good descent. This gentleman, then, had arrived alone at Cropel's house. He had taken, without hesitation, without reflection even, the principal apartment which the hotelier had pointed out to him with a rapacious aim, very praiseworthy, some will say, very reprehensible. Will say others, if they admit that Cropel was a physiognomist and judged people at first sight. This apartment was that which composed the whole front of the ancient triangular house, a large salon, lighted by two windows on the first stage, a small chamber by the side of it and another above it. Now, from the time he had arrived, this gentleman had scarcely touched any repast that had been served up to him in his chamber. He had spoken but 2 words to the host, to warn him that a traveler of the name of Perry would arrive, and to desire that, when he did, he should be shown up to him immediately. He afterwards preserved so profound a silence that Cropel was almost offended, so much did he prefer people who were good company. This gentleman had risen early the morning of the day on which this history begins, and had placed himself at the window of his salon, seated upon the ledge and leaning upon the rail of the balcony, gazing sadly but persistently on both sides of the street, watching, no doubt, for the arrival of the traveler he had mentioned to the host. In this way he had seen the little cortege of Monsieur return from hunting, then had again partaken of the profound tranquillity of the street, absorbed in his own expectations. All at once the movement of the crowd going to the meadows, couriers setting out, washers of pavement, purveyors of the royal household, gabbling, scampering shop-boys, chariots in motion, hairdressers on the run, and pages toiling along, this tumult and bustle had surprised him, but without losing any of that impassible and supreme majesty which gives to the eagle and the lion that serene and contemptuous glance amidst the hurrahs and shouts of hunters or the curious. Soon the cries of the victims slaughtered in the poultry yard, the hasty steps of Madame Cropel up that little wooden staircase, so narrow and so echoing, the bounding pace of Petrino, who only that morning was smoking at the door with all the phlegm of a Dutchman. All this communicated something like surprise and agitation to the traveler. As he was rising to make inquiries, the door of his chamber opened. The unknown concluded they were about to introduce the impatiently expected traveler and made 3 precipitate steps to meet him. But instead of the person he expected, it was Master Cropel who appeared, and behind him, in the half-dark staircase, the pleasant face of Madame Cropel, rendered trivial by curiosity. She only gave one furtive glance at the handsome gentleman and disappeared. Cropel advanced, cap in hand, rather bent than bowing. A gesture of the unknown interrogated him, without a word being pronounced. "Monsieur," said Cropel, "I come to ask what ought I to say, your lordship, Monsieur le Comte, or Monsieur le Marquis?" "Say, monsieur, and speak quickly," replied the unknown, with that haughty accent which admits of neither discussion nor reply. I came, then, to inquire how Monsieur had passed the night, and if Monsieur intended to keep this apartment. Yes, Monsieur, something has happened upon which we could not reckon. What? His Majesty Louis XIV will enter our city today and will remain here one day, perhaps two. Great astonishment was painted on the countenance of the unknown. The King of France coming to Blois! He is on the road, monsieur. Then there is the stronger reason for my remaining, said the unknown. Very well, but will monsieur keep all the apartments? I do not understand you. Why should I require less today than yesterday? Because, monsieur, your lordship will permit me to say, yesterday I did not think proper, when you chose your lodging, to fix any price that might have made your lordship believe that I prejudged your resources, whilst today the unknown colored. The idea at once struck him that he was supposed to be poor and was being insulted. Whilst today, replied he coldly, you do prejudge. Monsieur, I am a well-meaning man, thank God, and simple hotelier as I am, there is in me the blood of a gentleman. My father was a servant and officer of the late Marechal d'Ancre. God rest his soul. I do not contest that point with you. I only wish to know, and that quickly, to what your questions tend. You are too reasonable, monsieur, not to comprehend that our city is small, that the court is about to invade it, that the houses will be overflowing with inhabitants, and that lodgings will consequently obtain considerable prices. Again the unknown colored. Name your terms, said he. I name them with scruple, monsieur, because I seek an honest gain, and that I wish to carry on my business without being uncivil or extravagant in my demands. Now the room you occupy is considerable, and you are alone. That is my business. Oh, certainly. I do not mean to turn monsieur out. The blood rushed to the temples of the unknown. He darted at poor Cropple, the descendant of one of the officers of the Marechal d'Ancre, a glance that would have crushed him down to beneath that famous chimney slab if Cropple had not been nailed to the spot by the question of his own proper interests. Do you desire me to go? Said he. Explain yourself, but quickly. Monsieur, you do not understand me. It is very critical, I know that which I am doing. I express myself badly, or perhaps, as monsieur is a foreigner, which I perceive by his accent. In fact, the unknown spoke with that impetuosity which is the principal character of English accentuation, even among men who speak the French language with the neatest purity. As monsieur is a foreigner, I say, it is perhaps he who does not catch my exact meaning. I wish for monsieur to give up one or two of the apartments he occupies, which would diminish his expenses and ease my conscience. Indeed, it is hard to increase unreasonably the price of the chambers when one has had the honor to let them at a reasonable price. How much does the hire amount to since yesterday? Monsieur, to 1 louis, with refreshments and the charge for the horse. Very well, and that of today? Ah, there is the difficulty. This is the day of the king's arrival. If the court comes to sleep here, the charge of the day is reckoned. From that it results that 3 chambers at 2 louis each make 6 louis. 2 louis, monsieur, are not much, but 6 louis make a great deal. The unknown, from red, as we have seen him, became very pale. He drew from his pocket, with heroic bravery, a purse embroidered with a coat of arms, which he carefully concealed in the hollow of his hand. This purse was of a thinness, a flabbiness, a hollowness, which did not escape the eye of Cropple. The unknown emptied the purse into his hand. It contained 3 double louis, which amounted to the 6 louis demanded by the host, but it was 7 that Cropple had required. He looked, therefore, at the unknown, as much as to say, and then. There remains 1 louis, does there not, master hotelier? Yes, monsieur. But the unknown plunged his hand into the pocket of his haut de chausses and emptied it. It contained a small pocketbook, a gold key, and some silver. With this change he made up a louis. "Thank you, monsieur," said Cropple. "It now only remains for me to ask whether monsieur intends to occupy his apartments tomorrow, in which case I will reserve them for him, whereas, if monsieur does not mean to do so, I will promise them to some of the king's people who are coming." "That is but right," said the unknown after a long silence. "But as I have no more money, as you have seen, and as I yet must retain the apartments, you must either sell this diamond in the city or hold it in pledge." Cropple looked at the diamond so long that the unknown said hastily, "I prefer your selling it, monsieur, for it is worth 300 pistoles. A Jew, are there any Jews in Blois, would give you 200 or 150, for it take whatever may be offered for it, if it be no more than the price of your lodging. Begone." "Oh, monsieur," replied Cropple, ashamed of the sudden inferiority which the unknown reflected upon him by this noble and disinterested confidence, as well as by the unalterable patience opposed to so many suspicions and evasions. "Oh, monsieur, I hope people are not so dishonest at Blois as you seem to think, and that the diamond, being worth what you say—" The unknown here again darted at Cropple one of his withering glances. "I really do not understand diamonds, monsieur, I assure you," cried he. "But the jewelers do. Ask them," said the unknown. "Now I believe our accounts are settled. Are they not, monsieur le hôte?" "Yes, monsieur, and to my profound regret, for I fear I have offended monsieur." "Not at all," replied the unknown with ineffable majesty, "or have appeared to be extortionate with a noble traveller. Consider, monsieur, the peculiarity of the case. Say no more about it, I desire, and leave me to myself." Cropple bowed profoundly, and left the room with a stupefied air which announced that he had a good heart and felt genuine remorse. The unknown himself shut the door after him, and when left alone, looked. Mournfully at the bottom of the purse, from which he had taken a small silken bag containing the diamond, his last resource. He dwelt likewise upon the emptiness of his pockets, turned over the papers in his pocket-book, and convinced himself of the state of absolute destitution in which he was about to be plunged. He raised his eyes towards heaven with a sublime emotion of despairing calmness, brushed off with his hand some drops of sweat which trickled over his noble brow, and then cast down upon the earth a look which just before had been impressed with almost divine majesty, that the storm had passed far from him. Perhaps he had prayed in the bottom of his soul. He drew near to the window, resumed his place in the balcony, and remained. There, motionless, annihilated, dead, till the moment when, the heavens beginning to darken, the first flambeau traversed the enlivened street and gave the signal for illumination to all the windows of the city. Chapter 7. Paris. Whilst the unknown was viewing these lights with interest, and lending an ear to the various noises, Master Cropple entered his apartment, followed by 2 attendants, who laid the cloth for his meal. The stranger did not pay them the least attention, But Cropple, approaching him respectfully, whispered, "Monsieur, the diamond has been valued." "Ah," said the traveler. "Well?" "Well, monsieur, the jeweler of Sar gives 280 pistoles for it. Have you them?" "I thought it best to take them, monsieur. Nevertheless, I made it a condition of the bargain that if monsieur wished to keep his diamond, it should be held till monsieur was again in funds." "Oh no, not at all. I told you to sell it." "Then I have obeyed, or nearly so, since, without having definitely sold it, I have touched the money." "Pay yourself," added the unknown. "I will do so, monsieur, since you so positively require it." A sad smile passed over the lips of the gentleman. "Place the money on that trunk," said he, turning round and pointing to the piece of furniture. Cropple deposited a tolerably large bag as directed, after having taken from it the amount of his reckoning. "Now," said he, "I hope monsieur will not give me the pain of not taking any." Supper. Dinner has already been refused. This is affronting to the house of les Medici. Look, monsieur, the supper is on the table, and I venture to say that it is not a bad one. The unknown asked for a glass of wine, broke off a morsel of bread, and did not stir from the window whilst he ate and drank. Shortly after was heard a loud flourish of trumpets. Cries arose in the distance. A confused buzzing filled the lower part of the city, and the first distinct sound that struck the ears of the stranger was the tramp of advancing horses. "The king," repeated a noisy and eager crowd. "The king," cried Cropple, abandoning his guest and his ideas of delicacy to satisfy his curiosity. With Cropple were mingled and jostled on the staircase Madame Cropple, Petrino, and the waiters and scullions. The cortege advanced slowly, lighted by 1,000 flambeaux, in the streets and from the windows. After a company of musketeers, a closely ranked troop of gentlemen, came the litter of Monsieur le Cardinal, drawn like a carriage by 4 black horses. The pages and people of the cardinal marched behind. Next came the carriage of the Queen Mother, with her maids of honor at the doors, her gentlemen on horseback at both sides. The king then appeared, mounted upon a splendid horse of Saxon breed with a flowing mane. The young prince exhibited, when bowing to some windows from which issued the most animated acclamations, a noble and handsome countenance, illumined by the flambeaux of his pages. By the side of the king, though a little in the rear, the Prince de Condé Mdone and 20 other courtiers, followed by their people and their baggage, closed this veritably triumphant march. The pomp was of a military character. Some of the courtiers, the elder ones for instance, wore traveling dresses, but all the rest were clothed in warlike panoply. Many wore the gorges and buff coat of the times of Henry IV. And Louis XIII. When the king passed before him, the unknown, who had leant forward over the balcony to obtain a better view, and who had concealed his face by leaning on his arm, felt his heart swell and overflow with a bitter jealousy. The noise of the trumpets excited him, the popular acclamations deafened him. For a moment he allowed his reason to be absorbed in this flood of lights, tumult, and brilliant images. "He is a king," murmured he in an accent of despair. Then, before he had recovered from his sombre reverie, all the noise, all the splendor, had passed away. At the angle of the street there remained nothing beneath the stranger but a few hoarse, discordant voices, shouting at intervals, "Vive le Roi!" There remained likewise the 6 candles held by the inhabitants of the hostelry des Medici, that is to say, 2 for Cropple, 2 for Petrino, and 1 for each scullion. Cropple never ceased repeating, "How good-looking the king is! How strongly he resembles his illustrious father!" "A handsome likeness," said Petrino. "And what a lofty carriage he has," added Madame Cropple, already in promiscuous commentary with her neighbors of both sexes. Cropple was feeding their gossip with his own personal remarks, without observing that an old man on foot, but leading a small Irish horse by the bridle, was endeavoring to penetrate the crowd of men and women which blocked up the entrance to the Medici. But at that moment the voice of the stranger was heard from the window. "Make way, Monsieur le Hotelier, to the entrance of your house." Cropple turned around, and on seeing the old man, cleared a passage for him. The window was instantly closed. Petrino pointed out the way to the newly arrived guest, who entered without uttering a word. The stranger waited for him on the landing. He opened his arms to the old man and led him to a seat. "Oh, no, no, my lord," said he. "Sit down in your presence? Never." "Parry," cried the gentleman, "I beg you will. You come from England. You come so far. Ah! It is not for your age to undergo the fatigues my service requires. Rest yourself. I have my reply to give your lordship, in the first place. Parry, I conjure you to tell me nothing, for if your news had been good, you would not have begun in such a manner. You go about, which proves that the news is bad." "My lord," said the old man, "do not hasten to alarm yourself. All is not lost, I hope. You must employ energy, but more particularly resignation." "Parry," said the young man, "I have reached this place through 1,000 snares and after 1,000 difficulties. Can you doubt my energy? I have." Meditated this journey 10 years. In spite of all counsels and all obstacles, have you faith in my perseverance? I have this evening sold the last of my father's diamonds, for I had nothing wherewith to pay for my lodging, and my host was about to turn me out. Parry made a gesture of indignation, to which the young man replied by a pressure of the hand and a smile. "I have still 274 pistols left, and I feel myself rich. I do not despair, Parry. Have you faith in my resignation?" The old man raised his trembling hands towards heaven. "Let me know," said the stranger. "Disguise nothing from me what has happened." "My recital will be short, my lord, but in the name of heaven do not tremble." "So, it is impatience, Parry. Come, what did the general say to you? At first the general would not receive me. He took you for a spy?" "Yes, my lord, but I wrote him a letter." "Well, he read it and received me, my lord. Did that letter thoroughly explain my position and my views?" "Oh, yes," said Parry with a sad smile. "It painted your very thoughts faithfully." "Well then, Parry, then the general sent me back the letter by an aide-de-camp, informing me that if I were found the next day within the circumscription of his command, he would have me arrested." "Arrested," murmured the young man. "What! Arrest you, my most faithful servant?" "Yes, my lord, and notwithstanding you had signed the name Parry." "To all my letters, my lord, and the aide-de-camp had known me at St. James's and at Whitehall too," added the old man with a sigh. The young man leaned forward, thoughtful and sad. "Aye, that's what he did before his people," said he, endeavoring to cheat himself with hopes. "But, privately between you and him, what did he do? Answer, alas!" My lord, he sent to me 4 cavaliers, who gave me the horse with which you just now saw me come back. These cavaliers conducted me in great haste to the little port of Tenby, threw me, rather than embarked me, into a fishing boat about to sail for Brittany. And here I am. Oh, sighed the young man, clasping his neck convulsively with his hand, and with a sob. Parry, is that all? Is that all? Is that all? Yes, my lord, that is all. After this brief reply ensued a long interval of silence, broken only by the convulsive beating of the heel of the young man on the floor. The old man endeavored to change the conversation. It was leading to thoughts much too sinister. My lord, said he, what is the meaning of all the noise which preceded me? What are these people crying, Vive le Roi for? What king do they mean? And what are all these lights for? Ah, Parry, replied the young man ironically, don't you know that this is the King of France visiting his good city of Blois? All those trumpets are his. All those gilded housings are his. All those gentlemen wear swords that are his. His mother precedes him in a carriage magnificently encrusted with silver and gold. Happy mother, his minister heaps up millions and conducts him to a rich bride. Then all these people rejoice, they love their king, they hail him with their acclamations, and they cry, Vive le roi! Vive le roi! Well, well, my lord, said Parry, more uneasy at the turn the conversation had taken than at the other. You know, resumed the unknown, that my mother and my sister, whilst all this is going on in honor of the King of France, have neither money nor bread. You know that I myself shall be poor and degraded within a fortnight, when all Europe will become acquainted with what you have told me. Parry, are there not examples in which a man of my condition should himself, my lord, in the name of heaven, you are right, Parry, I am a coward, and if I do nothing for myself, what will God do? No, no, I have 2 arms, Parry, and I have a sword. And he struck his arm violently with his hand, and took down his sword, which hung against the wall. What are you going to do, my lord? What am I going to do, Parry? What everyone in my family does. My mother lives on public charity. My sister begs for my mother. I have, somewhere or other, brothers who equally beg for themselves, and I, the eldest, will go and do as all the rest do. I will go and ask charity. And at these words, which he finished sharply, with a nervous and terrible laugh, the young man girded on his sword, took his hat from the trunk, fastened to his shoulder a black cloak which he had worn during all his journey, and pressing the 2 hands of the old man, who watched his proceedings with a look of anxiety, My good Parry, said he, order a fire, drink, eat, sleep, and be happy. Let us both be happy. My only friend, we are rich as kings. He struck the bag of pistols with his clenched hand as he spoke, and it fell heavily to the ground. He resumed that dismal laugh that had so alarmed Parry, and whilst the whole household was screaming, singing, and preparing to install. The travelers who had been preceded by their lackeys, he glided out by the principal entrance into the street, where the old man who had gone to the window lost sight of him in a moment. Chapter 8. When His Majesty King Louis XIV was at the age of 22. It has been seen, by the account we have endeavored to give of it, that the entree of King Louis XIV into the city of Blois had been noisy and brilliant. His young Majesty had therefore appeared perfectly satisfied with it. On arriving beneath the porch of the Castle of the States, the king met, surrounded by his guards and gentlemen, with S.A.A. R. the Duke Gaston of Orleans, whose physiognomy, naturally rather majestic, had borrowed on this solemn occasion a fresh luster and a fresh dignity. On her part, Madame, dressed in her robes of ceremony, awaited, in the interior balcony, the entrance of her nephew. All the windows of the old castle, so deserted and dismal on ordinary days, were resplendent with ladies and lights. It was then to the sound of drums, trumpets, and vivats that the young king crossed the threshold of that castle in which, 72 years before, Henry III had called in the aid of assassination and treachery to keep upon his head and in his house a crown which was already slipping from his brow to fall into another family. All eyes, after having admired the young king, so handsome and so agreeable, sought for that other king of France, much otherwise king than the former, and so old, so pale, so bent, that people called him the Cardinal Mazarin. Louis was at this time endowed with all the natural gifts which make the perfect gentleman. His eye was brilliant, mild, and of a clear azure blue. But the most skilful physiognomists, those divers into the soul, on fixing their looks upon it, if it had been possible for a subject to sustain the glance of the king, the most skilful physiognomists, we say, would never have been able to fathom the depths of that abyss of mildness. It was with the eyes of the king, as with the immense depths of the azure heavens, or with those more terrific and almost as sublime, which the Mediterranean reveals under the keels of its ships, in a clear, summer day, a gigantic mirror in which heaven delights to reflect sometimes its stars, sometimes its storms. The king was short of stature, he was scarcely 5 feet 2 inches, but his youth made up for this defect, set off likewise by great nobleness in all his movements and by considerable address in all bodily exercises. Certes, he was already quite a king, and it was a great thing to be a king in that period of traditional devotedness and respect, but as, up to that time, he had been but seldom and always poorly shown to the people, as they to whom he was shown saw him by the side of his mother, a tall woman, and Monsieur le Cardinal. A man of commanding presence, many found him so little of a king as to say, "Why, the king is not so tall as Monsieur le Cardinal." Whatever may be thought of these physical observations, which were principally made in the capital, the young king was welcomed as a god by the inhabitants of Blois, and almost like a king by his uncle and aunt, Monsieur and Madame, the inhabitants of the castle. It must, however, be allowed that when he saw, in the hall of reception, chairs of equal height placed for himself, his mother, the cardinal, and his uncle and aunt, a disposition artfully concealed by the semicircular form of the assembly, Louis XIV became red with anger, and looked around him to ascertain by the countenances of those that were present if this humiliation had been prepared for him. But as he saw nothing upon the impassible visage of the cardinal, nothing on that of his mother, nothing on those of the assembly, he resigned himself and sat down, taking care to be seated before anybody else. The gentlemen and ladies were presented to their majesties and Monsieur le Cardinal. The king remarked that his mother and he scarcely knew the names of any of the persons who were presented to them, whilst the cardinal, on the contrary, never failed, with an admirable memory and presence of mind, to talk to everyone about his estates, his ancestors, or his children, some of whom he named, which enchanted those worthy country gentlemen, and confirmed them in the idea that he alone is truly king who knows his subjects, from the same reason that the sun has no rival, because the sedentient, the study of the young king, which had begun a long time before, without anybody suspecting it, was continued then, and he looked around him attentively to endeavor to make out something in the physiognomies which had at first appeared the most insignificant and trivial. A collation was served. The king, without daring to call upon the hospitality of his uncle, had waited for it impatiently. This time, therefore, he had all the honors due, if not to his rank, at least to his appetite. As to the cardinal, he contented himself with touching with his withered lips a bouillon served in a gold cup. The all-powerful minister, who had taken her regency from the queen and his royalty from the king, had not been able to take a good stomach from nature. Anne of Austria, already suffering from the cancer which 6 or 8 years after caused her death, ate very little more than the cardinal. For Monsieur, already puffed up with the great event which had taken place in his provincial life, he ate nothing whatever. Madame alone, like a true Lorrainier, kept pace with his Majesty, so that Louis XIV, who, without this partner, might have eaten nearly alone, was at first much pleased with his aunt, and afterwards with Amour de Saint-Remy, her maître. D'Hôtel, who had really distinguished himself. The collation over, at a sign of approbation from in menu, de Mazarin, the king arose, and, at the invitation of his aunt, walked about among the ranks of the assembly. The ladies then observed there are certain things for which women are as good observers at Blois as at Paris. The ladies then observed that Louis XIV had a prompt and bold look which premised a distinguished appreciator of beauty. The men, on their part, observed that the prince was proud and haughty, that he loved to look down those who fixed their eyes upon him too long or too earnestly, which gave presage of a master. Louis XIV had accomplished about a third of his review when his ears were struck with a word which his Eminence pronounced whilst conversing with Monsieur. This word was the name of a woman. Scarcely had Louis XIV heard this word than he heard, or rather listened to nothing else, and neglecting the arc of the circle which awaited his visit, his object seemed to be to come as quickly as possible to the extremity of the curve. Monsieur, like a good courtier, was inquiring of Monsieur le Cardinal after the health of his nieces. He regretted, he said, not having the pleasure of receiving them at the same time with their uncle. They must certainly have grown in stature, beauty, and grace, as they had promised to do the last time Monsieur had seen them. What had first struck the king was a certain contrast in the voices of the two interlocutors. The voice of Monsieur was calm and natural while he spoke thus, while that of Monsieur de Mazarin jumped by a note and a half to reply above the diapason of his usual voice. It might have been said that he wished that voice too. Strike, at the end of the salon, any ear that was too distant. Monseigneur, replied he, Mesdemoiselles de Mazarin have still to finish their education, they have duties to fulfill, and a position to make. An abode in a young and brilliant court would dissipate them a little. Louis, at this last sentence, smiled sadly. The court was young, it was true, but the avarice of the cardinal had taken good care that it should not be brilliant. You have nevertheless no intention, replied Monsieur, to cloister them or make them bourgeoises. Not at all, replied the cardinal, forcing his Italian pronunciation in such a manner that, from soft and velvety as it was, it became sharp and vibrating. Not at all. I have a full and fixed intention to marry them, and that as well as I shall be able. Parties will not be wanting, Monsieur le Cardinal, replied Monsieur, with a bonhomie worthy of one tradesman congratulating another. I hope not, Monseigneur, and with reason, as God has been pleased to give them grace, intelligence, and beauty. During this conversation, Louis XIV, conducted by Madame, accomplished, as we have described, the circle of presentations. Mademoiselle Auriculi, said the princess, presenting to his majesty a fat, fair girl of 22, who at a village fete might have been taken for a peasant in Sunday finery, the daughter of my music mistress. The king smiled. Madame had never been able to extract 4 correct notes from either viol or harpsichord. Mademoiselle Aure de Montalais, continued Madame, a young lady of rank, and my good attendant. This time it was not the king that smiled. It was the young lady presented because, for the first time in her life, she heard, given to her by Madame, who generally showed no tendency to spoil her, such an honorable qualification. Our old acquaintance Montalais, therefore, made his majesty a profound courtesy, the more respectful from the necessity she was under of concealing certain contractions of her laughing lips, which the king might not have attributed to their real cause. It was just at this moment that the king caught the word which startled him. "And the name of the third?" asked Monsieur. "Marry, Monseigneur," replied the cardinal. There was doubtless some magical influence in that word, for, as we have said, the king started at hearing it and drew Madame towards the middle of the circle, as if he wished to put some confidential question to her. But, in reality, for the sake of getting nearer to the cardinal. "Madame, my aunt," said he, laughing, and in a suppressed voice, "my geography master did not teach me that Blois was at such an immense distance from Paris." "What do you mean, nephew?" asked Madame. "Why, because it would appear that it requires several years, as regards fashion, to travel the distance. Look at those young ladies." "Well, I know them all. Some of them are pretty." "Don't say that too loud, monsieur, my nephew. You will drive them wild. Stop a bit, dear aunt," said the king, smiling, "for the second part of my sentence will serve as a corrective to the first. Well, my dear aunt, some of them appear old and others ugly, thanks to their 10-year-old fashions. But, sire, Blois is only 5 days' journey from Paris." "Yes, that is it," said the king. 2 years behind for each day. "Indeed! Do you really think so? Well, that is strange. It never struck me." "Now look, aunt," said Louis XIV, drawing still nearer to Mazarin, under the pretext of gaining a better point of view. "Look at that simple white dress by the side of those antiquated specimens of finery and those pretentious coiffures. She is probably one of my mother's maids of honor, though I don't know her." My dear nephew," replied Madame, laughing, "permit me to tell you that your divinatory science is at fault for once. The young lady you honor with your praise is not a Parisian, but a Blaisois." "Oh, aunt," replied the king with a look of doubt. "Come here, Louise," said Madame. And the fair girl already known to you under that name approached them, timid, blushing, and almost bent beneath the royal glance. "Mademoiselle Louise Francoise de la Baume le Blanc, the daughter of the Marquise de la Vallière," said Madame ceremoniously. The young girl bowed with so much grace, mingled with the profound timidity inspired by the presence of the king, that the latter lost, while looking at her, a few words of the conversation of Monsieur and the cardinal. "Daughter-in-law," continued Madame, "of Imbrouf de Saint-Trémy, my maître d'hôtel, who presided over the confection of that excellent daube truffe which your majesty seemed so much to appreciate. No grace, no youth, no beauty could stand out against such a presentation." The king smiled. Whether the words of Madame were a pleasantry, or uttered in all innocency, they proved the pitiless immolation of everything that Louis had found charming or poetic in the young girl. Mademoiselle de la Vallière for Madame and, by rebound, for the king. was, for a moment, no more than the daughter of a man of a superior talent over Dindish trophies. But princes are thus constituted. The gods, too, were just like this in Olympus. Diana and Venus, no doubt, abused the beautiful Alcmena and poor Io when they condescended, for distraction's sake, to speak, amidst nectar and ambrosia, of mortal beauties at the table of Jupiter. Fortunately, Louise was so bent in her reverential salute that she did not catch either Madame's words or the king's smile. In fact, if the poor child, who had so much good taste as alone to have chosen to dress herself in white amidst all her companions, if that dove's heart, so easily accessible to painful emotions, had been touched by the cruel words of Madame or the egotistical cold smile of the king, it would have annihilated her. And Montalais herself, the girl of ingenious ideas, would not have attempted to recall her to life. For ridicule kills beauty even. But fortunately, as we have said, Louise, whose ears were buzzing and her eyes veiled by timidity, Louise saw nothing and heard nothing, and the king, who had still his attention directed to the conversation of the cardinal and his uncle, hastened to return to them. He came up just at the moment Mazarin terminated by saying, "Mary," as well as her sisters, has just set off for Brouage. I make them follow the opposite bank of the Loire to that along which we have traveled, and if I calculate their progress correctly, according to the orders I have given, they will tomorrow be opposite Blois. These words were pronounced with that tact, that measure, that distinctness of tone, of intention, and reach which made Del Signor Giulio Mazzarini the first comedian in the world. It resulted that they went straight to the heart of Louis XIV, and the cardinal, on turning round at the simple noise of the approaching footsteps of his Majesty, saw the immediate effect of them upon the countenance of his pupil, an effect betrayed to the keen eyes of his Eminence by a slight increase of color. But what was the ventilation of such a secret to him whose craft had for 20 years deceived all the diplomatists of Europe? From the moment the young king heard these last words, he appeared as if he had received a poisoned arrow in his heart. He could not remain quiet in a place, but cast around an uncertain, dead, and aimless look over the assembly. He with his eyes interrogated his mother more than 20 times, but she, given up to the pleasure of conversing with her sister-in-law, and likewise constrained by the glance of Mazarin, did not appear to comprehend any of the supplications conveyed by the looks of her son. From this moment, music, lights, flowers, beauties, all became odious and insipid to Louis XIV. After he had 100 times bitten his lips, stretched his legs and his arms like a well-brought-up child who, without daring to gape, exhausts all the modes of evincing his weariness, after having uselessly again implored his mother and the minister, he turned a despairing look towards the door, that is to say, towards liberty. At this door, in the embrasure of which he was leaning, he saw, standing out strongly, a figure with a brown and lofty countenance, an aquiline nose, a stern but brilliant eye, gray and long hair, a black mustache, the true type of military beauty, whose georgette, more sparkling than a mirror, broke all the reflected lights which concentrated upon it and sent them back as lightning. This officer wore his gray hat with its long red plumes upon his head, a proof that he was called there by his duty and not by his pleasure. If he had been brought thither by his pleasure, if he had been a courtier instead of a soldier, as pleasure must always be paid for, at the same price, he would have held his hat in his hand. That which proves still better that this officer was upon duty and was accomplishing a task to which he was accustomed was that he watched with folded arms, remarkable indifference, and supreme apathy the joys and ennui of this feat. Above all, he appeared like a philosopher, and all old soldiers are philosophers. he appeared above all to comprehend the news infinitely better. Fan the joys. But in the one he took his part, knowing very well how to do without the other. Now he was leaning, as we have said, against the carved door frame when the melancholy, weary eyes of the king, by chance, met his. It was not the first time, as it appeared, that the eyes of the officer had met those eyes, and he was perfectly acquainted with the expression of them. For, as soon as he had cast his own look upon the countenance of Louis XIV, and had read by it what was passing in his heart, that is to say, all the ennui that oppressed him, all the timid desire to go out which agitated him, he perceived he must render the king a service without his commanding it. Almost in spite of himself, boldly therefore, and as if he had gegem the king multitude, cried he, in a clear, sonorous voice, at these words, which produced the effect of a peal of thunder prevailing over. The orchestra, the singing, and the buzz of the promenaders, the cardinal and the queen mother looked at each other with surprise. Louis XIV, pale but resolved, supported as he was by that intuition of his own thought which he had found in the mind of the officer of musketeers, and which he had just manifested by the order given, arose from his chair and took a step towards the door. "Are you going, my son?" said the queen, whilst Mazarin satisfied himself with interrogating by a look which might have appeared mild if it had not been so piercing. "Yes, madame," replied the king. "I am fatigued, and, besides, wish to write this evening." A smile stole over the lips of the minister, who appeared, by a bend of the head, to give the king permission. Monsieur and Madame hastened to give orders to the officers who presented themselves. The king bowed, crossed the hall, and gained the door, where a hedge of 20 musketeers awaited him. At the extremity of this hedge stood the officer, impassible, with his drawn sword in his hand. The king passed, and all the crowd stood on tiptoe to have one more look at him. 10 musketeers, opening the crowd of the antechambers and the steps, made way for his majesty. The other 10 surrounded the king and Monsieur, who had insisted upon accompanying his majesty. The domestics walked behind. This little cortege escorted the king to the chamber destined for him. The apartment was the same that had been occupied by Henry III. During his sojourn in the States. Monsieur had given his orders. The musketeers, led by their officer, took possession of the little passage by which one wing of the castle communicates with the other. This passage was commenced by a small square antechamber, dark even in the finest days. Monsieur stopped Louis XIV. "You are passing now, sire," said he, "the very spot where the Duc de Guise received the first stab of the poniard." The king was ignorant of all historical matters. He had heard of the fact, but he knew nothing of the localities or the details. "Ah," said he with a shudder, and he stopped. The rest, both behind and before him, stopped likewise. "The duck, sire," continued Gaston, "was nearly where I stand. He was walking in the same direction as your majesty, and Mester de Lorgans was exactly where you're." Lieutenant of Musketeers is Me de Saint Malin, and his majesty's ordinaries were behind him and around him. It was here that he was struck. The king turned towards his officer and saw something like a cloud pass over his martial and daring countenance. "Yes, from behind," murmured the lieutenant with a gesture of supreme disdain, and he endeavored to resume the march as if ill at ease at being between walls formerly defiled by treachery. But the king, who appeared to wish to be informed, was disposed to give another look at this dismal spot. Gaston perceived his nephew's desire. "Look, sire," said he, taking a flambeau from the hands of M. de Saint-Remy. "This is where he fell. There was a bed there, the curtains of which he tore with." Catching at them. "Why does the floor seem hollowed out at this spot?" asked Louis. "Because it was here the blood flowed," replied Gaston. "The blood penetrated deeply into the oak, and it was only by cutting it out that they succeeded in making it disappear. And even then," added Gaston, pointing the flambeau to the spot, "even then this red stain resisted all the attempts made to destroy it." Louis XIV raised his head. Perhaps he was thinking of that bloody trace that had once been shown him at Balouf, and which, as a pendant to that of Blois, had been made there one day by the king his father with the blood of Concini. "Let us go on," said he. The march was resumed promptly, for emotion, no doubt, had given to the voice of the young prince a tone of command which was not customary with. him. When arrived at the apartment destined for the king, which communicated not only with the little passage we have passed through, but further with the great staircase leading to the court. "Will your majesty," said Gaston, "condescend to occupy this apartment, all unworthy as it is to receive you?" "Uncle," replied the young king, "I render you my thanks for your cordial hospitality." Gaston bowed to his nephew, embraced him, and then went out. Of the 20 musketeers who had accompanied the king, 10 reconducted Messire to the reception rooms, which were not yet empty, notwithstanding the king had retired. The 10 others were posted by their officer, who himself explored in 5 minutes all the localities with that cold and certain glance which not even habit gives, unless that glance belongs to genius. Then, when all were placed, he chose as his headquarters the ante-chamber, in which he found a large fauteuil, a lamp, some wine, some water, and some dry bread. He refreshed his lamp, drank half a glass of wine, curled his lip with a smile full of expression, installed himself in his large armchair, and made preparations for sleeping. Chapter 9, in which the unknown of the hostelry of Les Medici loses his incognito. This officer, who was sleeping or preparing to sleep, was, notwithstanding his careless air, charged with a serious responsibility. Lieutenant of the King's Musketeers, he commanded all the company which came from Paris, and that company consisted of 120 men. But, with the exception of the 20 of whom we have spoken, the other 100 were engaged in guarding the Queen Mother, and more particularly the Cardinal. Monsignor Giulio Mazarini economized the traveling expenses of his guards. He consequently used the king's, and that largely, since he took 50 of them for himself, a peculiarity which would not have failed to strike anyone unacquainted with the usages of that court. That which would still further have appeared, if not inconvenient, at least extraordinary to a stranger, was that the side of the castle destined for Monsieur the Cardinal was brilliant, light, and cheerful. The musketeers there mounted guard before every door and allowed no one to enter except the couriers, who, even while he was traveling, followed the cardinal for the carrying on of his correspondence. 20 men were on duty with the Queen Mother, 30 rested, in order to relieve their companions the next day. On the king's side, on the contrary, were darkness, silence, and solitude. When once the doors were closed, there was no longer an appearance of royalty. All the servitors had by degrees retired. Monsieur le Prince had sent to know if His Majesty required his attendance, and on the customary "No" of the lieutenant of musketeers, who was habituated to the question and the reply, all appeared to sink into the arms of sleep as if in the dwelling of a good citizen. and yet it was possible to hear from the side of the house occupied by the young king the music of the banquet, and to see the windows of the great hall, richly illuminated. 10 minutes after his installation in his apartment, Louis XIV had been able to learn, by movement much more distinguished than marked his own leaving, the departure of the cardinal, who, in his turn, sought his bedroom, accompanied by a large escort of ladies and gentlemen. Besides, to perceive this movement, he had nothing to do but to look out at his window, the shutters of which had not been closed. His Eminence crossed the court, conducted by Monsieur, who himself held a flambeau, then followed the Queen Mother, to whom Madame familiarly gave her arm, and both walked chatting away like two old friends. Behind these two couples filed nobles, ladies, pages, and officers. The flambeaux gleamed over the whole court, like the moving reflections of a conflagration. Then the noise of steps and voices became lost in the upper floors of the castle. No one was then thinking of the king, who, leaning on his elbow at his window, had sadly seen pass away all that light, and heard that noise die off. No, not one, if it was not that unknown of the hostelry des Medici, whom we have seen go out, enveloped in his cloak. He had come straight up to the castle, and had, with his melancholy countenance, wandered round and round the palace, from which the people had not yet departed, and finding that no one guarded the great entrance, or the porch, seeing that the soldiers of Monsieur were fraternizing with the royal soldiers, that is to say, swallowing Beaugency at discretion, or rather indiscretion, the unknown, penetrated through the crowd, then ascended to the court, and came to the landing of the staircase leading to the cardinal's apartment. What, according to all probability, induced him to direct his steps that way, was the splendor of the flambeaux and the busy air of the pages and domestics. But he was stopped short by a presented musket and the cry of the sentinel. "Where are you going, my friend?" asked the soldier. "I am going to the king's apartment," replied the unknown, haughtily, but tranquilly. The soldier called one of his Eminence's officers, who, in the tone in which a youth in office directs a solicitor to a minister, let fall these words, "The other staircase, in front," and the officer, without further notice of the unknown, resumed his interrupted conversation. The stranger, without reply, directed his steps towards the staircase pointed out to him. On this side there was no noise, there were no more flambeaux. Obscurity, through which a sentinel glided like a shadow, silence, which permitted him to hear the sound of his own footsteps, accompanied with the jingling of his spurs upon the stone slabs. This guard was one of the 20 musketeers appointed for attendance upon the king, and who mounted guard with the stiffness and consciousness of a statue. "Who goes there?" said the guard. "A friend," replied the unknown. "What do you want?" "To speak to the king." "Do you, my dear monsieur? That's not very likely." "Why not?" "Because the king has gone to bed." "Gone to bed already?" "Yes." "No matter, I must speak to him, and I tell you that is impossible. And yet, go back. Do you require the word? I have no account to render to you. Stand back." And this time the soldier accompanied his word with a threatening gesture, but the unknown stirred no more than if his feet had taken root. "Monsieur le Mousquetaire," said he, "are you a gentleman?" "I have that honor." "Very well. I also am one, and between gentlemen some consideration ought to be observed." The soldier lowered his arms, overcome by the dignity with which these words were pronounced. "Speak, monsieur," said he. And if you ask me anything in my power, thank you. You have an officer, have you not? Our lieutenant. Yes, monsieur. Well, I wish to speak to him. Oh, that's a different thing. Come up, monsieur. The unknown saluted the soldier in a lofty fashion and ascended the staircase, whilst a cry, "Lieutenant, a visit," transmitted from sentinel to sentinel, preceded the unknown and disturbed the slumbers of the officer. Dragging on his boots, rubbing his eyes, and hooking his cloak, the lieutenant made 3 steps towards the stranger. "What can I do to serve you, monsieur?" asked he. "You are the officer on duty, lieutenant of the Musketeers, are you?" "I have that honor," replied the officer. "Monsieur, I must absolutely speak to the king." The lieutenant looked attentively at the unknown, and in that look, however rapid, he saw all he wished to see, that is to say, a person of high distinction in an ordinary dress. "I do not suppose you to be mad," replied he, "and yet you seem to me to be in a condition to know, monsieur, that people do not enter a king's apartments in this manner without his consent." "He will consent." "Monsieur, permit me to doubt that. The king has retired this quarter of an hour. He must be now undressing. Besides, the word is given. When he knows who I am, he will recall the word." The officer was more and more surprised, more and more subdued. "If I consent to announce you, may I at least know whom to announce, monsieur?" "You will announce His Majesty Charles II, King of England, Scotland, and Ireland." The officer uttered a cry of astonishment, drew back, and there might be seen upon his pallid countenance one of the most poignant emotions that ever an energetic man endeavored to drive back to his heart. "Oh, yes, sire. In fact," said he, "I ought to have recognized you." "You have seen my portrait, then?" "No, sire." "Or else you have seen me formerly at court, before I was driven from France." "No, sire, it is not even that. How then could you have recognized me, if you have never seen my portrait or my person?" "Sire, I saw His Majesty your father at a terrible moment." "The day, yes." A dark cloud passed over the brow of the prince. Then, dashing his hand across it, "Do you still see any difficulty in announcing me?" said he. "Sire, pardon me," replied the officer, "but I could not imagine a king under so simple an exterior, and yet I had the honor to tell your Majesty just now that I had seen Charles I. But pardon me, monsieur, I will go and inform the king." But returning after going a few steps, "Your Majesty is desirous, without doubt, that this interview should be a secret?" said he. "I do not require it, but if it were possible to preserve it, it is possible, sire, for I can dispense with informing the first gentleman on duty, but for that your Majesty must please to consent to give up your sword." "True, true. I had forgotten that no one armed is permitted to enter the chamber of a king of France." "Your Majesty will form an exception, if you wish it, but then I shall avoid my responsibility by informing the king's attendant. Here is my sword, monsieur. Will you now please to announce me to His Majesty?" "Instantly, sire." And the officer immediately went and knocked at the door of communication, which the valet opened to him. "His Majesty the King of England," said the officer. "His Majesty the King of England," replied the valet de chambre. At these words a gentleman opened the folding doors of the king's apartment, and Louis XIV. was seen, without hat or sword, and his pourpoint open, advancing with signs of the greatest surprise. "You, my brother, you at Blois," cried Louis XIV, dismissing with a gesture both the gentleman and the valet de chambre, who passed out into the next apartment. "Sire," replied Charles II, "I was going to Paris in the hope of seeing your Majesty, when report informed me of your approaching arrival in this city. I therefore prolong my abode here, having something very particular to communicate to you. Will this closet suit you, my brother?" "Perfectly well, sire, for I think no one can hear us here. I have dismissed my gentleman and my watcher. They are in the next chamber. There, behind that partition, is a solitary closet looking into the antechamber, and in that antechamber you found nobody but a solitary officer, did you?" "No, sire." "Well then, speak, my brother. I listen to you." "Sire, I commence and entreat your Majesty to have pity on the misfortunes of our house. The King of France colored and drew his chair closer to that of the King of England. "Sire," said Charles II, "I have no need to ask if your Majesty is acquainted with the details of my deplorable history." Louis XIV blushed, this time more strongly than before, then stretching forth his hand to that of the King of England. "My brother," said he, "I am ashamed to say so, but the cardinal scarcely ever speaks of political affairs before me. Still more, formerly I used to get Laporte, my valet de chambre, to read historical subjects to me, but he put a stop to these readings and took away Laporte from me, so that I beg my brother Charles to tell me all those matters as to a man who knows nothing." "Well, sire, I think that by taking things from the beginning I shall have a better chance of touching the heart of your Majesty." "Speak on, my brother, speak on." "You know, sire, that being called in 1650 to Edinburgh during Cromwell's expedition into Ireland, I was crowned at Scone. A year after, wounded in one of the provinces he had usurped, Cromwell returned upon us. To meet him was my object, to leave Scotland was my wish." "And yet," interrupted the young king, "Scotland is almost your native country, is it not, my brother?" "Yes, but the Scots were cruel compatriots for me, sire. They had forced me to forsake the religion of my fathers. They had hung Lord Montrose, the most devoted of my servants, because he was not a Covenanter, and as the poor martyr, to whom they had offered a favour when dying, had asked that his body might be cut into as many pieces as there are cities in Scotland, in order that evidence of his fidelity might be met with everywhere, I could not leave one city or go into another without passing under some fragments of a body which had acted, fought, and breathed for me. By a bold, almost desperate march, I passed through Cromwell's army and entered England. The Protector set out in pursuit of the strange flight, which had a crown for its object. If I had been able to reach London before him, without doubt the prize of the race would have been mine. But he overtook me at Worcester. The genius of England was no longer with us, but with him. On the 5th of September, 1651, sire, the anniversary of the other battle of Dunbar, so fatal to the Scots, I was conquered. 2,000 men fell around me before I thought of retreating a step. At length I was obliged to fly. From that moment my history became a romance. Pursued with persistent inveteracy, I cut off my hair, I disguised myself as a woodman. One day spent amidst the branches of an oak gave to that tree the name of the Royal Oak, which it bears to this day. My adventures in the county of Stafford, whence I escaped with the daughter of my host on a pillion behind me, still fill the tales of the country firesides, and would furnish matter for ballads. I will some day write all this, sire, for the instruction of my brother kings. I will first tell how, on arriving at the residence of Mr. Norton, I met with a court chaplain who was looking on at a party playing at skittles, and an old servant who named me, bursting into tears, and who was as near and as certainly killing me by his fidelity as another might have been by treachery. Then I will tell of my terrors, yes, sire, of my terrors when, at the house of Colonel Wyndham, a farrier who came to shoe our horses declared they had been shod in the north. How strange, murmured Louis XIV. I never heard anything of all that. I was only told of your embarkation at Brighthelmstone and your landing in Normandy. Oh, exclaimed Charles, if heaven permits kings to be thus ignorant of the histories of each other, how can they render assistance to their brothers who need it? But tell me, continued Louis XIV, how after being so roughly received in England, you can still hope for anything from that unhappy country and that rebellious people. Oh, sire, since the Battle of Worcester, everything is changed there. Cromwell is dead, after having signed a treaty with France in which his name is placed above yours. He died on the 5th of September, 1658, a fresh anniversary of the battles of Dunbar and Worcester. His son has succeeded him. But certain men have a family, sire, and no heir. The inheritance of Oliver was too heavy for Richard. Richard was neither a Republican nor a Royalist. Richard allowed his guards to eat his dinner, and his generals to govern the Republic. Richard abdicated the Protectorate on the 22nd of April, 1659, more than a year ago, sire. From that time England is nothing but a tennis court, in which the players throw dice for the crown of my father. The two most eager players are Lambert and Monk. Well, sire, I, in my turn, wish to take part in this game, where the stakes are thrown upon my royal mantle. Sire, it only requires 1,000,000 to corrupt one of these players and make an ally of him, or 200 of your gentlemen to drive them out of my palace at Whitehall, as Christ drove the money changers from the temple. You come then, replied Louis XIV, to ask me. For your assistance, that is to say, not only for that which kings owe to each other, but that which simple Christians owe to each other, your assistance, sire, either in money or men. Your assistance, sire, and within a month, whether I oppose Lambert to Monk or Monk to Lambert, I shall have reconquered my paternal inheritance, without having cost my country a guinea, or my subjects a drop of blood. For they are now all drunk with revolutions, protectorates, and republics, and ask nothing better than to fall staggering to sleep in the arms of royalty. Your assistance, sire, and I shall owe you more than I owe my father, my poor father, who bought at so dear a rate the ruin of our house. You may judge, sire, whether I am unhappy, whether I am in despair, for I accuse my own father. And the blood mounted to the pale face of Charles II, who remained for an instant with his head between his hands, and as if blinded by that blood, which appeared to revolt against the filial blasphemy. The young king was not less affected than his elder brother. He threw himself about in his fauteuil, and could not find a single word of reply. Charles II, to whom 10 years in age gave a superior strength to master his emotions, recovered his speech the first. "Sire," said he, "your reply? I wait for it as a criminal waits for his sentence. Must I die?" "My brother," replied the French prince, "you ask me for 1,000,000, me, who was never possessed of a quarter of that sum. I possess nothing. I am no more king of France than you are king of England. I am a name, a cipher dressed in fleur-de-lis velvet, that is all. I am upon a visible throne, that is my only advantage over your majesty. I have nothing, I can do nothing." "Can it be so?" exclaimed Charles II. My brother, said Louis, sinking his voice, I have undergone miseries with which my poorest gentlemen are unacquainted. If my poor Laporte were here, he would tell you that I have slept in ragged sheets through the holes of which my legs have passed. He would tell you that afterwards, when I asked for carriages, they brought me conveyances half destroyed by the rats of the coach-houses. He would tell you that when I asked for my dinner, the servants went to the cardinal's kitchen to inquire if there were any dinner for the king. And look, today, this very day even, when I am 22 years of age, today when I have attained the grade of the majority of kings, today when I ought to have the key of the treasury, the direction of the policy, the supremacy in peace and war, cast your eyes around me, see how I am left. Look at this abandonment, this disdain, this silence, whilst yonder look yonder. View the bustle, the lights, the homage. There you see the real King of France, my brother, in the cardinal's apartments. Yes, in the cardinal's apartments. Then I am condemned, sire. Louis XIV made no reply. Condemned is the word, for I will never solicit him who left my mother and sister to die with cold and hunger, the daughter and granddaughter of Henry IV, if M. de Retz and the Parliament had not sent them wood and bread. To die, murmured Louis XIV. Well, continued the King of England, poor Charles II, grandson of Henry IV, as you are, sire, having neither Parliament nor Cardinal de Retz to apply to, will die of hunger, as his mother and sister had nearly done. Louis knitted his brow and twisted violently the lace of his ruffles. This prostration, this immobility, serving as a mark to an emotion so visible, struck Charles II, and he took the young man's hand. Thanks, said he, my brother. You pity me, and that is all I can require of you in your present situation. Sire, said Louis XIV, with a sudden impulse, and raising his head, it is 1,000,000 you require, or 200 gentlemen, I think you say. Sire, 1,000,000 would be quite sufficient. That is very little. Offered to a single man, it is a great deal. Convictions have been purchased at a much lower price, and I should have nothing to do but with venalities. 200 gentlemen, reflect! That is little more than a single company. Sire, there is in our family a tradition, and that is that 4 men, 4 French gentlemen, devoted to my father, were near saving my father, though condemned by a parliament, guarded by an army, and surrounded by a nation. Then if I can procure you 1,000,000 or 200 gentlemen, you will be satisfied, and you will consider me your well-affectioned brother. I shall consider you as my savior. And if I recover the throne of my father, England will be, as long as I reign at least, a sister to France, as you will have been a brother to me. Well, my brother, said Louis, rising, what you hesitate to ask for I will myself demand. That which I have never done on my own account, I will do on yours. I will go and find the King of France the other, the rich, the powerful one, I mean. I will myself solicit this 1,000,000 or these 200 gentlemen, and we will see. Oh, cried Charles, you are a noble friend, sire, a heart created by God. You save me, my brother, and if you should ever stand in need of the life you restore me, demand it. Silence, my brother, silence, said Louis in a suppressed voice. Take care that no one hears you. We have not obtained our end yet. To ask money of Mazarin, that is worse than traversing the enchanted forest, each tree of which enclosed a demon. It is more than setting out to conquer a world. But yet, sire, when you ask it, I have already told you that I never asked, replied Louis with a haughtiness that made the King of England turn pale. And as the latter, like a wounded man, made a retreating movement, "Pardon me, my brother," replied he. "I have neither a mother nor a sister who are." Suffering. "My throne is hard and naked, but I am firmly seated on my throne." Pardon me that expression, my brother. It was that of an egotist. I will retract it, therefore, by a sacrifice. I will go to Monsieur le Cardinal. Wait for me, if you please, I will return. Chapter 10. The Arithmetic of M. de Mazarin. Whilst the king was directing his course rapidly towards the wing of the castle occupied by the cardinal, taking nobody with him but his valet de chambre, the officer of musketeers came out, breathing like a man who has for a long time been forced to hold his breath, from the little cabinet of which we have already spoken, and which the king believed to be quite solitary. This little cabinet had formerly been part of the chamber, from which it was only separated by a thin partition. It resulted that this partition, which was only for the eye, permitted the ear the least indiscreet to hear every word spoken in the chamber. There was no doubt, then, that this lieutenant of musketeers had heard all that passed in his Majesty's apartment. Warned by the last words of the young king, he came out just in time to salute him on his passage, and to follow him with his eyes till he had disappeared in the corridor. Then, as soon as he had disappeared, he shook his head after a fashion peculiarly his own, and in a voice which 40 years' absence from Gascony had not deprived of its Gascon accent, "A melancholy service," said he, "and a melancholy master." These words pronounced, the lieutenant resumed his place in his fauteuil, stretched his legs, and closed his eyes, like a man who either sleeps or meditates. During this short monologue and the mise en scene that had accompanied it, whilst the king, through the long corridors of the old castle, proceeded to the apartment of de Mazarin, a scene of another sort was being enacted in those apartments. Mazarin was in bed, suffering a little from the gout. But as he was a man of order who utilized even pain, he forced his wakefulness to be the humble servant of his labor. He had consequently ordered Bernouin, his valet de chambre, to bring him a little traveling desk, so that he might write in bed. But the gout is not an adversary that allows itself to be conquered so easily. Therefore, at each movement he made, the pain from dull became sharp. "Is Brienne there?" asked he of Bernouin. "No, monseigneur," replied the valet de chambre. "M. de Brienne, with your permission, is gone to bed. But if it is the wish of your eminence, he can speedily be called." "No, it is not worth while. Let us see, however. Cursed ciphers!" And the cardinal began to think, counting on his fingers the while. "Oh, ciphers, is it?" said Bernouin. "Very well. If your eminence attempts calculations, I will promise you a pretty headache tomorrow. And with that, please to remember M. Guenaud is not here." "You are right, Bernouin. You must take Brienne's place, my friend. Indeed, I ought to have brought M. Colbert with me. That young man goes on very well, Bernouin, very well, a very orderly youth." "I do not know," said the valet de chambre, "but I don't like the countenance of your young man who goes on so well." "Well, well, Bernouin, we don't stand in need of your advice. Place yourself there. Take the pen and write." "I am ready, monseigneur. What am I to write?" "There, that's the place, after the 2 lines already traced." "I am there. Write 760,000 livres." "That is written." Upon lines, the cardinal appeared to hesitate. "Upon lions," repeated Bernouin. 3,900,000 livres. "Well, monseigneur?" "Upon Bordeaux, 7 millions." 7 repeated Bernouin. Yes, said the cardinal pettishly, 7. Then, recollecting himself, you understand, Bernouin, added he, that all this money is to be spent? Monseigneur, whether it be to be spent or put away is a very little. Consequence to me, since none of these millions are mine. These millions are the king's. It is the king's money I am reckoning. Well, what were we saying? You always interrupt me. 7 millions upon Bordeaux. Ah, yes, that's right. Upon Madrid 4 millions. I give you to understand plainly to whom this money belongs, Bernouin, seeing that everybody has the stupidity to believe me rich in millions. I repel the silly idea. A minister, besides, has nothing of his own. Come, go on. Rentres generales, 7 millions, properties, 9 millions. Have you written that, Bernouin? Yes, Monseigneur. Bourse, 600,000 livres, various property, 2 millions. Ah, I forgot the furniture of the different chateaux. Must I put of the crown? Asked Bernouin. No, no, it is of no use doing that. That is understood. Have you written that, Bernouin? Yes, Monseigneur. And the ciphers? Stand straight under one another. Cast them up, Bernouin. 39,260,000 livres, Monseigneur. Ah! cried the cardinal, in a tone of vexation. There are not yet 40 millions. Bernouin recommenced the addition. No, Monseigneur, there want 740,000 livres. Mazarin asked for the account and revised it carefully. Yes, but, said Bernouin, 39,260,000 livres make a good round sum. Ah, Bernouin, I wish the king had it. Your Eminence told me that this money was His Majesty's. Doubtless, as clear, as transparent as possible. These 39 millions are bespoken, and much more. Bernouin smiled after his own fashion, that is, like a man who believes no more than he is willing to believe whilst preparing the cardinal's night draught and putting his pillow to rights. Oh, said Mazarin when the valet had gone out, not yet 40 millions. I must, however, attain that sum which I had set down for myself. But who knows whether I shall have time? I sink, I am going, I shall never reach it. And yet, who knows that I may not find 2 or 3 millions in the pockets of my good friends the Spaniards? They discovered Peru, those people did. And what the devil! They must have something left. As he was speaking thus, entirely occupied with his ciphers and thinking no more of his gout, repelled by a preoccupation which, with the cardinal, was the most powerful of all preoccupations, Bernouin rushed into the chamber, quite in a fright. Well, asked the cardinal, what is the matter now? The king, Monseigneur, the king. How, the king? Said Mazarin, quickly concealing his paper. The king here, the king at this hour. I thought he was in bed long ago. What is the matter, then? The king could hear these last words and see the terrified gesture of the cardinal rising up in his bed, for he entered the chamber at that moment. It is nothing, Monsieur le Cardinal, or at least nothing which can alarm you. It is an important communication which I wish to make to your Eminence tonight, that is all. Mazarin immediately thought of that marked attention which the king had given to his words concerning Mademoiselle de Mancini, and the communication appeared to him probably to refer to this source. He recovered his serenity then instantly, and assumed his most agreeable air, a change of countenance which inspired the king with the greatest joy, and when Louis was seated, "Sire," said the cardinal, I ought certainly to listen to your majesty standing, but the violence of my complaint, no ceremony between us, my dear Monsieur le Cardinal, said Louis kindly. I am your pupil, and not the king, you know very well, and this evening in particular, as I come to you as a petitioner, as a solicitor, and one very humble, and desirous to be kindly received too. Mazarin, seeing the heightened color of the king, was confirmed in his first idea. That is to say, that love thoughts were hidden under all these fine words. This time, political cunning, keen as it was, made a mistake. This color was not caused by the bashfulness of a juvenile passion, but only by the painful contraction of the royal pride. Like a good uncle, Mazarin felt disposed to facilitate the confidence. "Speak, sire," said he. "And since your majesty is willing for an instant to forget that I am your subject, and call me your master and instructor, I promise your majesty my most devoted and tender consideration." "Thanks, Monsieur le Cardinal," answered the king. "That which I have to ask of your eminence has but little to do with myself." "So much the worse," replied the cardinal, "so much the worse. Sire, I should wish your majesty to ask of me something of importance, even a sacrifice. But whatever it may be that you ask me, I am ready to set your heart at rest by granting it, my dear sire." "Well, this is what brings me here," said the king with a beating of the heart that had no equal except the beating of the heart of the minister. "I have just received a visit from my brother, the King of England." Mazarin bounded in his bed as if he had been put in relation with a Leyden jar or a voltaic pile, at the same time that a surprise, or rather a manifest disappointment, inflamed his features with such a blaze of anger that Louis XIV, little diplomatist as he was, saw that the minister had hoped to hear something else. "Charles II," exclaimed Mazarin, with a hoarse voice and a disdainful movement of his lips. "You have received a visit from Charles II?" "From King Charles II," replied Louis, according in a marked manner to the grandson of Henry IV, the title which Mazarin had forgotten to give him. "Yes, Monsieur le Cardinal, that unhappy prince has touched my heart with the relation of his misfortunes. His distress is great, Monsieur le Cardinal, and it has appeared painful to me, who have seen my own throne disputed, who have been forced in times of commotion to quit my capital, to me, in short, who am acquainted with misfortune, to leave a deposed and fugitive brother without assistance." "Eh!" said the cardinal sharply. "Why had he not, as you have, a Jules Mazarin by his side? His crown would then have remained intact." "I know all that my house owes to your eminence," replied the king haughtily, "and you may believe well that I, on my part, shall never forget it. It is precisely because my brother the King of England has not about him the powerful genius who has saved me, it is for that, I say, that I wish to conciliate the aid of that same genius, and beg you to extend your arm over his head, well assured, Monsieur le Cardinal, that your hand, by touching him only, would know how to replace upon his brow the crown which fell at the foot of his father's scaffold." "Sire," replied Mazarin, "I thank you for your good opinion with regard to myself, but we have nothing to do yonder. They are a set of madmen who deny." "God, and cut off the heads of their kings. They are dangerous, observe, sire, and filthy to the touch after having wallowed in royal blood and covenantal murder. That policy has never suited me. I scorn it and reject it. Therefore you ought to assist in establishing a better." "What is that?" "The restoration of Charles II, for example." "Good heavens!" cried Mazarin. "Does the poor prince flatter himself with that chimera?" "Yes, he does," replied the young king, terrified at the difficulties opposed to this project, which he fancied he could perceive in the infallible eye of his minister. "He only asks for 1,000,000 to carry out his purpose." Is that all, a little million, if you please?" said the cardinal ironically, with an effort to conquer his Italian accent. "A little million, if you please, brother." "Bah, a family of mendicants." "Cardinal," said Louis, raising his head, "that family of mendicants is a branch of my family. Are you rich enough to give millions to other people, sire? Have you millions to throw away?" "Oh," replied Louis XIV, with great pain, which he, however, by a strong effort, prevented from appearing on his countenance. "Oh, yes, Monsieur le Cardinal, I am well aware I am poor, and yet the crown of France is worth 1,000,000, and to perform a good action I would pledge my crown if it were necessary. I could find Jews who would be willing to lend me 1,000,000. "So, sire, you say you want 1,000,000?" said Mazarin. "Yes, monsieur, I say so." "You are mistaken, greatly mistaken, sire. You want much more than that, Bernouin. You shall see, sire, how much you really want." "What, cardinal," said the king, "are you going to consult a lackey about my affairs?" "Bernouin," cried the cardinal again, without appearing to remark the humiliation of the young prince. "Come here, Bernouin, and tell me the figures I gave you just now." "Cardinal, cardinal!" "Did you not hear me?" said Louis, turning pale with anger. "Do not be angry, sire. I deal openly with the affairs of your Majesty. Everyone." In France knows that. My books are as open as day. What did I tell you to do just now, Bernouin? Your Eminence commanded me to cast up an account. You did it, did you not? Yes, my lord. To verify the amount of which His Majesty, at this moment, stands in need. Did I not tell you so? Be frank, my friend. Your Eminence said so. Well, what sum did I say I wanted? 45 millions, I think. And what sum could we find, after collecting all our resources? 39,260,000. That is correct, Bernouin. That is all I wanted to know. Leave us now, said the cardinal, fixing his brilliant eye upon the young king, who sat mute with stupefaction. However, stammered the king. "What, do you still doubt, sire?" "Sire?" said the cardinal. "Well, here is a proof of what I said." And Mazarin drew from under his bolster the paper covered with figures, which he presented to the king, who turned away his eyes, his vexation was so deep. "Therefore, as it is 1,000,000 you want, sire, and that million is not set down here, it is 46 millions your Majesty stands in need of. Well, I don't think that any Jews in the world would lend such a sum, even upon the crown of France." The king, clenching his hands beneath his ruffles, pushed away his chair. "So it must be then," said he. "My brother the King of England will die of hunger." "Sire," replied Mazarin in the same tone, "remember this proverb, which I give you as the expression of the soundest policy: rejoice at being poor when your neighbor is poor likewise." Louis meditated for a few moments, with an inquisitive glance directed to the paper, one end of which remained under the bolster. Then, said he, "It is impossible to comply with my demand for money. My lord cardinal, is it?" "Absolutely, sire. Remember, this will secure me a future enemy, if he succeed in recovering his crown without my assistance." "If your Majesty only fears that, you may be quite at ease," replied Mazarin eagerly. "Very well, I say no more about it," exclaimed Louis XIV. "Have I at least convinced you, sire?" placing his hand upon that of the young king. "Perfectly." "If there be anything else, ask it, sire. I shall be most happy to grant it to you, having refused this. Anything else, my lord? Why, yes, am I not devoted body and soul to your majesty? Hola, Bernoin, lights and guards for his majesty. His majesty is returning to his own chamber. Not yet, monsieur. Since you placed your goodwill at my disposal, I will take advantage of it. For yourself, sire? Asked the cardinal, hoping that his niece was at length about to be named. No, monsieur, not for myself, replied Louis, but still for my brother Charles. The brow of Mazarin again became clouded, and he grumbled a few words that the king could not catch. Chapter 11. Mazarin's policy. Instead of the hesitation with which he had accosted the cardinal a quarter of an hour before, there might be read in the eyes of the young king that will against which a struggle might be maintained, and which might be crushed by its own impotence, but which at least would preserve, like a wound in the depth of the heart, the remembrance of its defeat. This time, my lord cardinal, we have to deal with something more easily found than 1,000,000. Do you think so, sire? Said Mazarin, looking at the king with that penetrating eye which was accustomed to read to the bottom of hearts. Yes, I think so. And when you know the object of my request, and do you think I do not know it, sire? You know what remains for me to say to you? Listen, sire. These are King Charles's own words. Oh, impossible. Listen. And if that miserly, beggarly Italian, said he, my lord cardinal. That is the sense, if not the words. Good heavens, I wish him no ill on that account. One is biased by his passions. He said to you, if that vile Italian refuses the 1,000,000 we ask of him, sire, if we are forced for want of money to renounce diplomacy, well then, we will ask him to grant us 500 gentlemen. The king started, for the cardinal was only mistaken in the number. Is not that it, sire? Cried the minister with a triumphant accent. And then he added some fine words. He said, I have friends on the other side of the channel. And these friends only want a leader and a banner. When they see me, when they behold the banner of France, they will rally round me, for they will comprehend that I have your support. The colors of the French uniform will be worth as much to me as the 1,000,000 M. de Mazarin refuses us, for he was pretty well assured I should refuse him that 1,000,000. I shall conquer with these 500 gentlemen, sire, and all the honor will be yours. Now, that is what he said, or to that purpose was it not? Turning those plain words into brilliant metaphors and pompous images, for they are fine talkers in that family. The father talked even on the scaffold. The perspiration of shame stood upon the brow of Louis. He felt that it was inconsistent with his dignity to hear his brother thus insulted, but he did not yet know how to act with him to whom everyone yielded, even his mother. At last he made an effort. But, said he, my lord cardinal, it is not 500 men, it is only 200. Well, but you see I guessed what he wanted. I never denied that you had a penetrating eye, and that was why I thought you would not refuse my brother Charles a thing so simple and so easy to grant him as what I ask of you in his name, my lord cardinal, or rather in my own. Sire, said Mazarin, I have studied policy 30 years. First, under the auspices of M. le Cardinal de Richelieu, and then alone. This policy has not always been over-honest, it must be allowed, but it has never been unskilful. Now, that which is proposed to your majesty is dishonest and unskilful at the same time. Dishonest, monsieur. Sire, you entered into a treaty with Cromwell. Yes, and in that very treaty Cromwell signed his name above mine. Why did you sign yours so low down, sire? Cromwell found a good place and he took it. That was his custom. I returned then to Mem Cromwell. You have a treaty with him, that is to say, with England, since when you signed that treaty and Cromwell was England. M. Cromwell is dead. Do you think so, sire? No doubt he is, since his son Richard has succeeded him and has abdicated. Yes, that is it exactly. Richard inherited after the death of his father, and England at the abdication of Richard. The treaty formed part of the inheritance, whether in the hands of M. Joan, Richard, or in the hands of England. The treaty is then still as good, as valid as ever. Why should you abate it, sire? What is? Changed? Charles wants today what we were not willing to grant him 10 years ago, but that was foreseen and provided against. You are the ally of England, sire, and not of Charles II. It was doubtless wrong, from a family point of view, to sign a treaty with the man who had cut off the head of the king your father's brother-in-law, and to contract an alliance with a parliament which they call yonder the Rump Parliament. It was unbecoming, I acknowledge, but it was not unskilful from a political point of view, since, thanks to that treaty, I saved your majesty, then a minor, the trouble and the Fronde, sire. The young king hung his head, which the Fronde might have fatally complicated. And thus I prove to your majesty that to change our plan now, without warning our allies, would be at once unskilful and dishonest. We should make war with the aggression on our side. We should make it, deserving to have it made against us, and we should have the appearance of fearing it whilst provoking it, for a permission granted to 500 men. To 200 men, to 50 men, to 10 men is still a permission. One Frenchman, that is the nation, one uniform, that is the army. Suppose, sire, for example, that sooner or later you should have war with Holland, which sooner or later will certainly happen, or with Spain, which will perhaps ensue if your marriage fails. Mazarin stole a furtive glance at the king. And there are 1,000 causes that might yet make your marriage fail. Well, would you approve of England sending to the United Provinces, or to Spain a regiment, a company, a squadron even, of English gentlemen? Would you think that they kept within the limits of their treaty of alliance? Louis listened. It seemed so strange to him that Mazarin should invoke good faith, and he the author of so many political tricks called Mazarinades. And yet, said the king, without any manifest authorization, I cannot prevent gentlemen of my states from passing over into England, if such should be their good pleasure. You should compel them to return, sire, or at least protest against their presence as enemies in an allied country. But come, my lord cardinal, you who are so profound a genius, try if you cannot find means to assist this poor king without compromising ourselves. And that is exactly what I am not willing to do, my dear sire, said Mazarin. If England were to act exactly according to my wishes, she could not act better than she does. If I directed the policy of England from this place, I should not direct it otherwise. Governed as she is governed, England is an eternal nest of contention for all Europe. Holland protects Charles II. Let Holland do so. They will quarrel, they will fight. They are the only two maritime powers. Let them destroy each other's navies. We can construct ours with the wrecks of their vessels, when we shall save our money to buy nails. Oh, how paltry and mean is all this that you are telling me, Monsieur le Cardinal. Yes, but nevertheless it is true, sire. You must confess that. Still further, suppose I admit for a moment the possibility of breaking your word and evading the treaty. Such a thing sometimes happens, but that is when some great interest is to be promoted by it, or when the treaty is found to be too troublesome. Well, you will authorize the engagement asked of you, France her banner, which is the same thing will cross the straits and will fight. France will be conquered. Why so? Ma foi! We have a pretty general to fight under this Charles II. Worcester gave us good proofs of that. But he will no longer have to deal with Cromwell, monsieur. But he will have to deal with Monk, who is quite as dangerous. The brave brewer of whom we are speaking was a visionary. He had moments of exaltation, of inflation, during which he ran over like an overfilled cask, and from the chinks there always escaped some drops of his thoughts, and by the sample the whole of his thought was to be made out. Cromwell has thus allowed us more than 10 times to penetrate into his very soul, when one would have conceived that soul to be enveloped in triple brass, as Horace has it. But Monk, oh sire, God defend you from ever having anything to transact politically with Monk. It is he who has given me, in 1 year, all the gray hairs I have. Monk is no fanatic. Unfortunately, he is a politician. He does not overflow. He keeps close together. For 10 years he has had his eyes fixed upon one object, and nobody has yet been able to ascertain what. Every morning, as Louis XI advised, he burns his nightcap. Therefore, on the day when this plan slowly and solitarily ripened shall break forth, it will break forth with all the conditions of success which always accompany an unforeseen event. That is Monk, sire, of whom perhaps you have never heard of whom. Perhaps you did not even know the name before your brother Charles II, who knows what he is, pronounced it before you. He is a marvel of depth and tenacity, the two only things against which intelligence and ardor are blunted. Sire, I had ardor when I was young. I always was intelligent. I may safely boast of it because I am reproached with it. I have done very well with these two qualities, since from the son of a fisherman of Piscina I have become Prime Minister to the King of France, and in that position your Majesty will perhaps acknowledge I have rendered some service to the throne of your Majesty. Well, sire, if I had met with Monk on my way, instead of Monsieur de Beaufort, Monsieur de Retz, or Monsieur le Prince, well, we should have been ruined. If you engage yourself rashly, sire, you will fall into the talons of this politic soldier. The cask of Monk, sire, is an iron coffer, in the recesses of which he shuts up his thoughts, and no one has the key of it. Therefore, near him, or rather before him, I bow, sire, for I have nothing but a velvet cap. What do you think Monk wishes to do then? Sire, if I knew that, I would not tell you to mistrust him, for I should be stronger than he, but with him I am afraid to guess. You understand my word? For if I thought I had guessed, I should stop at an idea, and, in spite of myself, should pursue that idea. Since that man has been in power yonder, I am like one of the damned in Dante whose neck Satan has twisted, and who walk forward looking behind them. I am traveling towards Madrid, but I never lose sight of London. To guess, with that devil of a man, is to deceive oneself, and to deceive oneself is to ruin oneself. God keep me from ever seeking to guess what he aims at. I confine myself to watching what he does, and that is well enough. Now I believe you observe the meaning of the word. I believe, with respect to Monk, ties one to nothing. I believe that he has a strong inclination to succeed Cromwell. Your Charles II has already caused proposals to be made to him by 10 persons. He has satisfied himself with driving these 10 meddlers from his presence without saying anything to them but "Begone, or I will have you hung." That man is a sepulchre. At this moment Monk is affecting devotion to the Rump Parliament. Of this devotion, observe, I am not the dupe. Monk has no wish to be assassinated. An assassination would stop him in the midst of his operations, and his work must be accomplished. So I believe, but do not believe what I believe, sire. For I say I believe from habit. I believe that Monk is keeping on friendly terms with the Parliament till the day comes for dispersing it. You are asked for swords, but they are to fight against Monk. God preserve you from fighting against Monk, sire, for Monk would beat us, and I should never console myself after being beaten by Monk. I should say to myself, Monk has foreseen that victory 10 years. For God's sake, sire, out of friendship for you, if not out of consideration for himself, let Charles II keep quiet, your majesty. Will give him a little income here. Give him one of your chateaux. Yes, yes, wait a while. But I forgot the treaty, that famous treaty of which we were just now speaking. Your Majesty has not even the right to give him a chateau. How is that? Yes, yes, your Majesty is bound not to grant hospitality to King Charles, and to compel him to leave France even. It was on this account we forced him to quit you, and yet here he is again. Sire, I hope you will give your brother to understand that he cannot remain with us, that it is impossible he should be allowed to compromise us, or I myself. Enough, my lord, said Louis XIV, rising. In refusing me 1,000,000, perhaps you may be right. Your millions are your own. In refusing me 200 gentlemen, you are still further in the right. For you are Prime Minister, and you have, in the eyes of France, the responsibility of peace and war, but that you should pretend to prevent me, who am king, from extending my hospitality to the grandson of Henry IV, to my cousin German, to the companion of my childhood, there your power stops, and there begins my will. Sire, said Mazarin, delighted at being let off so cheaply, and who had, besides, only fought so earnestly to arrive at that, sire, I shall always bend before the will of my king. Let my king, then, keep near him, or in one of his chateaux, the King of England. Let Mazarin know it, but let not the minister know it. Good night, my lord, said Louis XIV. I go away in despair, but convinced, and that is all I desire, sire, replied Mazarin. The king made no answer, and retired quite pensive, convinced not of all Mazarin had told him, but of one thing which he took care not to mention to him, and that was that it was necessary for him to study seriously both his own affairs and those of Europe, for he found them very difficult and very obscure. Louis found the King of England seated in the same place where he had left him. On perceiving him, the English prince arose, but at the first glance he saw discouragement written in dark letters upon his cousin's brow. Then, speaking first, as if to facilitate the painful avowal that Louis had to make to him, "Whatever it may be," said he, "I shall never forget all the kindness, all the friendship you have exhibited towards me." "Alas," replied Louis in a melancholy tone, "only bearing goodwill, my brother." Charles II became extremely pale. He passed his cold hand over his brow and struggled for a few instants against a faintness that made him tremble. "I understand," said he at last. "No more hope." Louis seized the hand of Charles II. "Wait, my brother," said he. "Precipitate nothing. Everything may change. Hasty resolutions ruin all causes. Add another year of trial, I implore you, to the years you have already undergone. You have to induce you to act now rather than at another time, neither occasion nor opportunity. Come with me, my brother. I will give you one of my residences, whichever you prefer, to inhabit. I, with you, will keep my eyes upon events. We will prepare. Come then, my brother. have courage." Charles II withdrew his hand from that of the king, and drawing back to salute him with more ceremony. "With all my heart, thanks," replied he, "sire, but I have prayed without success to the greatest king on earth. Now I will go and ask a miracle of God." And he went out without being willing to hear any more, his head carried loftily, his hand trembling, with a painful contraction of his noble countenance, and that profound gloom which, finding no more hope in the world of men, appeared to go beyond it and ask it in worlds unknown. The officer of musketeers, on seeing him pass by thus pale, bowed almost to his knees as he saluted him. He then took a flambeau, called Two Musketeers, and descended the deserted staircase with the unfortunate king holding in his left hand his hat, the plume of which swept the steps. Arrived at the door, the musketeer asked the king which way he was going, that he might direct the musketeers. "Monsieur," replied Charles II, in a subdued voice, "you who have known my father, say, did you ever pray for him? If you have done so, do not forget me in your prayers. Now I am going alone, and beg of you not to accompany me or have me accompanied any further." The officer bowed and sent away the musketeers into the interior of the palace, but he himself remained an instant under the porch, watching the departing Charles II, till he was lost in the turn of the next street. To him, as to his father, "Formerly," murmured he, "Athos, if he were here, would say with reason, 'Salute fallen majesty.' Then, reascending the staircase, 'Oh, the vile service that I follow!' said he at every step, 'Oh, my pitiful master! Life thus carried on is no longer tolerable, and it is at length time that I should do something. No more generosity, no more energy. The master has succeeded, the pupil is starved forever. More to you, I will not resist. Come, you men," continued he, entering the antechamber, "why are you all looking at me so? Extinguish these torches and return to your posts. Ah! You are guarding me? Yes, you watch over me, do you not, worthy fellows? Brave fools! I am not the Duc de Guise. Begone! They will not assassinate me in the little passage. Besides," added he in a low voice, "that would be a resolution, and no resolutions have been formed since Monsieur le Cardinal de Richelieu died. Now, with all his faults, that was a man. It is settled. Tomorrow I will throw my cassock to the nettles." Then, reflecting, "No," said he, "not yet. I have one great trial to make, and I will." "Make it. But that, and I swear it, shall be the last, Mordioux." He had not finished speaking when a voice issued from the king's chamber. "Monsieur le Lieutenant," said this voice. "Here am I," replied he. "The king desires to speak to you." "Humph!" said the lieutenant. "Perhaps of what I was thinking about." And he went into the king's apartment. Chapter 12. The King and the Lieutenant. As soon as the king saw the officer enter, he dismissed his valet de chambre and his gentleman. "Who is on duty tomorrow, monsieur?" asked he. The lieutenant bowed his head with military politeness and replied, "I am, sire." "What, still you?" "Always I, sire." "How can that be, monsieur?" "Sire, when traveling, the musketeers supply all the posts of your majesty's household, that is to say, yours, her majesty the queen's, and monsieur le cardinal's, the latter of whom borrows of the king the best part, or rather the most numerous part, of the royal guard. But in the interims?" There are no interims, sire, but for 20 or 30 men who rest out of 120. At the Louvre, it is very different, and if I were at the Louvre I should rely upon my brigadier. But when traveling, sire, no one knows what may happen, and I prefer doing my duty myself. Then you are on guard every day and every night? Yes, sire. Monsieur, I cannot allow that I will have you rest. That is very kind, sire, but I will not. What do you say? Said the king, who did not at first comprehend the full meaning of this reply. I say, sire, that I will not expose myself to the chance of a fault. If the devil had a trick to play on me, you understand, sire. As he knows the man with whom he has to deal, he would choose the moment when I should not be there. My duty and the peace of my conscience before everything, sire. But such duty will kill you, monsieur. Sire, I have performed it for 30 years, and in all France and Navarre there is not a man in better health than I am. Moreover, I entreat you, sire, not to trouble yourself about me. That would appear very strange to me, seeing that I am not accustomed to it. The king cut short the conversation by a fresh question. Shall you be here then tomorrow morning? As at present, yes, sire. The king walked several times up and down his chamber. It was very plain that he burned with a desire to speak, but that he was restrained by some fear or other. The lieutenant, standing motionless, hat in hand, watched him making these evolutions, and, whilst looking at him, grumbled to himself, biting his mustache, "He has not half a crown worth of resolution. Parole d'honneur, I would lay a wager he does not speak at all." The king continued to walk about, casting from time to time a side glance at the lieutenant. "He is the very image of his father," continued the latter, in his secret soliloquy. "He is at once proud, avaricious, and timid. The devil take his master, say I." The king stopped. "Lieutenant," said he, "I am here, sire." "Why did you cry out this evening? Down below in the salons, the king's service, His Majesty's Musketeers." "Because you gave me the order, sire." "I." "Yourself." "Indeed, I did not say a word, monsieur." "Sire, an order is given by a sign, by a gesture, by a glance, as intelligibly, as freely, and as clearly as by word of mouth. A servant who has nothing but ears is not half a good servant. Your eyes are very penetrating then, monsieur. How is that, sire?" "Because they see what is not." "My eyes are good, though, sire. Although they have served their master long and much, when they have anything to see, they seldom miss the opportunity. Now, this evening, they saw that your Majesty colored with endeavoring to conceal the inclination to yawn, that your Majesty looked with eloquent supplications, first at His Eminence, and then at Her Majesty the Queen Mother, and at length to the entrance door, and they so thoroughly remarked all I have said, that they saw your Majesty's lips articulate these words, 'Who will get me out of this?' or something to this effect, sire, 'My musketeers.' I could then no longer hesitate. That look was for me, the order was for me. I cried out instantly, 'His Majesty's Musketeers!' And besides, that was shown to be true, sire, not only by your Majesty's not saying I was wrong, but proving I was right by going out at once." The king turned away to smile. Then, after a few seconds, he again fixed his limpid eye upon that countenance, so intelligent, so bold, and so firm, that it might have been said to be the proud and energetic profile of the eagle facing the sun. "That is all very well," said he, after a short silence, during which he endeavored in vain to make his officer lower his eyes. But seeing the king said no more, the latter pirouetted on his heels, and took 3 steps towards the door, muttering, he will not speak. More to you, he will not speak." "Thank you, monsieur," said the king at last. "Hump," continued the lieutenant, "there was only wanting that. Blamed for." Having been less of a fool than another might have been. And he went to the door, allowing his spurs to jingle in true military style. But when he was on the threshold, feeling that the king's desire drew him back, he returned. "Has your majesty told me all?" asked he, in a tone we cannot describe, but which, without appearing to solicit the royal confidence, contained so much persuasive frankness that the king immediately replied, "Yes, but draw near, monsieur." "Now then," murmured the officer, "he is coming to it at last. Listen to me." "I shall not lose a word, sire." "You will mount on horseback tomorrow at about 4:30 in the Fourth Sinus." "Morning, and you will have a horse saddled for me. From your majesty's stables? No, one of your musketeers' horses. Very well, sire. Is that all? And you will accompany me. Alone, alone. Shall I come to seek your majesty, or shall I wait? You will wait for me. Where, sire?" "At the little park gate." The lieutenant bowed, understanding that the king had told him all he had to say. In fact, the king dismissed him with a gracious wave of the hand. The officer left the chamber of the king and returned to place himself philosophically in his fauteuil, where, far from sleeping, as might have been expected, considering how late it was, he began to reflect more deeply than he had ever reflected before. The result of these reflections was not so melancholy as the preceding ones had been. "Come, he has begun," said he. "Love urges him on, and he goes forward, he goes forward. The king is nobody in his own palace. But the man perhaps may prove to be worth something. Well, we shall see tomorrow morning." "Oh! Oh!" cried he, all at once starting up. "That is a gigantic idea, Morieux, and perhaps my fortune depends, at least, upon that idea." After this exclamation, the officer arose and marched with his hands in the pockets of his justaucorps about the immense ante chamber that served him as an apartment. The wax light flamed furiously under the effects of a fresh breeze which stole in through the chinks of the door and the window, and cut the side diagonally. It threw out a reddish, unequal light, sometimes brilliant, sometimes dull, and the tall shadow of the lieutenant was seen marching on the wall, in profile, like a figure by Callot, with his long sword and feathered hat. "Certainly," said he, "I am mistaken if Mazarin is not laying a snare for this amorous boy." Mazarin this evening gave an address, and made an appointment as complacently as Emma. Dangle himself could have done. I heard him, and I know the meaning of his words. "Tomorrow morning," said he, "they will pass opposite the bridge of Blois. Mordieu, that is clear enough, and particularly for a lover. That is the cause of this embarrassment. That is the cause of this hesitation. That is the cause of this order. Monsieur the lieutenant of my musketeers, be on horseback tomorrow at 4 o'clock in the morning," which is as clear as if E. had said, "Monsieur the lieutenant of my musketeers, tomorrow at 4 at the bridge of Blois. Do you understand? Here is a state secret, then, which I, humble as I am, have in my possession while it is in action. And how do I get it? Because I have good eyes, as His Majesty just now said. They say he loves this little Italian doll furiously. They say he threw himself at his mother's feet to beg her to allow him to marry her. They say the Queen went so far as to consult the court of Rome whether such a marriage, contracted against her will, would be valid. Oh, if I were but 25! If I had by my side those I no longer have! If I did not despise the whole world most profoundly, I would embroil Mazarin with the Queen Mother, France with Spain, and I would make a queen after my own fashion. But let that pass." And the lieutenant snapped his fingers in disdain. "This miserable Italian, this poor creature, this sordid wretch who has just refused the King of England 1,000,000, would not perhaps give me 1,000 pistols for the news I could carry him. More you, I am falling into second. Childhood. I am becoming stupid indeed. The idea of Mazarin giving anything, ha, ha, ha." And he laughed in a subdued voice. "Well, let us go to sleep. Let us go to sleep, and the sooner the better. My mind is wearied with my evening's work, and will see things tomorrow more clearly than today." And upon this recommendation made to himself, he folded his cloak around him, looking with contempt upon his royal neighbor. 5 minutes after this he was asleep, with his hands clenched and his lips apart, giving escape, not to a secret, but to a sonorous sound which rose and spread freely beneath the majestic roof of the antechamber. Chapter 13. Mary de Mancini. The sun had scarcely shed its first beams on the majestic trees of the park and the lofty turrets of the castle, when the young king, who had been awake more than 2 hours, possessed by the sleeplessness of love, opened his shutters himself, and cast an inquiring look into the courts of the sleeping palace. He saw that it was the hour agreed upon. The great court clock pointed to 4:15. He did not disturb his valet de chambre, who was sleeping soundly at some distance. He dressed himself, and the valet, in a great fright, sprang up, thinking he had been deficient in his duty. But the king sent him back again, commanding him to preserve the most absolute silence. He then descended the little staircase, went out at a lateral door, and perceived at the end of the wall a mounted horseman holding another horse by the bridle. This horseman could not be recognized in his cloak and slouched hat. As to the horse, saddled like that of a rich citizen, it offered nothing remarkable to the most experienced eye. Louis took the bridle. The officer held the stirrup without dismounting, and asked his Majesty's orders in a low voice. "Follow me," replied the king. The officer put his horse to the trot behind that of his master, and they descended the hill towards the bridge. When they reached the other side of the Loire, "Monsieur," said the king, "you will please to ride on till you see a carriage coming, then return and inform me. I will wait here." "Will your Majesty deign to give me some description of the carriage I am charged to discover?" "A carriage in which you will see 2 ladies and probably their attendants likewise." "Sire, I should not wish to make a mistake. Is there no other sign by which I may know this carriage?" "It will bear in all probability the arms of Monsieur le Cardinal." "That is sufficient, sire," replied the officer, fully instructed in the object of his search. He put his horse to the trot and rode sharply on in the direction pointed out by the king. But he had scarcely gone 500 paces when he saw 4 mules, and then a carriage, loom up from behind a little hill. Behind this carriage came another. It required only one glance to assure him that these were the equipages he was in search of. He therefore turned his bridle and rode back to the king. "Sire," said he, "here are the carriages. The first, as you said, contains 2 ladies with their femmes de chambre. The second contains the footmen, provisions, and necessaries." "That is well," replied the king in an agitated voice. "Please to go and tell those ladies that a cavalier of the court wishes to pay his respects to them alone." The officer set off at a gallop. "Mordieu," said he, as he rode on, "here is a new and an honorable employment. I hope I complained of being nobody. I am the king's confidant. That is enough to make a musketeer burst with pride." He approached the carriage and delivered his message gallantly and intelligently. There were 2 ladies in the carriage, one of great beauty, although rather thin, the other less favored by nature, but lively, graceful, and uniting in the delicate lines of her brow all the signs of a strong will. Her eyes, animated and piercing in particular, spoke more eloquently than all the amorous phrases in fashion in those days of gallantry. It was to her D'Artagnan addressed himself, without fear of being mistaken, although the other was, as we have said, the more handsome of the two. "Madam," said he, "I am the lieutenant of the Musketeers, and there is on the road a horseman who awaits you and is desirous of paying his respects to you." At these words, the effect of which he watched closely, the lady with the black eyes uttered a cry of joy, leant out of the carriage window, and seeing the cavalier approaching, held out her arms, exclaiming, "Ah, my dear sire!" and the tears gushed from her eyes. The coachman stopped his team. The women rose in confusion from the back of the carriage, and the second lady made a slight curtsy, terminated by the most ironical smile that jealousy ever imparted to the lips of woman. "Marie, dear Marie!" cried the king, taking the hand of the black-eyed lady in both his. And opening the heavy door himself, he drew her out of the carriage with so much ardor that she was in his arms before she touched the ground. The lieutenant, posted on the other side of the carriage, saw and heard all without being observed. The king offered his arm to Mademoiselle de Mancini, and made a sign to the coachman and lackeys to proceed. The grass was bursting at the foot of the hedges, the swallows having returned since only a few days described their graceful curves between the heavens and the water, a breeze of the perfumes of the blossoming woods sighed along the road and wrinkled the surface of the waters of the river. All these beauties of the day, all these perfumes of the plantes, all that is a select wespertine has ik der blank come der een. The officer saw that the king's horse, and wandering this way and that, annoyed Mademoiselle de Mancini. He took advantage of the pretext of securing the horse to draw near them, and dismounting, walked between the two horses he led. He did not lose a single word or gesture of the lovers. It was Mademoiselle de Mancini who at length began. "Ah, my dear sire," said she, "you do not abandon me then?" "No, Marie," replied the king. "You see, I do not." I had so often been told, though, that as soon as we should be separated, you would no longer think of me. Dear Marie, is it then today only that you have discovered we are surrounded by people interested in deceiving us? But then, sire, this journey, this alliance with Spain, they are going to marry. You off! Louis hung his head. At the same time, the officer could see the eyes of Marie de Mancini shine in the sun with the brilliancy of a dagger starting from its sheath. "And you have done nothing in favor of our love?" asked the girl after a silence of a moment. "Ah, mademoiselle, how could you believe that?" I threw myself at the feet of my mother. I begged her, I implored her. I told her all my hopes of happiness were in you. I even threatened— "Well?" asked Marie eagerly. "Well?" The Queen Mother wrote to the court of Rome, and received as answer that a marriage between us would have no validity, and would be dissolved by the Holy Father. At length, finding there was no hope for us, I requested to have my marriage with the Infanta at least delayed. And yet that does not prevent your being on the road to meet her? How can I help it? To my prayers, to my supplications, to my tears, I receive no answer but reasons of state. Well, well. Well, what is to be done, mademoiselle, when so many wills are leagued against me? It was now Marie's turn to hang her head. "Then I must bid you adieu forever," said she. "You know that I am being exiled. You know that I am going to be buried alive. You know still more that they want to marry me off, too." Louis became very pale and placed his hand upon his heart. "If I had thought that my life only had been at stake, I have been so persecuted that I might have yielded. But I thought yours was concerned, my dear sire, and I stood out for the sake of preserving your happiness." "Oh, yes, my happiness, my treasure," murmured the king, more gallantly than passionately, perhaps. "The cardinal might have yielded," said Marie, "if you had addressed yourself to him, if you had pressed him. For the cardinal to call the king of France his nephew! Do you not perceive, sire? He would have made war even for that honor. The cardinal, assured of governing alone, under the double pretext of having brought up the king and given his niece to him in marriage, the cardinal would have fought all antagonists, overcome all obstacles. Oh, sire, I can answer for that. I am a woman, and I see clearly into everything where love is concerned." These words produced a strange effect upon the king. Instead of heightening, his passion, they cooled it. He stopped and said hastily, "What is to be said, mademoiselle? Everything has failed." "Except your will, I trust, my dear sire." "Alas," said the king, coloring, "have I a will?" "Oh," said Mademoiselle de Mancini mournfully, wounded by that expression, "the king has no will but that which policy dictates, but that which reasons of state impose upon him." "Oh, it is because you have no love," cried Mary. "If you loved, sire, you would have a will." On pronouncing these words, Mary raised her eyes to her lover, whom she saw more pale and more cast down than an exile who is about to quit his native land. "Forever. Accuse me," murmured the king, "but do not say I do not love you." A long silence followed these words, which the young king had pronounced with a perfectly true and profound feeling. "I am unable to think that tomorrow, and after tomorrow, I shall see you no more. I cannot think that I am going to end my sad days at a distance from Paris, that the lips of an old man, of an unknown, should touch that hand which you hold within yours. No, in truth, I cannot think of all that, my dear sire, without having my poor heart burst with despair." And Marie de Mancini did shed floods of tears. On his part, the king, much affected, carried his handkerchief to his mouth and stifled a sob. "See," said she, "the carriages have stopped. My sister waits for me. The time is come. What you are about to decide upon will be decided for life. Oh, sire, you are willing, then, that I should lose you? You are willing, then, Louis, that she, too—" "whom you have said I love you, should belong to another than to her king, to her master, to her lover? Oh, courage, Louis, courage! One word, a single word. Say I will. And all my life is enchained to yours, and all my heart is yours forever." The king made no reply. Mary then looked at him as Dido looked at Aeneas in the Elysian fields, fierce and disdainful. "Farewell, then," said she. "Farewell, then," said she. "Farewell, life, love, heaven," and she took a step away. The king detained her, seized her hand, which he pressed to his lips, and despair prevailing over the resolution he appeared to have inwardly formed, he let fall upon that beautiful hand a burning tear of regret, which made Mary start, so really had that tear burnt her. She saw the humid eyes of the king, his pale brow, his convulsed lips, and cried, with an accent that cannot be described, "Oh, sire, you are a king, you weep, and yet I depart." As his sole reply, the king hid his face in his handkerchief. The officer uttered something so like a roar that it frightened the horses. Mademoiselle de Mancini, quite indignant, quitted the king's arm, hastily entered the carriage, crying to the coachman, go on, and quick!" The coachman obeyed, flaved his mules, and the heavy carriage rocked upon its creaking axle, whilst the King of France, alone, cast down, annihilated, did not dare to look either behind or before him. Chapter 14, in which the king and the lieutenant each give proofs of memory. When the king, like all the people in the world who are in love, had long and attentively watched disappear in the distance the carriage which bore away his mistress, when he had turned and turned again 100 times to the same side, and had at length succeeded in somewhat calming the agitation of his heart and thoughts, he recollected that he was not alone. The officer still held the horse by the bridle, and had not lost all hope of seeing the king recover his resolution. He had still the resource of mounting and riding after the carriage. They would have lost nothing by waiting a little. But the imagination of the lieutenant of the Musketeers was too rich and too brilliant. It left far behind it that of the king, who took care not to allow himself to be carried away to any such excess. He contented himself with approaching the officer, and in a doleful voice, "Come," said he, "let us be gone, all is ended, to horse." The officer imitated this carriage, this slowness, this sadness, and leisurely mounted his horse. The king pushed on sharply, the lieutenant followed him. At the bridge, Louis turned around for the last time. The lieutenant, patient as a god who has eternity behind and before him, still hoped for a return of energy. But it was groundless, nothing appeared. Louis gained the street which led to the castle, and entered as 7 was striking. When the king had returned, and the musketeer, who saw everything, had seen a corner of the tapestry over the cardinal's window lifted up, he breathed a profound sigh, like a man unloosed from the tightest bounds, and said in a low voice, "Now then, my officer, I hope that it is over." The king summoned his gentlemen. "Please to understand I shall receive nobody before 2 o'clock," said he. "Sire," replied the gentleman, "there is, however, someone who requests admittance." "Who is that? Your lieutenant of musketeers? He who accompanied me?" "Yes, sire." "Ah," said the king, "let him come in." The officer entered. The king made a sign, and the gentleman and the valet retired. Louis followed them with his eyes until they had shut the door, and when the tapestries had fallen behind them, "You remind me by your presence, monsieur, of something I had forgotten to recommend to you, that is to say, the most absolute discretion." "Oh, sire, why does your majesty give yourself the trouble of making me such a recommendation? It is plain you do not know me." "Yes, monsieur, that is true. I know that you are discreet, but as I had prescribed nothing," the officer bowed. "Has your majesty nothing else to say to me?" "No, monsieur. You may retire." "Shall I obtain permission not to do so till I have spoken to the king, sire?" "What have you to say to me? Explain yourself, monsieur." "Sire, a thing without importance to you, but which interests me greatly. Pardon me, then, for speaking of it. Without urgency, without necessity, I never would have done it, and I would have disappeared, mute and insignificant as I always have been." "How? Disappeared? I do not understand you, monsieur." "Sire, in a word," said the officer, "I am come to ask for my discharge from your majesty's service." The king made a movement of surprise, but the officer remained as motionless as a statue. "Your discharge yours, monsieur, and for how long a time, I pray?" "Why, forever, sire." "What, you are desirous of quitting my service, monsieur?" said Louis with an expression that revealed something more than surprise. "Sire, I regret to say that I am." "Impossible." It is so, however, sire. I am getting old. I have worn harness now 35 years. My poor shoulders are tired. I feel that I must give place to the young. I don't belong to this age. I have still one foot in the old one. It results that everything is strange in my eyes. Everything astonishes and bewilders me. In short, I have the honor to ask your majesty for my discharge. Monsieur, said the king, looking at the officer, who wore his uniform with an ease that would have caused envy in a young man, you are stronger and more vigorous than I am. Oh, replied the officer, with an air of false modesty. Your majesty says so because I still have a good eye and a tolerably firm foot, because I can still ride a horse, and my mustache is black. But, sire, vanity of vanities, all that illusions, all that appearance. Smoke, sire. I have still a youthful air, it is true, but I feel old, and within 6 months I am certain I shall be broken down, gouty, impotent. Therefore, then, sire, monsieur, interrupted the king, remember your words of yesterday. You said to me in this very place where you now are, that you were endowed with the best health of any man in France, that fatigue was unknown to you, that you did not mind spending whole days and nights at your post. Did you tell me that, monsieur, or not? Try and recall, monsieur. The officer sighed. Sire, said he, old age is boastful, and it is pardonable for old men to praise themselves when others no longer do it. It is very possible I said that, but the fact is, sire, I am very much fatigued and request permission to retire. Monsieur, said the king, advancing towards the officer with a gesture full of majesty, you are not assigning me the true reason. You wish to quit my service, it may be true, but to disguise from me the motive of your retreat. Sire, believe that I believe what I see, monsieur. I see a vigorous, energetic man, full of presence of mind, the best soldier in France, perhaps, and this personage cannot persuade me the least in the world that you stand in need of rest. Ah, sire, said the lieutenant with bitterness, what praise! Indeed, your majesty confounds me, energetic, vigorous, brave, intelligent, the best soldier in the army. But, sire, your majesty exaggerates my small portion of merit to such a point that however good an opinion I may have of myself, I do not recognize myself. In truth, I do not. If I were vain enough to believe only half of your majesty's words, I should consider myself a valuable, indispensable man. I should say that a servant possessed of such brilliant qualities was a treasure beyond all price. Now, sire, I have been all my life, I feel bound to say it, except at the present time, appreciated in my opinion much below my value. I therefore repeat, your Majesty exaggerates. The king knitted his brow, for he saw a bitter raillery beneath the words of the officer. Come, monsieur, said he, let us meet the question frankly. Are you dissatisfied with my service, eh? No evasions. Speak boldly, frankly. I command you to do so. The officer, who had been twisting his hat about in his hands with an embarrassed air for several minutes, raised his head at these words. Oh, sire, said he, that puts me a little more at my ease. To a question put so frankly, I will reply frankly. To tell the truth is a good thing, as much from the pleasure one feels in relieving one's heart, as on account of the rarity of the fact. I will speak the truth, then, to my king, at the same time imploring him to excuse the frankness of an old soldier. Lewin looked at his officer with anxiety, which he manifested by the agitation of his gesture. Well, then, speak, said he, for I am impatient to hear the truths you have to tell me. The officer threw his hat upon a table, and his countenance, always so intelligent and martial, assumed, all at once, a strange character of grandeur and solemnity. Sire, said he, I quit the king's service because I am dissatisfied. the valet in these times, can approach his master as respectfully as I do, can give him an account of his labor, bring back his tools, return the funds that have been entrusted to him, and say, "Master, my day's work is done. Pay me, if you please, and let us part." "Monsieur, monsieur!" exclaimed the king, crimson with rage. "Ah, sire," replied the officer, bending his knee for a moment, "never was servant more respectful than I am before your majesty. Only you commanded me to tell the truth. Now I have begun to tell it, it must come out, even if you command me to hold my tongue." There was so much resolution expressed in the deep-sunk muscles of the officer's countenance that Louis XIV. Had no occasion to tell him to continue. He continued, therefore, whilst the king looked at him with a curiosity mingled with admiration, "Sire, I have, as I have said, now served the house of France 35 years. Few people have worn out so many swords in that service as I have, and the swords I speak of were good swords too, sire. I was a boy, ignorant of everything except courage, when the king your father guessed that there was a man in me. I was a man, sire, when the Cardinal de Richelieu, who was a judge of manhood, discovered an enemy in me. Sire, the history of that enmity between the ant and the lion may be read from the first to the last line, in the secret archives of your family. If ever you feel an inclination to know it, do so, sire. The history is worth. The trouble it is, I who tell you so. You will there read that the lion, fatigued, harassed, out of breath, at length cried for quarter, and the justice must be rendered him to say that he gave as much as he required. Oh, those were glorious times, sire, strewed over with battles like one of Tasso's or Ariosto's epics. The wonders of those times, to which the people of ours would refuse belief, were everyday occurrences. For 5 years together, I was a hero every day, at least, so I was told by persons of judgment, and that is a long period for heroism. Trust me, sire, a period of 5 years. Nevertheless, I have faith in what these people told me, for they were good judges. They were named M. de Richelieu, M. de Buckingham, M. de Beaufort, M. de Retz, a mighty genius himself in street warfare. In short, the king, Louis XIII., and even the queen, your noble mother, who one day condescended to say, "Thank you." I don't know what service I had had the good fortune to render her. Pardon me, sire, for speaking so boldly. But what I relate to you, as I have already had the honor to tell your majesty, is history. The king bit his lips and threw himself violently on a chair. "I appear importunate to your majesty," said the lieutenant. "Eh! Sire, that is the fate of truth. She is a stern companion. She bristles all over with steel. She woos those whom she attacks, and sometimes him who speaks her." "No, monsieur," replied the king. "I bade you speak then." "After the service of the king and the cardinal came the service of the regency, sire. I fought pretty well in the Fronde, much less, though, than the first time. The men began to diminish in stature. I have, nevertheless, led your majesty's musketeers on some perilous occasions, which stand upon the orders of the day of the company. Mine was a beautiful luck at that time. I was the favorite of Mazarin, lieutenant here, lieutenant there, lieutenant to the right, lieutenant to the left. There was not a buffet dealt in France, of which your humble servant did not have the dealing, but soon France was not enough. The cardinal sent me to England on Cromwell's account, another gentleman who was not over gentle, I assure you, sire. I had the honor of knowing him, and I was well able to appreciate him. A great deal was promised me on account of that mission. So, as I did much more than I had been bidden to do, I was generously paid, for I was at length appointed captain of the musketeers, that is to say, the most envied position in court. which takes precedence over the marshals of France, and justly, for who says captain of the Musketeers, says the flower of chivalry and king of the brave. Captain, monsieur, interrupted the king, you make a mistake. Lieutenant, you mean. Not at all, sire. I make no mistake. Your Majesty may rely upon me in that. Respect. Monsieur le Cardinal gave me the commission himself. Well, but de Mazarin, as you know better than anybody, does not often give, and sometimes takes back what he has given. He took it back again as soon as peace was made, and he was no longer in want of me. Certainly I was not worthy to replace de Treville of illustrious memory, but they had promised me, and they had given me. They ought to have stopped there. Is that what dissatisfies you, monsieur? Well, I shall make inquiries. I love justice, and your claim, though made in military fashion, does not displease me. Oh, sire, said the officer, your Majesty has ill understood me. I no longer claim anything now. Excess of delicacy, monsieur, but I will keep my eye upon your affairs, and— Later, oh, sire, what a word, later. 30 years have I lived upon that promising word, which has been pronounced by so many great personages, and which your mouth has, in its turn, just pronounced. Later, that is how I have received a score of wounds, and how I have reached 54 years of age, without ever having had a louis in my purse, and without ever having met with a protector on my way. I, who have protected so many people. So I change my formula, sire. And when anyone says to me later, I reply, now. It is rest that I solicit, sire. That may be easily granted me. That will cost nobody anything. I did not look for this language, monsieur, particularly from a man who has always lived among the great. You forget you are speaking to the king, to a gentleman who is, I suppose, of as good a house as yourself. And when I say later, I mean a certainty. I do not at all doubt it, sire, but this is the end of the terrible truth I had to tell you. If I were to see upon that table a marshal's stick, the sword of Constable, the crown of Poland, instead of later, I swear to you, sire, that I should still say, now. Oh, excuse me, sire. I am from the country of your grandfather, Henry IV. I do not speak often, but when I do speak, I speak all. The future of my reign has little temptation for you, monsieur, it appears, said Louis haughtily. Forgetfulness, forgetfulness everywhere, cried the officer with a noble air. The master has forgotten the servant, so that the servant is reduced to forget his master. I live in unfortunate times, sire. I see youth full of discouragement and fear. I see it timid and despoiled, when it ought to be rich and powerful. I yesterday evening, for example, opened the door to a king of England, whose father, humble as I am, I was near saving, if God had not been against me. God, who inspired his elect Cromwell. I open, I said, the door, that is to say, the palace of one brother to another brother, and I see— Stop, sire, that is a load on my heart. I see the minister of that king drive away the proscribed prince, and humiliate his master by condemning to want another king his equal. Then I see my prince, who is young, handsome, and brave, who has courage in his heart and lightning in his eye. I see him tremble before a priest, who laughs at him behind the curtain of his alcove, where he digests all the gold of France, which he afterwards stuffs into secret coffers. Yes, I understand your look, sire. I am bold to madness, but what is to be said? I am an old man, and I tell you here, sire, to you, my king, things which I would cram down the throat of anyone who should dare to pronounce them before me. You have commanded me to pour out the bottom of my heart before you, sire, and I cast at the feet of your Majesty the pent-up indignation of 30 years, as I would pour out all my blood if your Majesty commanded me to do so. The king, without speaking a word, wiped the drops of cold and abundant perspiration which trickled from his temples. The moment of silence which followed this vehement outbreak represented for him who had spoken, and for him who had listened, ages of suffering. "Monsieur," said the king at length, "you spoke the word forgetfulness. I have heard nothing but that word. I will reply, then, to it alone. Others have perhaps been able to forget, but I have not, and the proof is that I remember that one day of riot, that one day when the furious people, raging and roaring as the sea, invaded the royal palace, that one day when I feigned sleep in my bed, one man alone, naked sword in hand, concealed behind my curtain, watched over my life, ready to risk his own for me, as he had before risked it 20 times for the lives of my family. Was not the gentleman, whose name I then demanded, called D'Artagnan? Say, monsieur." "Your Majesty has a good memory," replied the officer coldly. "You see, then," continued the king, "if I have such remembrances of my childhood, what an amount I may gather in the age of reason." "Your Majesty has been richly endowed by God," said the officer, in the same tone. "Come, Monsieur d'Artagnan," continued Louis, with feverish agitation, "ought you not to be as patient as I am? Ought you not to do as I do? Come! And what do you do, sire?" "I wait. Your Majesty may do so, because you are young. But I, sire, have not time to wait. Old age is at my door, and death is behind it, looking into the very depths of my house. Your Majesty is beginning life, its future's full of hope and fortune. But I, sire, I am on the other side of the horizon, and we are so far from each other that I should never have time to wait till your Majesty came up to me." Louis made another turn in his apartment, still wiping the moisture from his brow, in a manner that would have terrified his physicians if his physicians had witnessed the state his Majesty was in. "It is very well, monsieur," said Louis XIV in a sharp voice. "You are desirous of having your discharge, and you shall have it. You offer me your resignation of the rank of Lieutenant of the Musketeers? I deposit it humbly at your Majesty's feet, sire. That is sufficient. I will order your pension. I shall have 1,000 obligations to your Majesty." "Monsieur," said the king with a violent effort, "I think you are losing a good master, and I am sure of it, sire. Shall you ever find such another? Oh, sire, I know that your Majesty is alone in the world. Therefore will I never again take service with any king upon earth, and will never again have other master than myself." "You say so?" "I swear so, your Majesty. I shall remember that word, monsieur." D'Artagnan bowed. "And you know I have a good memory," said the king. "Yes, sire, and yet I should desire that that memory should fail your Majesty, in this instance, in order that you might forget all the miseries I have been forced to spread before your eyes. Your Majesty is so much above the poor and the mean, that I hope my Majesty Monsieur will act like the sun, which looks upon all, great and small, rich and poor, giving lustre to some, warmth to others, and life to all. Adieu. Monsieur d'Artagnan, adieu, you are free." And the king, with a hoarse sob which was lost in his throat, passed quickly into the next room. D'Artagnan took up his hat from the table upon which he had thrown it, and went out. Chapter 15. The Prescribed. D'Artagnan had not reached the bottom of the staircase when the king called his gentleman. "I have a commission to give you, monsieur," said he. "I am at your Majesty's commands." "Wait, then." and the young king began to write the following letter, which cost him more than one sigh, although at the same time something like a feeling of triumph glittered in his eyes. My Lord Cardinal, thanks to your good counsels and above all, thanks to your firmness, I have succeeded in overcoming a weakness unworthy of a king. You have too ably arranged my destiny to allow gratitude not to stop me at the moment when I was about to destroy your work. I felt I was wrong to wish to make my life turn from the course you had marked out for it. Certainly it would have been a misfortune to France and my family if a misunderstanding had taken place between me and my minister. This, however, would certainly have happened if I had made your niece my wife. I am perfectly aware of this, and will henceforth oppose nothing to the accomplishment of my destiny. I am prepared, then, to wed the Infanta, Maria Theresa. You may at once open the conference. Your affectionate Louis. The king, after reperusing the letter, sealed it himself. "This letter for my Lord Cardinal," said he. The gentleman took it. At Mazarin's door he found Bernouin waiting with anxiety. "Well?" asked the minister's valet de chambre. "Monsieur," said the gentleman, "here is a letter for his Eminence." "A letter? Ah! We expected one after the little journey of the morning." "Oh, you know then that His Majesty, as First Minister, it belongs to the duties of our charge to know everything, and His Majesty prays and implores, I presume." "I don't know, but he sighed frequently whilst he was writing." "Yes, yes, yes, we understand all that. People sigh sometimes from happiness as well as from grief, monsieur." "And yet the king did not look very happy when he returned, monsieur." "You did not see clearly. Besides, you only saw His Majesty on his return, for he was only accompanied by the lieutenant of the guards." "But I had His Eminence's telescope. I looked through it when he was tired, and I am sure they both wept." "Well, was it for happiness they wept?" "No, but for love, and they vowed to each other 1,000 tendernesses, which the king asked no better than to keep. Now this letter is a beginning of the execution." "And what does His Eminence think of this love, which is, by the by, no secret to anybody?" Bernouin took the gentleman by the arm, and whilst ascending the staircase, "In confidence," said he in a low voice, "His Eminence looks for success in the affair. I know very well we shall have war with Spain, but, bah, war will please the nobles. My Lord Cardinal, besides, can endow his niece royally, nay, more than royally. There will be money, festivities, and fireworks. Everybody will be delighted." "Well, for my part," replied the gentleman, shaking his head, "it appears to me that this letter is very light to contain all that." "My friend," replied Bernouin, "I am certain of what I tell you. M. d'Artagnan related all that passed to me." "Aye, aye, and what did he tell you? Let us hear." "I accosted him by asking him, on the part of the cardinal, if there were any news, without discovering my designs. Observe, for Imis d'Artagnan is a cunning hand. 'My dear Monsieur Bernouin,' he replied, 'the king is madly in love with Mademoiselle de Mancini. That is all I have to tell you.' And then I asked him, 'Do you think to such a degree that it will urge him to act contrary to the designs of His Eminence?' 'Ah! Don't ask me,' said he. 'I think the king capable of anything. He has a will of iron, and what he wills in earnest. If he takes it into his head to marry Mademoiselle de Mancini, he will marry her, depend upon it.' And thereupon he left me and went straight to the stables, took a horse, saddled it himself, jumped upon its back, and set off as if the devil were at his heels." So that you believe, then, I believe that Monsieur the Lieutenant of the Guards knew more than he was willing to say. In your opinion, then, Mem, D'Artagnan is gone according to all probability after the exiles to carry out all that can facilitate the success of the king's love. Chatting thus, the two confidants arrived at the door of His Eminence's apartment. His Eminence's gout had left him. He was walking about his chamber in a state of great anxiety, listening at doors and looking out of windows. Bernouin entered, followed by the gentleman who had orders from the king to place the letter in the hands of the cardinal himself. Mazarin took the letter, but before opening it, he got up a ready smile, a smile of circumstance, able to throw a veil over emotions of whatever sort they might be. So prepared, whatever was the impression received from the letter, no reflection of that impression was allowed to transpire upon his countenance. "Well," said he, when he had read and reread the letter, "very well, monsieur. Inform the king that I thank him for his obedience to the wishes of the Queen Mother, and that I will do everything for the accomplishment of his will." The gentleman left the room. The door had scarcely closed before the cardinal, who had no mask for Bernouin, took off that which had so recently covered his face, and with a most dismal expression, "Call him." "De Brienne," said he. 5 minutes afterward the secretary entered. "Monsieur," said Mazarin, "I have just rendered a great service to the monarchy, the greatest I have ever rendered it. You will carry this letter, which proves it, to Her Majesty the Queen Mother, and when she shall have returned it to you, you will lodge it in Portfolio B, which is filled with documents and papers relative to my ministry." Brienne went as desired, and, as the letter was unsealed, did not fail to read it on his way. There is likewise no doubt that Bernouin, who was on good terms with everybody, approached so near to the secretary as to be able to read the letter over his shoulder, so that the news spread with such activity through the castle that Mazarin might have feared it would reach the ears of the Queen Mother before M. Hubert. De Brienne could convey Louis XIV's letter to her a moment after orders were given for departure at Memel. The Condé, having been to pay his respects to the king on his pretended rising, inscribed the city of Poitiers upon his tablets as the place of sojourn and rest for their majesties. Thus, in a few instants was unravelled an intrigue which had covertly occupied all the diplomacies of Europe. It had nothing, however, very clear as a result, but to make a poor lieutenant of musketeers lose his commission and his fortune. It is true that in exchange he gained his liberty. We shall soon know how D'Artagnan profited by this. For the moment, if the reader will permit us, we shall return to the hostelry of Les Medici, of which one of the windows opened at the very moment the orders were given for the departure of the king. The window that opened was that of one of the rooms of Charles II. The unfortunate prince had passed the night in bitter reflections, his head resting on his hands and his elbows on the table, whilst Parry, infirm and old, wearied in body and in mind, had fallen asleep in the corner. A singular fortune was that of this faithful servant, who saw beginning for the second generation the fearful series of misfortunes which had weighed so heavily on the first. When Charles II had well thought over the fresh defeat he had experienced, when he perfectly comprehended the complete isolation into which he had just fallen on seeing his fresh hope left behind him, he was seized as with a vertigo and sank back in the large armchair in which he was seated. Then God took pity on the unhappy prince and sent to console him sleep, the innocent brother of death. He did not wait till 6:30, that is to say, till the sun shone brightly into his chamber, and Parry, motionless with fear of waking him, was observing with profound grief the eyes of the young man already red with wakefulness, and his cheeks pale with suffering and privations. At length the noise of some heavy carts descending towards the Loire awakened Charles. He arose, looked around him like a man who has forgotten everything, perceived Parry, shook him by the hand, and commanded him to settle the reckoning with Master Cropole. Master Cropole, being called upon to settle his account with Parry, acquitted himself, it must be allowed, like an honest man. He only made his customary remark, that the two travelers had eaten nothing, which had the double disadvantage of being humiliating for his kitchen and of forcing him to ask payment for a repast not consumed, but not the less lost. Parry had nothing to say to the contrary, and paid. "I hope," said the king, "it has not been the same with the horses. I don't see that they have eaten at your expense, and it would be a misfortune for travelers like us, who have a long journey to make, to have our horses fail us." But Cropole, at this doubt, assumed his majestic air, and replied that the stables of Les Medici were not less hospitable than its refectory. The king mounted his horse, his old servant did the same, and both set out towards Paris without meeting a single person on their road, in the streets or the faubourgs of the city. For the prince the blow was the more severe, as it was a fresh exile. The unfortunates cling to the smallest hopes, as the happy do to the greatest good. And when they are obliged to quit the place where that hope has soothed their hearts, they experience the mortal regret which the banished man feels when he places his foot upon the vessel which is to bear him into exile. It appears that the heart already wounded so many times suffers from the least scratch. It appears that it considers as a good the momentary absence of evil, which is nothing but the absence of pain, and that God into the most terrible misfortunes has thrown hope as the drop of water which the rich bad man in hell entreated of Lazarus. For one instant even the hope of Charles II had been more than a fugitive joy. That was when he found himself so kindly welcomed by his brother king. Then it had taken a form that had become a reality. Then, all at once, the refusal of Mazarin had reduced the fictitious reality to the state of a dream. This promise of Louis XIV, so soon retracted, had been nothing but a mockery like his crown, like his scepter, like his friends, like all that had surrounded his royal childhood and which had abandoned his prescribed youth. Mockery. Everything was a mockery for Charles II, except the cold black repose promised by death. Such were the ideas of the unfortunate prince while sitting listlessly upon his horse, to which he abandoned the reins. He rode slowly along beneath the warm May sun, in which the sombre misanthropy of the exile perceived a last insult to his grief. Chapter 16. Remember. A horseman was going rapidly along the road leading towards Blois, which he had left nearly half an hour before, past the two travelers, and, though apparently in haste, raised his hat as he passed them. The king scarcely observed this young man, who was about 25 years of age, and who, turning round several times, made friendly signals to a man standing before the gate of a handsome white and red house, that is to say, built of brick and stone, with a slated roof, situated on the left hand of the road the prince was traveling. This man, old, tall, and thin, with white hair, we speak of the one standing by the gate. This man replied to the farewell signals of the young one by signs of parting as tender as could have been made by a father. The young man disappeared at the first turn of the road, bordered by fine trees, and the old man was preparing to return to the house, when the two travelers, arriving in front of the gate, attracted his attention. The king, we have said, was riding with his head cast down, his arms inert, leaving his horse to go what pace he liked, whilst Parry, Behind him, the better to imbibe the genial influence of the sun, had taken off his hat and was looking about right and left. His eyes encountered those of the old man leaning against the gate. The latter, as if struck by some strange spectacle, uttered an exclamation and made one step towards the two travelers. From Parry his eyes immediately turned towards the king, upon whom they rested for an instant. This exclamation, however rapid, was instantly reflected in a visible manner upon the features of the tall old man. For scarcely had he recognized the younger of the travelers, and we say recognize, for nothing but a perfect recognition could have explained such an act. Scarcely, we say, had he recognized the younger of the two travelers, then he clapped his hands together with respectful surprise, and, raising his hat from his head, bowed so profoundly that it might have been said he was kneeling. This demonstration, however absent, or rather however absorbed was the king in his reflections, attracted his attention instantly, and checking his horse and turning towards Parry, he exclaimed, "Good God, Parry, who is that man who salutes me in such a marked manner? Can he know me, think you?" Parry, much agitated and very pale, had already turned his horse towards the gate. "Ah, sire!" said he, stopping suddenly at 5 or 6 paces distance from the still bending man. "Sire, I am seized with astonishment, for I think I recognize that brave man. Yes, it must be he. Will your Majesty permit me to speak to him?" "Certainly." "Can it be you, Monsieur Grimaud?" asked Parry. "Yes, it is I," replied the tall old man, drawing himself up, but without losing his respectful demeanor. "Sire," then said Parry, "I was not deceived. This good man is the servant of the Comte de la Fère, and the Comte de la Fère, if you remember, is the worthy gentleman of whom I have so often spoken to your Majesty that the remembrance of him must remain, not only in your mind, but in your heart." "He who assisted my father at his last moments?" asked Charles, evidently affected at the remembrance. "The same, sire. Alas!" said Charles. And then addressing Grimaud, whose penetrating and intelligent eyes seemed to search and divine his thoughts, "My friend," said he, "does your master, Monsieur le Comte de la Fère, live in this neighborhood?" "There," replied Grimaud, pointing with his outstretched arm to the white and red house behind the gate. "And is Monsieur le Comte de la Fère at home at present?" "At the back, under the chestnut trees." "Parry," said the king, "I will not miss this opportunity, so precious for me, to thank the gentleman to whom our house is indebted for such a noble example of devotedness and generosity. Hold my horse, my friend, if you please." And throwing the bridle to Grimaud, the king entered the abode of Athos, quite alone, as one equal enters the dwelling of another. Charles had been informed by the concise explanation of Grimaud. At the back, under the chestnut trees, he left, therefore, the house on the left, and went straight down the path indicated. The thing was easy. The tops of those noble trees, already covered with leaves and flowers, rose above all the rest. On arriving under the lozenges, by turns luminous and dark, which checkered the ground of this path according as the trees were more or less in leaf, the young prince perceived a gentleman walking with his arms behind him, apparently plunged in a deep meditation. Without doubt, he had often had this gentleman described to him, for, without hesitating, Charles II walked straight up to him. At the sound of his footsteps, the Comte de la Fère raised his head, and seeing an unknown man of noble and elegant carriage coming towards him, he raised his hat and waited. At some paces from him, Charles II likewise took off his hat. Then, as if in reply to the Comte's mute interrogation, "Monsieur le Comte," said he, "I come to discharge a duty towards you. I have, for a long time, had the expression of a profound gratitude to bring you. I am Charles II, son of Charles Stuart, who reigned in England and died on the scaffold. On hearing this illustrious name, Athos felt a kind of shudder creep through his veins, but at the sight of the young prince standing uncovered before him and stretching out his hand towards him, 2 tears, for an instant, dimmed his brilliant eyes. He bent respectfully, but the prince took him by the hand. "See how unfortunate I am, my lord Count. It is only due to chance that I have met with you. Alas! I ought to have people around me whom I love and honor, whereas I am reduced to preserve their services in my heart and their names in my memory, so that if your servant had not recognized mine, I should have passed by your door as by that of a stranger." "It is but too true," said Athos, replying with his voice to the first part of the king's speech, and with a bow to the second. "It is but too true, indeed, that your majesty has seen many evil days." "And the worst, alas," replied Charles, "are perhaps still to come." "Sire, let us hope." "Count, continued Charles, shaking his head, "I entertained hope till last night, and that of a good Christian, I swear." Athos looked at the king as if to interrogate him. "Oh, the history is soon related," said Charles. "Prescribed, despoiled, disdained, I resolved, in spite of all my repugnance, to tempt fortune one last time. Is it not written above that, for our family, all good fortune and all bad fortune shall eternally come from France? You know something of that, monsieur, you, who are one of the Frenchmen whom my unfortunate father found at the foot of his scaffold on the day of his death, after having found them at his right hand on the day of battle." "Sire," said Athos modestly, "I was not alone. My companions and I did under the circumstances, our duty as gentlemen, and that was all. Your Majesty was about to do me the honor to relate that is true. I had the protection. Pardon my hesitation, Count, but for a Stuart, you, who understand everything, you will comprehend that the word is hard to pronounce. I had, I say, the protection of my cousin the Stadtholder of Holland. But without the intervention, or at least without the authorization of France, the Stadtholder would not take the initiative. I came then to ask this authorization of the King of France, who has refused me. The king has refused you, sire. Oh, not he. All justice must be rendered to my younger brother Louis. But Monsieur de Mazarin, Athos bit his lips. "You perhaps think I should have expected this refusal," said the king, who had noticed the movement. "That was in truth my thought, sire," replied Athos respectfully. "I know that Italian of old. Then I determined to come to the test and know at once the last word of my destiny. I told my brother Louis that not to compromise either France or Holland, I would tempt fortune myself in person, as I had already done, with 200 gentlemen if he would give them to me, and 1,000,000 if he would lend it me. Well, sire, well, monsieur, I am suffering at this moment something strange, and that is the satisfaction of despair. There is in certain souls, and I have just discovered that mine is of the number, a real satisfaction in the assurance that all is lost and the time is come to yield." "Oh, I hope," said Athos, "that your Majesty is not come to that extremity?" "To say so, my Lord Count, to endeavor to revive hope in my heart, you must have ill understood what I have just told you. I came to Blois to ask of my brother Louis the alms of 1,000,000 with which I had the hopes of re-establishing my affairs, and my brother Louis has refused me. You see, then, plainly that all is lost. Will your Majesty permit me to express a contrary opinion?" "How is that, Count? Do you think my heart of so low an order that I do not know how to face my position?" "Sire, I have always seen that it was in desperate positions that suddenly great turns of fortune have taken place. Thank you, Count. It is some comfort to meet with a heart like yours, that is to say, sufficiently trustful in God and in monarchy, never to despair of a royal fortune, however low it may be fallen. Unfortunately, my dear Count, your words are like those remedies they call sovereign, and which, though able to cure curable wounds or diseases, fail against death. Thank you for your perseverance in consoling me, Count. Thanks for your devoted remembrance, but I know in what I must trust. Nothing will save me now. And see, my friend, I was so convinced that I was taking the route of exile with my old Parry. I was returning to devour my poignant griefs in the little hermitage offered me by Holland. There, believe me, Count, all will soon be over, and death will come quickly. It is called so often by this body, eaten up by its soul, which aspires to heaven. Your Majesty has a mother, a sister, and brothers. Your Majesty is the head of the family, and ought, therefore, to ask a long life of God, instead of imploring him for a prompt death. Your Majesty is an exile, a fugitive, but you have right on your side. You ought to aspire to combats, dangers, business, and not to rest in heavens. Count, said Charles II with a smile of indescribable sadness, have you ever heard of a king who reconquered his kingdom with one servant of the age of Parry, and with 300 crowns which that servant carried in his purse? No, sire, but I have heard and that more than once that a dethroned king has recovered his kingdom with a firm will, perseverance, some friends, and a million skillfully employed. But you cannot have understood me. The million I asked of my brother Louis was refused me. Sire, said Athos, will your Majesty grant me a few minutes and listen attentively to what remains for me to say to you? Charles II looked earnestly at Athos. Willingly, monsieur, said he. Then I will show your Majesty the way, resumed the Count, directing his steps towards the house. He then conducted the king to his study and begged him to be seated. Sire, said he, your Majesty just now told me that in the present state of England 1,000,000 would suffice for the recovery of your kingdom. To attempt it at least, monsieur, and to die as a king if I should not succeed. Well then, sire, let your Majesty, according to the promise you have made me, have the goodness to listen to what I have to say. Charles made an affirmative sign with his head. Athos walked straight up to the door, the bolts of which he drew, after looking to see if anybody was near, and then returned. Sire, said he, your Majesty has kindly remembered that I lent assistance to the very noble and very unfortunate Charles III, when his executioners conducted him from St. James's to Whitehall. Yes, certainly, I do remember it, and always shall remember it. Sire, it is a dismal history to be heard by a son who no doubt has had it related to him many times, and yet I ought to repeat it to your Majesty without omitting one detail. Speak on, monsieur. When the king your father ascended the scaffold, or rather when he passed from his chamber to the scaffold on a level with his window, everything was prepared for his escape. The executioner was got out of the way, a hole contrived under the floor of his apartment. I myself was beneath the funeral vault, which I heard all at once creak beneath his feet. Parry has related to me all these terrible details, monsieur. Athos bowed and resumed. But here is something he has not related to you, sire, for what follows passed between God, your father, and myself, and never has the revelation of it been made even to my dearest friends. Go a little further off, said the august patient to the executioner. It is but for an instant, and I know that I belong to you, but remember not to strike till I give the signal. I wish to offer up my prayers in freedom." "Pardon me," said Charles II, turning very pale, "but you, Count, who know so many details of this melancholy event, details which, as you said just now, have never been revealed to anyone, do you know the name of that infernal executioner, of that base wretch who concealed his face that he might assassinate a king with impunity?" Athos became slightly pale. "His name?" said he. "Yes, I know it, but cannot tell it. And what has become of him, for nobody in England knows his destiny? He is dead. But he did not die in his bed. He did not die a calm and peaceful death. He did not die the death of the good. He died a violent death in a terrible night, rendered so by the passions of man and a tempest from God. His body, pierced by a dagger, sank to the depths of the ocean." "God pardon his murderer. Proceed then," said Charles II, seeing that the Count was unwilling to say more. The King of England, after having, as I have said, spoken thus to the masked executioner, added, "Observe, you will not strike till I shall stretch out my arm, saying, 'Remember.'" "I was aware," said Charles in an agitated voice, "that that was the last word pronounced by my unfortunate father. But wine for whom?" "For the French gentleman placed beneath his scaffold. For you then, monsieur?" "Yes, sire." And every one of the words which he spoke to me, through the planks of the scaffold covered with a black cloth, still sounds in my ears. The king knelt down on one knee. "Comte de la Fère," said he, "are you there?" "Yes, sire," replied I. Then the king stooped towards the boards. Charles II, also palpitating with interest, burning with grief, stooped towards. Athos, to catch, one by one, every word that escaped from him. His head touched that of the comte. "Then," continued Athos, "the king stooped. 'Comte de la Fère,' said he, 'I could not be saved by you. It was not to be. Now, even though I commit a sacrilege, I must speak to you. Yes, I have spoken to men. Yes, I have spoken to God, and I speak to you the last. To sustain a cause which I thought sacred, I have lost the throne of my fathers and the heritage of my children.' Tight place the mini-mend." Concealed his face in his hands, and a bitter tear glided between his white and slender fingers. "I have still 1,000,000 in gold," continued the king. "I buried it in the vaults of the castle of Newcastle, a moment before I left that city." Charles raised his head with an expression of such painful joy that it would have drawn tears from anyone acquainted with his misfortunes. "1,000,000," murmured he. "Oh, Count, you alone know that this money exists. Employ it when you think it can be of the greatest service to my eldest son. And now, Comte de la Fère, bid me adieu." "Adieu, adieu, sire," cried I. Charles arose and went and leant his burning brow against the window. "It was then," continued Athos, "that the king pronounced the word 'Remember,' addressed to me. You see, sire, that I have remembered." The king could not resist or conceal his emotion. Athos beheld the movement of his shoulders, which undulated convulsively. He heard the sobs which burst from his overcharged breast. He was silent himself, suffocated by the flood of bitter remembrances he had just poured upon that royal head. Charles II, with a violent effort, left the window, devoured his tears, and came and sat by Athos. "Sire," said the latter, "I thought till today that the time had not yet arrived for the employment of that last resource, but, with my eyes fixed upon England, I felt it was approaching. Tomorrow I meant to go and inquire in what part of the world your Majesty was, and then I purposed going to you. You come to me, sire. That is an indication that God is with us." "My lord," said Charles, in a voice choked by emotion, You are, for me, what an angel sent from heaven would be. You are a preserver sent to me from the tomb of my father himself. But believe me, for 10 years civil war has passed over my country, striking down men, tearing up the soil. It is no more probable that gold should remain in the entrails of the earth than love in the hearts of my subjects. Sire, the spot in which His Majesty buried the million is well known to me, and no one, I am sure, has been able to discover it. Besides, is the castle of Newcastle quite destroyed? Have they demolished it stone by stone and uprooted the soil too? The last tree? No, it is still standing, but at this moment General Monk occupies it and is encamped there. The only spot from which I could look for succor, where I possess a single resource, you see, is invaded by my enemies. General Monk, sire, cannot have discovered the treasure which I speak of. Yes, but can I go and deliver myself up to Monk in order to recover this treasure? Ah! Count, you see plainly I must yield to destiny, since it strikes me to the earth every time I rise. What can I do with Parry as my only servant, with Parry, whom Monk has already driven from his presence? No, 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 Count, we must yield to this last blow. But what your Majesty cannot do, and what Parry can no more attempt, do you not believe that I could succeed in accomplishing? You, Count, you would go. If it please your Majesty, said Athos, bowing to the king. Yes, I will go, sire. What? You so happy here, Count? I am never happy when I have a duty left to accomplish, and it is an imperative duty which the king your father left me to watch over your fortunes and make a royal use of his money. So if your Majesty honors me with a sign, I will go with you. Ah, monsieur, said the king, forgetting all royal etiquette and throwing his arms around the neck of Athos. You prove to me that there is a God in heaven, and that this God sometimes sends messengers to the unfortunate who groan on the earth. Athos, exceedingly moved by this burst of feeling of the young man, thanked him with profound respect and approached the window. Grimaud, cried he, bring out my horses. What now, immediately, said the king. Ah, monsieur, you are indeed a wonderful man. Sire, said Athos, I know nothing more pressing than your Majesty's service. Besides, added he, smiling, it is a habit contracted long since, in the service of the queen your aunt and of the king your father. How is it possible for me to lose it at the moment your Majesty's service calls for it? What a man, murmured the king. Then after a moment's reflection, but no, Count, I cannot expose you to such privations. I have no means of rewarding such services. Bah, said Athos, laughing. Your Majesty is joking. Have you not a million? Ah, why am I not possessed of half such a sum? I would already have raised a regiment. But thank God, I have still a few rolls of gold and some family diamonds left. Your Majesty will, I hope, deign to share with a devoted servant. With a friend, yes, Count, but on condition that, in his turn, that friend will share with me hereafter. Sire, said Athos, opening a casket, from which he drew both gold and jewels. You see, sire, we are too rich. Fortunately, there are 4 of us in the event of our meeting with thieves. Joy made the blood rush to the pale cheeks of Charles II as he saw Athos's 2 horses, led by Grimaud, already booted for the journey, advance towards the porch. Bourgeois, this letter for the Vicomte de Bragelonne. For everybody else I am. Gone to Paris. I confide the house to you, Blaisois. Blaisois bowed, shook hands with Grimaud, and shut the gate. Chapter 17, in which Aramis is sought and only Bazin is found. 2 hours had scarcely elapsed since the departure of the master of the house, who, in Blaisois's sight, had taken the road to Paris, when a horseman, mounted on a good pied horse, stopped before the gate and with a sonorous "Hola!" called the stable boys who, with the gardeners, had formed a circle round Blaisois, the historian, in ordinary to the household of the chateau. This "Hola," doubtless well known to Master Blaisois, made him turn his head and exclaim, "Monsieur d'Artagnan, run quickly, you chaps, and open the gate." A swarm of 8 brisk lads flew to the gate, which was opened as if it had been made of feathers, and every one loaded him with attentions, for they knew the welcome this friend was accustomed to receive from their master, and for such remarks the eye of the valet may always be depended upon. "Ah," said Mr. d'Artagnan, with an agreeable smile, balancing himself upon his stirrup to jump to the ground, "where is that dear Count?" "Ah, how unfortunate you are, monsieur," said Blaisois, "and how unfortunate will Monsieur le Comte, our master, think himself when he hears of your coming. As ill luck will have it, Monsieur le Comte left home 2 hours ago." D'Artagnan did not trouble himself about such trifles. "Very good," said he, "you always speak the best French in the world. You shall give me a lesson in grammar and correct language, whilst I wait the return of your master." "That is impossible, monsieur," said Blaisois. "You would have to wait too long. Will he not come back today, then?" "No, nor tomorrow, nor the day after tomorrow. Monsieur le Comte has gone on a journey." "A journey!" said D'Artagnan, surprised. "That's a fable, Master Blaisois." "Monsieur, it is no more than the truth. Monsieur has done me the honor to give me the house in charge," and he added, with his voice so full of authority and kindness that is all one to me, "you will say I have gone to Paris." "Well," cried D'Artagnan, "since he is gone towards Paris, that is all I wanted to know. You should have told me so at first, booby. He is then 2 hours in advance?" "Yes, monsieur." "I shall soon overtake him. Is he alone?" "No, monsieur." "Who is with him, then?" "A gentleman whom I don't know, an old man, and M. Grimaud." "Such a party cannot travel as fast as I can. I will start." "Will monsieur listen to me an instant?" said Blaisois, laying his hand gently on the reins of the horse. "Yes, if you don't favor me with fine speeches, and make haste." "Well then, monsieur, that word Paris appears to me to be only an excuse." "Oh, oh!" said D'Artagnan seriously. "An excuse, eh?" "Yes, monsieur, and Monsieur le Comte is not going to Paris, I will swear." "What makes you think so?" "This emming. Grimaud always knows where our master is going, and he had promised me that the first time he went to Paris he would take a little money for me to my wife." "What, have you a wife, then?" "I had one, she was of this country, but monsieur thought her a noisy scold, and I sent her to Paris. It is sometimes inconvenient, but very agreeable at others." "I understand, but go on. You do not believe the Count gone to Paris?" "No, monsieur, for then M. Grimaud would have broken his word, he would have perjured himself, and that is impossible." "That is impossible," repeated D'Artagnan, quite in a study, because he was quite convinced. "Well, my brave Blaisois, many thanks to you." Blaisois bowed. "Come, you know I am not curious. I have serious business with your master. Could you not, by a little bit of a word, you who speak so well, give me too?" "Understand one syllable, only I will guess the rest." Upon my word, monsieur, I cannot. I am quite ignorant where monsieur le comte is gone. As to listening at doors, that is contrary to my nature, and besides it is forbidden here. My dear fellow, said D'Artagnan, this is a very bad beginning for me. Never mind. You know when monsieur le comte will return at least. As little, monsieur, as the place of his destination. Come, Blessois, come, search. Monsieur doubts my sincerity? Ah, monsieur, that grieves me much. The devil take his gilded tongue, grumbled D'Artagnan. A clown with a word would be worth a dozen of him. Adieu. Monsieur, I have the honor to present you my respects. Questra, said D'Artagnan to himself. The fellow is unbearable. He gave another look up to the house, turned his horse's head, and set off like a man who has nothing either annoying or embarrassing in his mind. When he was at the end of the wall and out of sight, "Well now, I wonder," said he, breathing quickly, "whether Athos was at home. No, all those idlers, standing with their arms crossed, would have been at work if the eye of the master was near. Athos gone a journey, that is incomprehensible. Bah! It is all devilish mysterious. And then no, he is not the man I want. I want one of a cunning, patient mind. My business is at Melun, in a certain presbytery I am acquainted with. 45 leagues, 4 days and a half. Well, it is fine weather and I am free. Never mind the distance." And he put his horse into a trot, directing his course towards Paris. On the fourth day he alighted at Melun, as he had intended. D'Artagnan was never in the habit of asking anyone on the road for any common information. For these sorts of details, unless in very serious circumstances, he confided in his perspicacity, which was so seldom at fault, in his experience of 30 years, and in a great habit of reading the physiognomies of houses, as well as those of men. At Melun, D'Artagnan immediately found the presbytery, a charming house, plastered over red brick, with vines climbing along the gutters, and a cross, in carved stone, surmounting the ridge of the roof. From the ground floor of this house came a noise, or rather a confusion of voices, like the chirping of young birds when the brood is just hatched under the down. One of these voices was spelling the alphabet distinctly. A voice, thick yet pleasant, at the same time scolded the talkers and corrected the faults of the reader. D'Artagnan recognized that voice, and as the window of the ground floor was open, he leant down from his horse under the branches and red fibers of the vine. And cried, "Bazin, my dear Bazin, good day to you." A short, fat man with a flat face, a cranium ornamented with a crown of gray hairs cut short in imitation of a tonsure, and covered with an old black velvet cap, arose as soon as he heard D'Artagnan. We ought not to say arose, but bounded up. In fact, Bazin bounded up, carrying with him his little low chair, which the children tried to take away, with battles more fierce than those of the Greeks endeavoring to recover the body of Patroclus from the hands of the Trojans. Bazin did more than bound. He let fall both his alphabet and his ferule. "You," said he, "you, Monsieur D'Artagnan?" "Yes, myself." "Where is Aramis?" "No, Le Chevalier d'Herblay. No, I am still mistaken, Monsieur le Vizier General." "Ah, monsieur," said Bazin, with dignity, "Monseigneur is at his diocese." "What did you say?" said D'Artagnan. Bazin repeated the sentence. Ah, but has Aramis a diocese?" "Yes, monsieur. Why not? Is he a bishop, then?" "Why, where can you come from?" said Bazin, rather irreverently, "that you don't know that?" "My dear Bazin, we pagans, we men of the sword, know very well when a man is made a colonel, or maitre de camp, or marshal of France. But if he be made a bishop, archbishop or pope devil. Take me if the news reaches us before the 3/4 of the earth have had the advantage of it." "Hush, hush," said Bazin, opening his eyes. "Do not spoil these poor children in." Whom I am endeavoring to inculcate such good principles. In fact, the children had surrounded D'Artagnan, whose horse, long sword, spurs, and martial air they very much admired. But above all, they admired his strong voice, so that, when he uttered his oath, the whole school cried out, "The devil take me!" with fearful bursts of laughter, shouts, and bounds, which delighted the musketeer and bewildered the old pedagogue. "There," said he, "hold your tongues, you brats. You have come, Amtristus debater, Betitionen, and all my good principles fly away. With you, as usual, comes disorder. Babel is revived. Ah! Good Lord! Ah! The wild little wretches!" And the worthy Bazin distributed right and left blows which increased the cries of his scholars by changing the nature of them. "At least," said he, "you will no longer decoy anyone here." "Do you think so?" said D'Artagnan with a smile which made a shudder creep. Over the shoulders of Bazin. "He is capable of it," murmured he. "Where is your master's diocese? Monseigneur René is Bishop of Vannes. Who had him nominated?" "Why, Monsieur le Surintendant, our neighbor." "What, Monsieur Fouquet? To be sure he did." "Is Aramis on good terms with him, then?" "Monseigneur preached every Sunday at the house of Monsieur le Surintendant." "At Vaux. Then they hunted together." "Ah! And Monseigneur composed his homilies, no, I mean his sermons, with Monsieur le Surintendant." "Bah! He preached in verse, then, this worthy bishop?" "Monsieur, for the love of heaven do not jest with sacred things." "There, Bazin, there. So then Aramis is at Vannes." "At Vannes, in Bretagne." "You are deceitful old hunks, Bazin. That is not true. See, monsieur, if you please. The apartments of the presbytery are empty." "He is right there," said D'Artagnan, looking attentively at the house, the aspect of which announced solitude. "But Monseigneur must have written you an account of his promotion. When did it take place?" "A month back." "Oh, then there is no time lost. Aramis cannot yet have wanted me. But how is it, Bazin, you do not follow your master?" "Monsieur, I cannot. I have occupations, your alphabet, and my penitence." "What do you confess, then? Are you a priest?" "The same is one. I have such a call." "But the orders?" "Oh," said Bazin, without hesitation, "now that Monseigneur is a bishop, I shall soon have my orders, or at least my dispensations." And he rubbed his hands. "Decidedly," said D'Artagnan to himself, "there will be no means of uprooting these people. Get me some supper, Bazin." "With pleasure, monsieur." "A fowl, a bouillon, and a bottle of wine. This is Saturday, monsieur. It is a day of abstinence." "I have a dispensation," said D'Artagnan. Bazin looked at him suspiciously. "Ah, ah, master hypocrite," said the musketeer, "for whom do you take me? If you, who are the valet, hope for dispensation to commit a crime, shall not I, the friend of your bishop, have dispensation for eating meat at the call of my stomach? Make yourself agreeable with me, Bazin, or, by heavens, I will complain to the king, and you shall never confess. Now you know that the nomination of bishops rests with the king. I have the king. I am the stronger. Bazin smiled hypocritically. "Ah, but we have Monsieur le Surintendant," said he. "And you laugh at the king, then?" Bazin made no reply. His smile was sufficiently eloquent. "My supper," said D'Artagnan. "It is getting towards 7 o'clock." Bazin turned round and ordered the eldest of the pupils to inform the cook. In the meantime, D'Artagnan surveyed the presbytery. "Phew!" said he, disdainfully. "Monseigneur lodged his grandeur very meanly here." "We have the Château de Vaux," said Bazin. "Which is perhaps equal to the Louvre," said D'Artagnan jeeringly. "Which is better?" replied Bazin, with the greatest coolness imaginable. "Ah, ah," said D'Artagnan. He would perhaps have prolonged the discussion and maintained the superiority of the Louvre, but the lieutenant perceived that his horse remained. Fastened to the bars of a gate. "The devil," said he. "Get my horse looked after. Your master the bishop has none like him in his stables." Bazin cast a sidelong glance at the horse and replied, "Monsieur le Surintendant gave him 4 from his own stables, and each of the 4's worth 4 of yours." The blood mounted to the face of D'Artagnan. His hand itched and his eye glanced over the head of Bazin to select the place upon which he should discharge his anger. But it passed away, reflection came, and D'Artagnan contented himself with saying, the devil, I have done well to quit the service of the king. Tell me, worthy Master Bazin," added he, "how many musketeers does Monsieur le Surintendant retain in his service?" "He could have all there are in the kingdom with his money," replied Bazin, closing his book, and dismissing the boys with some kindly blows of his cane. The devil," repeated D'Artagnan once more, as if to annoy the pedagogue. But as supper was now announced, he followed the cook, who introduced him into the refectory, where it awaited him. D'Artagnan placed himself at the table, and began a hearty attack upon his fowl. "It appears to me," said D'Artagnan, biting with all his might at the tough fowl they had served up to him, and which they had evidently forgotten to fatten, "it appears that I have done wrong in not seeking service with that master yonder. A powerful noble this intendant seemingly. In good truth, we poor fellows know nothing at the court, and the rays of the sun prevent our seeing the large stars, which are also suns, at a little greater distance from our earth. That is all." As D'Artagnan delighted, both from pleasure and system, in making people talk. About things which interested him, he fenced in his best style with Master Bazin, but it was pure loss of time. Beyond the tiresome and hyperbolical praises of Monsieur le Surintendant of the finances, Bazin, who, on his side, was on his guard, afforded nothing but platitudes to the curiosity of D'Artagnan, so that our musketeer, in a tolerably bad humor, desired to go to bed as soon as he had supped. The Artignan was introduced by Bazin into a mean chamber, in which there was a poor bed, but D'Artagnan was not fastidious in that respect. He had been told that Aramis had taken away the key of his own private apartment, and as he knew Aramis was a very particular man, and had generally many things to conceal in his apartment, he had not been surprised. He, therefore, although it appeared comparatively even harder, attacked the bed as bravely as he had done the fowl, and as he had as good an inclination to sleep as he had had to eat, he took scarcely longer time to be snoring harmoniously than he had employed in picking the last bones of the bird. Since he was no longer in the service of anyone, D'Artagnan had promised himself to indulge in sleeping as soundly as he had formerly slept lightly. But with whatever good faith D'Artagnan had made himself this promise, and whatever desire he might have to keep it religiously, he was awakened in the middle of the night by a loud noise of carriages and servants on horseback. A sudden illumination flashed over the walls of his chamber. He jumped out of bed and ran to the window in his shirt. "Can the king be coming this way?" he thought, rubbing his eyes. In truth, such a suite can only be attached to royalty. "Vive Monsieur le Surintendant!" cried, or rather vociferated, from a window on the ground floor, a voice which he recognized as Bazin's, who at the same time waved a handkerchief with one hand and held a large candle in the other. D'Artagnan then saw something like a brilliant human form leaning out of the principal carriage. At the same time loud bursts of laughter caused, no doubt, by the strange figure of Bazin, and issuing from the same carriage, left, as it were, all the train of joy upon the passage of the rapid cortege. "I might easily see it was not the king," said D'Artagnan. "People don't laugh so heartily when the king passes. Hola, Bazin!" cried he to his neighbor, 3/4 of whose body still hung out of the window, to follow the carriage with his eyes as long as he could. "What is all that about?" "It is M. through K," said Bazin, in a patronizing tone. "And all those people. That is the court of M. Fouquet." "Oh, oh!" said D'Artagnan. "What would M. Maison de Mazarin say to that if he heard it?" And he returned to his bed, asking himself how Aramis always contrived to be protected by the most powerful personages in the kingdom. Is it that he has more luck than I, or that I am a greater fool than he? Bah! That was the concluding word by the aid of which D'Artagnan, having become wise, now terminated every thought in every period of his style. Formerly he said, "Mordieu," which was a prick of the spur, but now he had become older, and he murmured that philosophical "bah," which served as a bridle to all the passions. Chapter 18, in which D'Artagnan seeks Porthos and only finds Mousqueton. When D'Artagnan had perfectly convinced himself that the absence of the Vicar General d'Herblay was real, and that his friend was not to be found at Melun or in its vicinity, he left Bazin without regret, cast an ill-natured glance at the magnificent Chateau de Vaux, which was beginning to shine with that splendor which wrought on its ruin, and, compressing his lips like a man full of mistrust and suspicion, he put spurs to his pied horse, saying, "Well, well, I have still Pierrefonds left, and there I shall find the best man and the best filled coffer. And that is all I want, for I have an idea of my own." We will spare our readers the prosaic incidents of D'Artagnan's journey, which terminated on the morning of the third day within sight of Pierrefonds. D'Artagnan came by the way of Nanteuil-les-Hardouin and Crepy. At a distance he perceived the castle of Louis of Orleans, which, having become part of the crown domain, was kept by an old concierge. This was one of those marvelous manors of the Middle Ages, with walls 20 feet in thickness and 100 in height. D'Artagnan rode slowly past its walls, measured its towers with his eye, and descended into the valley. From afar he looked down upon the chateau of Porthos, situated on the shores of a small lake and contiguous to a magnificent forest. It was the same place we have already had the honor of describing to our readers. We shall therefore satisfy ourselves with naming it. The first thing D'Artagnan perceived after the fine trees, the May sun gilding the sides of the green hills, the long rows of feather-topped trees, which stretched out towards Compiègne, was a large rolling box, pushed forward by 2 servants and dragged by 2 others. In this box there was an enormous green and gold thing which went along the smiling glades of the park, thus dragged and pushed. This thing, at a distance, could not be distinguished, and signified absolutely nothing. Nearer, it was a hogshead muffled in gold-bound green cloth. When close, it was a man, or rather a poussa, the interior extremity of whom, spreading over thee, interior of the box entirely filled it, when still closer, the man was Mousqueton, with gray hair and a face as red as Punchinello's. "Pardieu!" cried D'Artagnan. "Why, that's my dear Monsieur Mousqueton." "Ah!" cried the fat man. "Ah, what happiness! What joy! There's M. D'Artagnan. Stop, you rascals!" These last words were addressed to the lackeys who pushed and dragged him. The box stopped, and the 4 lackeys, with a precision quite military, took off their laced hats and ranged themselves behind it. "Oh, Monsieur d'Artagnan," said Mousqueton, "why can I not embrace your knees? But I have become impotent, as you see." "Dame, my dear Mousqueton, it is age." "No, monsieur, it is not age, it is infirmity's troubles." "Troubles, you Mousqueton?" said D'Artagnan, making the tour of the box. "Are you out of your mind, my dear friend? Thank God, you are as hardy as a 300-year-old oak." "Ah, but my legs, monsieur, my legs," groaned the faithful servant. "What's the matter with your legs? Oh, they will no longer bear me. Ah, the ungrateful things! And yet you feed them well, Mousqueton, apparently." "Alas, yes. They can reproach me with nothing in that respect," said Mousqueton with a sigh. "I have always done what I could for my poor body. I am not selfish." And Mousqueton sighed afresh. "I wonder whether Mousqueton wants to be a baron too, as he sighs after that fashion," thought D'Artagnan. "Mon Dieu, monsieur!" said Mousqueton, as if rousing himself from a painful reverie. "How happy Monseigneur will be that you have thought of him." "Kind Porthos!" cried D'Artagnan. "I am anxious to embrace him." "Oh," said Mousqueton, much affected, "I shall certainly write to him." "What!" cried D'Artagnan. "You will write to him?" "This very day. I shall not delay it an hour." "Is he not here, then?" "No, monsieur." "But is he near at hand? Is he far off?" "Oh, can I tell, monsieur, can I tell?" "Mordieu!" cried the Musketeer, stamping with his foot. "I am unfortunate. Porthos such a stay at home. Monsieur, there is not a more sedentary man than Monseigneur. But what? When a friend presses you, a friend. Doubtless the worthy M. de Herblay. What, has Aramis pressed Porthos?" "This is how the thing happened, Monsieur d'Artagnan. M. de Herblay wrote to Monseigneur indeed. A letter, monsieur, such a pressing letter that it threw us all into a bustle." "Tell me all about it, my dear friend," said D'Artagnan. "But remove these people a little further off first." Mousqueton shouted, "Fall back, you fellows," with such powerful lungs that the breath, without the words, would have been sufficient to disperse the 4 lackeys. D'Artagnan seated himself on the shaft of the box and opened his ears. "Monsieur," said Mousqueton, "Monseigneur, then, received a letter from Emuenu, le vicaire, General d'Herblay, 8 or 9 days ago. It was the day of the rustic pleasures. Yes, it must have been Wednesday." "What do you mean?" said D'Artagnan. "The day of rustic pleasures?" "Yes, monsieur. We have so many pleasures to take in this delightful country that we were encumbered by them, so much so that we have been forced to regulate the distribution of them. How easily do I recognize Porthos's love of order in that! Now, that idea would never have occurred to me, but then I am not encumbered with pleasures." "We were, though," said Mousqueton. "And how did you regulate the matter, let me know," said D'Artagnan. "It is rather long, monsieur." "Never mind, we have plenty of time, and you speak so well, my dear Mousqueton, that it is really a pleasure to hear you." "It is true," said Mousqueton with a sigh of satisfaction, which emanated evidently from the justice which had been rendered him. "It is true I have made great progress in the company of Monseigneur. I am waiting for the distribution of the pleasures, Mousqueton, and with impatience I want to know if I have arrived on a lucky day." "Oh, Monsieur d'Artagnan," said Mousqueton in a melancholy tone, "since Monseigneur's departure all the pleasures have gone too." "Well, my dear Mousqueton, refresh your memory. With what day shall I begin?" "Ah, pardieu! Begin with Sunday. That is the Lord's day." "Sunday, monsieur." "Yes, Sunday pleasures are religious. Monseigneur goes to Mass, makes the bread offering, and has discourses and instructions made to him by his almoner and ordinary. That is not very amusing, but we expect a Carmelite from Paris who will do the duty of our almonry, and who, we are assured, speaks very well, which will keep us awake, whereas our present almoner always sends us to sleep. These are Sunday religious pleasures. On Monday, worldly pleasures." "Ah, ah," said D'Artagnan, "what do you mean by that? Let us have a glimpse at your worldly pleasures." "Monsieur, on Monday we go into the world. We pay and receive visits, we play on the lute, we dance, we make verses, and burn a little incense in honor of the ladies." "Peste! That is the height of gallantry," said the Musketeer, who was obliged to call to his aid all the strength of his facial muscles to suppress an enormous inclination to laugh. "Tuesday, learned pleasures." "Good!" cried D'Artagnan. "What are they?" "Detail them, my dear Mousqueton." "Monseigneur has bought a sphere or globe, which I shall show you. It fills all the perimeter of the great tower, except a gallery which he has had built over the sphere. There are little strings and brass wires to which the sun and moon are hooked. It all turns. And that is very beautiful. Monseigneur points out to me seas and distant countries. We don't intend to visit them, but it is very interesting." "Interesting. Yes, that's the word," repeated D'Artagnan. "And Wednesday, rustic pleasures, as I have had the honor to tell you, Monsieur le Chevalier. Oui." "Look over Monseigneur's sheep and goats. We make the shepherds dance to pipes and reeds, as is written in a book Monseigneur has in his library, which is called Bergeries. The author died about a month ago." "Monsieur Roccan, perhaps?" said D'Artagnan. "Yes, that was his name, M. Roccan. But that is not all. We angle in the little canal, after which we dine, crowned with flowers. That is Wednesday." "Peste!" said D'Artagnan, "you don't divide your pleasures badly." "And Thursday? What can be left for poor Thursday?" "It is not very unfortunate, monsieur," said Monsieur, smiling. "Thursday, Olympian pleasures. Ah, monsieur, that is superb. We get together all Monseigneur's young vassals, and we make them throw the disc, wrestle, and run races. Monseigneur can't run now, no more can I, but Monseigneur throws the disc as nobody else can throw it, and when he does deal a blow, oh, that proves a misfortune." "How so?" "Yes, monsieur, we were obliged to renounce the cestus. He cracked heads, he broke jaws, beat in ribs. It was charming sport, but nobody was willing to play with him. Then his wrist, oh, monsieur, firmer than ever. Monseigneur gets a trifle weaker in his legs. He confesses that himself, but his strength has all taken refuge in his arms, so that he can knock down bullocks as he used formerly. Monsieur, better than that he beats in walls, lately, after having supped with." One of our farmers, you know how popular and kind Monseigneur is after supper as a joke. He struck the wall a blow. The wall crumpled away beneath his hand, the roof fell in, and 3 men and an old woman were stifled. Good God, Mosquiton! And your master? Oh, Monseigneur! A little skin was rubbed off his head. We bathed the wounds with some water which the monks gave us, but there was nothing the matter with his hand. Nothing? No, nothing, monsieur. Deuce take the Olympic pleasures. They must cost your master too dear for widows and orphans. They all had pensions, monsieur. 1/10 of Monseigneur's revenue was spent in that way. Then pass on to Friday, said D'Artagnan. Friday noble and warlike pleasures. We hunt, we fence, we dress falcons and break horses. Then Saturday is the day for intellectual pleasures. We adorn our minds. We look at Monseigneur's pictures and statues. We write even and trace plans, and then we fire Monseigneur's cannon. You draw plans and fire cannon? Yes, monsieur. Why, my friend, said D'Artagnan, M. du Vallon, in truth, possesses the most subtle and amiable mind that I know. But there is one kind of pleasure you have forgotten, it appears to me. What is that, monsieur? Asked Mousqueton with anxiety. The material pleasures. Mousqueton colored. What do you mean by that, monsieur? Said he, casting down his eyes. I mean the table, good wine evenings occupied in passing the bottle. Ah, monsieur, we don't reckon those pleasures, we practice them every day. My brave Mousqueton, resumed D'Artagnan, pardon me, but I was so absorbed in your charming recital that I have forgotten the principal object of our conversation, which was to learn what M. Seton, le Vicaire General d'Herblay, could have to write to your master about. That is true, monsieur, said Mousqueton. The pleasures have misled us. Well? Monsieur, this is the whole affair. I am all attention, Mousqueton. On Wednesday, the day of the rustic pleasures. Yes, a letter arrived. He received it from my hands. I had recognized the writing. Well, Monseigneur read it and cried out, "Quick, my horses, my arms!" "Oh, good Lord! Then it was for some duel?" said D'Artagnan. "No, monsieur, there were only these words, 'Dear Porthos, set out, if you would wish to arrive before the equinox. I expect you.'" "Mordieu," said D'Artagnan thoughtfully, "that was pressing, apparently." "I think so. Therefore," continued Mousqueton, "Monseigneur set out the very same day with his secretary, in order to endeavor to arrive in time. And did he arrive in time?" "I hope so." Monseigneur, who was hasty, as you know, monsieur, repeated incessantly, "Tonneau Dieu." What can this mean? The equinox? Never mind. A fellow must be well mounted to arrive before I do. "And you think Porthos will have arrived first, do you?" asked D'Artagnan. "I am sure of it. This equinox, however rich he may be, has certainly no horses so good as Monseigneur's." D'Artagnan repressed his inclination to laugh, because the brevity of Aramis's letter gave rise to reflection. He followed Mousqueton, or rather Mousqueton's chariot, to the castle. He sat down to a sumptuous table, of which they did him the honors as to a king. But he could draw nothing from Mousqueton. The faithful servant seemed to shed tears at will. But that was all. D'Artagnan, after a night passed in an excellent bed, reflected much upon the meaning of Aramis's letter, puzzled himself as to the relation of the equinox with the affairs of Porthos, and being unable to make anything out unless it concerned some amour of the bishop's, for which it was necessary that the days and nights should be equal, D'Artagnan left Pierrefonds as he had left Melun, as he had left the chateau of the Comte de la Fère. It was not, however, without a melancholy. which might in good sooth pass for one of the most dismal of D'Artagnan's moods. His head cast down, his eyes fixed, he suffered his legs to hang on each side of his horse, and said to himself, in that vague sort of reverie which ascends sometimes to the sublimest eloquence, "No more friends, no more future, no more anything. My energies are broken like the bonds of our ancient friendship. Oh, old age is coming, cold and inexorable. It envelops in its funereal crape all that was brilliant, all that was embalming in my youth. Then it throws that sweet burthen on its shoulders and carries it away with the rest into the fathomless gulf of death." A shudder crept through the heart of the Gascon, so brave and so strong against all the misfortunes of life. And during some moments the clouds appear black to him, the earth slippery and full of pits, as that of cemeteries. "Whither am I going?" said he to himself. "What am I going to do? Alone, quite alone, without family, without friends. Bah!" cried he all at once. And he clapped spurs to his horse, who, having found nothing melancholy in the heavy oats of Pierrefonds, profited by this permission to show his gaiety in a gallop which, absorbed 2 leagues. "To Paris," said D'Artagnan to himself. And on the morrow he alighted in Paris. He had devoted 6 days to this journey. Chapter 19. What D'Artagnan went to Paris for. The lieutenant dismounted before a shop in the Rue des Lombards at the sign of the Pilon d'Or. A man of good appearance, wearing a white apron and stroking his grey moustache with a large hand, uttered a cry of joy on perceiving the pied horse. "Monsieur le Chevalier," said he. "Ah, is that you? Bonjour, Planchet," replied D'Artagnan, stooping to enter the shop. "Quick, somebody," cried Planchet, "to look after Monsieur d'Artagnan's horse, somebody to get ready his room, somebody to prepare his supper." "Thanks, Planchet. Good day, my children," said D'Artagnan to the eager boys. "Allow me to send off this coffee, this treacle, and these raisins," said Planchet. "They are for the storeroom of Monsieur le Surintendant. Send them off, send them off." "That is only the affair of a moment, then we shall sup. Arrange it that we may sup alone. I want to speak to you." Planchet looked at his old master in a significant manner. "Oh, don't be uneasy. It is nothing unpleasant," said D'Artagnan. "So much the better, so much the better." And Planchet breathed freely again, whilst D'Artagnan seated himself quietly down in the shop upon a bale of corks and made a survey of the premises. The shop was well stocked. There was a mingled perfume of ginger, cinnamon, and ground pepper which made D'Artagnan sneeze. The shop boy, proud of being in company with so renowned a warrior, of a lieutenant of musketeers, who approached the person of the king, began to work with an enthusiasm which was something like delirium, and to serve the customers with a disdainful haste that was noticed by several. Planchet put away his money and made up his accounts amid civilities addressed to his former master. Planchet had with his equals the short speech and the haughty familiarity of the rich shopkeeper who serves everybody and waits for nobody. D'Artagnan observed this habit with a pleasure which we shall analyze presently. He saw night come on by degrees, and at length Planchet conducted him to a chamber on the first story, where amidst bales and chests a table very nicely set out awaited the 2 guests. D'Artagnan took advantage of a moment's pause to examine the countenance of Planchet, whom he had not seen for a year. The shrewd Planchet had acquired a slight protuberance in front, but his countenance was not puffed. His keen eye still played with facility in its deep-sunk orbit, and fat, which levels all the characteristic saliences of the human face, had not yet touched either his high cheekbones, the sign of cunning and cupidity, or his pointed chin, the sign of acuteness and perseverance. Planchet reigned with as much majesty in his dining room as in a shop. He set before his master a frugal, but perfectly Parisian repast: roast meat, cooked at the baker's, with vegetables, salad, and a dessert borrowed from the shop itself. D'Artagnan was pleased that the grocer had drawn from behind the faggots a bottle of that Anjou wine, which during all his life had been D'Artagnan's favorite wine. "Formerly, monsieur," said Planchet, with a smile full of bonhomie, "it was I who drank your wine. Now you do me the honor to drink mine. And, thank God, friend Planchet, I shall drink it for a long time to come, I hope, for at present I am free." "Free? You have leave of absence, monsieur." "Unlimited. You are leaving the service," said Planchet, stupefied. "Yes, I am resting. And the king?" cried Planchet, who could not suppose it possible that the king could do without the services of such a man as D'Artagnan. "The king will try his fortune elsewhere. But we have supped well. You are disposed to enjoy yourself. You invite me to confide in you. Open your ears, then. They are open." And Planchet, with a laugh more frank than cunning, opened a bottle of white wine. "Leave me my reason, at least. Oh, as to you losing your head, you monsieur! Now my head is my own, and I mean to take better care of it than ever. In the first place, we shall talk business. How fares our money box?" "Wonderfully well, monsieur. The 20,000 livres I had of you are still employed in my trade, in which they bring me 9%. I give you 7, so I gain 2 by you." "And you are still satisfied?" "Delighted. Have you brought me any more?" "Better than that. But do you want any?" "Oh, not at all. Everyone is willing to trust me now. I am extending my business. That was your intention. I play the banker a little. I buy goods of my needy brethren. I lend money to those who are not ready for their payments. Without usury? Oh! Monsieur, in the course of the last week I have had 2 meetings on the boulevards, on account of the word you have just pronounced." "What?" "You shall see. It concerned a loan. The borrower gives me in pledge some raw sugars, on condition that I should sell if repayment were not made within a fixed period. I lend 1,000 livres. He does not pay me, and I sell the sugars for 1,300 livres. He learns this and claims 100 crowns. Ma foi! I refused, pretending that I could not sell them for more than 900 livres. He accused me of usury. I begged him to repeat that word to me behind the boulevards. He was an old guard, and he came, and I passed her sword through." His left thigh. "Tout Dieu! What a pretty sort of banker you make," said D'Artagnan. "For above 13%, I fight," replied Planchet. "That is my character." "Take only 12," said D'Artagnan, "and call the rest premium and brokerage." "You are right, monsieur. But to your business." "Ah! Planchet, it is very long and very hard to speak." "Do speak it nevertheless." D'Artagnan twisted his mustache like a man embarrassed with the confidence he is about to make, and mistrustful of his confidant. "Is it an investment?" asked Planchet. "Why, yes, at good profit, a capital profit, 100%, Planchet. Planchet gave such a blow with his fist upon the table that the bottles bounded as if they had been frightened. Good heavens, is that possible? I think it will be more, replied D'Artagnan coolly, but I like to lay it at the lowest. The devil, said Planchet, drawing nearer. Why, monsieur, that is magnificent. Can one put much money in it? 20,000 livres each, Planchet. Why, that is all you have, monsieur. For how long a time? For a month. And that will give us 50,000 livres each, profit. It is monstrous. It is worthwhile to fight for such interest as that. In fact, I believe it will be necessary to fight not a little, said D'Artagnan, with the same tranquillity. But this time there are two of us, Planchet, and I shall take all the blows to myself. Oh, monsieur, I will not allow that. Planchet, you cannot be concerned in it. You would be obliged to leave your business and your family. The affair is not in Paris, then. No. Abroad? In England. A speculative country, that is true, said Planchet. A country that I know well. What sort of an affair, monsieur, without too much curiosity? Planchet, it is a restoration. Of monuments? Yes, of monuments. We shall restore Whitehall. That is important. And in a month, you think? I shall undertake it. That concerns you, monsieur. And when once you are engaged, yes, that concerns me. I know what I am about. Nevertheless, I will freely consult with you. You do me great honor, but I know very little about architecture. Planchet, you are wrong. You are an excellent architect, quite as good as I am, for the case in question. Thanks, monsieur. But your old friends of the Musketeers? I have been, I confess, tempted to speak of the thing to those gentlemen, but they are all absent from their houses. It is vexatious, for I know none more bold or more able. Ah, then it appears there will be an opposition, and the enterprise will be disputed? Oh yes, Planchet, yes. I burn to know the details, monsieur. Here they are. Planchet, close all the doors tight. Yes, monsieur, and Planchet, double lock them. That is well. Now draw near. Planchet obeyed. And open the window, because the noise of the passers-by and the carts will deafen all who might hear us. Planchet opened the window as desired, and the gust of tumult which filled the chamber with cries, wheels, barkings, and steps deafened D'Artagnan himself as he had wished. He then swallowed a glass of white wine and began in these terms: Planchet, I have an idea. Ah, monsieur, I recognize you so well in that, replied Planchet, panting with emotion. Chapter 20 of the society which was formed in the Rue des Lombards at the sign of the Pilon d'Or to carry out M. d'Artagnan's idea. After a moment's silence, in which D'Artagnan appeared to be collecting, not one idea, but all his ideas, "It cannot be, my dear Planchet," said he, "that you have not heard of His Majesty Charles the First of England? Alas, yes, monsieur, since you left France in order to assist him, and that, in spite of that assistance, he fell, and was near dragging you down in his fall." Exactly so. I see you have a good memory, Planchet. Peste, the astonishing thing would be if I could have lost that memory, however bad it might have been. When one has heard Grimaud, who, you know, is not given to talking, relate how the head of King Charles fell, how you sailed the half of a night in a scuttled vessel, and saw floating on the water that good Montmortant with a certain gold hafted dagger buried in his breast, one is not very likely to forget such things. and yet there are people who forget them, Planchet. Yes, such as have not seen them or have not heard Grimaud relate them. Well, it is all the better that you recollect all that. I shall only have to remind you of one thing, and that is that Charles I had a son. Without contradicting you, monsieur, he had two, said Planchet, for I saw the second one in Paris and me, le Duc of York, one day as he was going to the Palais Royal, and I was told that he was not the eldest son of Charles I. As to the eldest, I have the honor of knowing him by name, but not personally. That is exactly the point, Planchet, we must come to. It is to this eldest son, formerly called the Prince of Wales, and who is now styled Charles II, King of England. A king without a kingdom, monsieur, replied Planchet sententiously. Yes, Planchet, and you may add an unfortunate prince, more unfortunate than the poorest man of the people lost in the worst quarter of Paris. Planchet made a gesture full of that sort of compassion which we grant to strangers with whom we think we can never possibly find ourselves in contact. Besides, he did not see in this political sentimental operation any sign of the commercial idea of mission. D'Artagnan, and it was in this idea that D'Artagnan, who was, from habit, pretty well acquainted with men and things, had principally interested Planchet. I am coming to our business. This young Prince of Wales, a king without a kingdom, as you have so well said, Planchet, has interested me. I, D'Artagnan, have seen him begging assistance of Mazarin, who is a miser, and the aid of Louis, who is a child, and it appeared to me, who am acquainted with such things, that in the intelligent eye of the fallen king, in the nobility of his whole person, a nobility apparent above all his miseries, I could discern the stuff of a man and the heart of a king. Planchet tacitly approved of all this, but it did not at all, in his eyes at least, throw any light upon D'Artagnan's idea. The latter continued, "This, then, is the reasoning which I made with myself." Listen attentively, Planchet, for we are coming to the conclusion. I am listening. Kings are not so thickly sown upon the earth that people can find them whenever they want them. Now, this king without a kingdom is, in my opinion, a grain of seed which will blossom in some season or other, provided a skillful, discreet, and vigorous hand sow it duly and truly, selecting soil, sky, and time. Planchet still approved by a nod of his head, which showed that he did not. Perfectly comprehend all that was said. Poor little seed of a king, said I to myself, and really I was affected, Planchet, which leads me to think I am entering upon a foolish business, and that is why I wish to consult you, my friend. Planchet colored with pleasure and pride. Poor little seed of a king, I will pick you up and cast you into good ground. Good God, said Planchet, looking earnestly at his old master as if in doubt as to the state of his reason. Well, what is it? Said D'Artagnan. Who hurts you? Me, nothing, monsieur. You said good God. Did I? I am sure you did. Can you already understand? I confess, Aimé D'Artagnan, that I am afraid to understand, yes, to understand that I wish to replace upon his throne this King Charles II, who has no throne. Is that it? Planchet made a prodigious bound in his chair. Ah, 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 said he in evident terror. That is what you call a restoration. Yes, Planchet, is it not the proper term for it? Oh, no doubt, no doubt. But have you reflected seriously? Upon what? Upon what is going on yonder? Where? In England. And what is that? Let us see, Planchet. In the first place, monsieur, I ask your pardon for meddling in these things, which have nothing to do with my trade. But since it is an affair that you propose to me, for you are proposing an affair, are you not? A superb one, Planchet. But as it is business you propose to me, I have the right to discuss it. Discuss it, Planchet. Out of discussion is born light. Well then, since I have Monsieur's permission, I will tell him that there is yonder in the first place the Parliament, well next, and then the army. Good! Do you see anything else? Why then the nation. Is that all? The nation which consented to the overthrow and death of the late king, the father of this one, and which will not be willing to belie its acts. Planchet, said D'Artagnan, you argue like a cheese. The nation is tired of these gentlemen who give themselves such barbarous names, and who sing songs to it. Chanting for chanting, my dear Planchet. I have remarked that nations prefer singing a merry chant to the plain chant. Remember the Fronde. What did they sing in those times? Well, those were good times. Not too good, not too good. I was near being hung in those times. Well, but you were not. No. And you laid the foundation of your fortune in the midst of all those songs? That is true. Then you have nothing to say against them. Well, I return then to the army and Parliament. I say that I borrow 20,000 livres of Amiens, Planchet, and that I put 20,000 livres of my own to it, and with these 40,000 livres I raise an army. Planchet clasped his hands. He saw that D'Artagnan was in earnest, and, in good truth, he believed his master had lost his senses. An army! Ah, monsieur, said he, with his most agreeable smile, for fear of irritating the madman and rendering him furious. An army, how many? Of 40 men, said D'Artagnan. 40 against 40,000, that is not enough. I know very well that you, M. D'Artagnan alone are equal to 1,000 men, but where are we to find 39 men equal to you? Or if we could find them, who would furnish you with money to pay them? Not bad, Planchet. Ah, the devil! You play the courtier. No, monsieur, I speak what I think, and that is exactly why I say that. In the first pitched battle you fight with your 40 men. I am very much afraid, therefore I shall fight no pitched battles, my dear Planchet, said the Gascon, laughing. We have very fine examples in antiquity of skilful retreats and marches, which consisted in avoiding the enemy instead of attacking them. You should know that, Planchet, you who commanded the Parisians the day on which they ought to have fought against the Musketeers, and who so well calculated marches and counter-marches that you never left the Palais Royal. Planchet could not help laughing. It is plain, replied he, that if your 40 men conceal themselves, and are not unskilful, they may hope not to be beaten, but you propose obtaining some result, do you not? No doubt. This, then, in my opinion, is the plan to be proceeded upon, in order quickly to replace His Majesty Charles II on his throne. Good, said Planchet, increasing his attention. Let us see your plan. But in the first place, it seems to me we are forgetting something. What is that? We have set aside the nation, which prefers singing merry songs to psalms, and the army, which we will not fight, but the Parliament remains, and that seldom sings. Nor does it fight. How is it, Planchet, that an intelligent man like you should? take any heed of a set of brawlers who call themselves rumps and barebones. The Parliament does not trouble me at all, Planchet. As soon as it ceases to trouble you, monsieur, let us pass on, yes, and arrive at the result. You remember Cromwell, Planchet. I have heard a great deal of talk about him. He was a rough soldier, and a terrible eater, moreover. What do you mean by that? Why, at one gulp he swallowed all England. Well, Planchet, the evening before the day on which he swallowed England, if anyone had swallowed Cromwell, oh, monsieur, it is one of the axioms of mathematics that the container must be greater than the contained. Very well, that is our affair, Planchet. But Cromwell is dead, and his container is now the tomb. My dear Planchet, I see with pleasure that you have not only become a mathematician, but a philosopher. Monsieur, in my grocery business I use much printed paper, and that instructs me. Bravo! You know then, in that case, for you have not learnt mathematics and philosophy without a little history, that after this Cromwell so great there came one who was very little. Yes, he was named Richard, and he has done as you have, D'Artagnan, he has tendered his resignation. Very well, said very well. After the great man who is dead, after the little one who tendered his resignation, there came a third. This one is named Monk. He is an able general, considering he has never fought a battle. He is a skillful diplomatist, considering that he never speaks in public, and that having to say good day to a man, he meditates 12 hours and ends by saying good night, which makes people exclaim, "Miracle!" Seeing that it falls out correctly. That is rather strong, said Planchet, but I know another political man who resembles him very much. Mazarin, you mean? Himself. You are right, Planchet. Only Mazarin does not aspire to the throne of France, and that changes everything, do you see? Well, this Monk, who has England ready roasted in his plate, and who is already opening his mouth to swallow it this Monk, who says to the people of Charles II, and to Charles II himself, N'est-ce vos? I don't understand English, said Planchet. Yes, but I understand it, said D'Artagnan. N'est-ce vos means I do not know you. This Monk, the most important man in England, when he shall have swallowed it. Well? Asked Planchet. Well, my friend, I shall go over yonder, and with my 40 men I shall carry him off, pack him up, and bring him into France, where two modes of proceeding present themselves to my dazzled eyes. Oh, and to mine too, cried Planchet, transported with enthusiasm. We will put him in a cage and show him for money. Well, Planchet, that is a third plan of which I had not thought. Do you think it a good one? Yes, certainly, but I think mine better. Let us see yours then. In the first place, I shall set a ransom on him. Of how much? Piste, a fellow like that must be well worth 100,000 crowns. Yes, yes, you see then in the first place a ransom of 100,000 crowns. Or else, what is much better, I deliver him up to King Charles, who, having no longer either a general or an army to fear, nor a diplomatist to trick him, will restore himself, and when once restored, will pay down to me the 100,000 crowns in question. That is the idea I have formed. What do you say to it, Planchet? Magnificent, monsieur, cried Planchet, trembling with emotion. How did you conceive that idea? It came to me one morning on the banks of the Loire, whilst our beloved king, Louis XIV, was pretending to weep upon the hand of Mademoiselle de Mancini. Monsieur, I declare the idea is sublime. But is there a but? Permit me. But this is a little like the skin of that fine bear you know that they were about to sell, but which it was necessary to take from the back of the living bear. Now, to take Emile. Monk, there will be a bit of scuffle, I should think. No doubt. But as I shall raise an army to, yes, I understand, parbleu, a coup de main. Yes, then, monsieur, you will triumph, for no one equals you in such sorts of encounters. I certainly am lucky in them, said D'Artagnan, with a proud simplicity. You know that if for this affair I had my dear Athos, my brave Porthos, and my cunning Aramis, the business would be settled. But they are all lost as it appears, and nobody knows where to find them. I will do it then, alone. Now, do you find the business good and the investment advantageous? Too much so, too much so. How can that be? Because fine things never reach the expected point. This is infallible, Planchet, and the proof is that I undertake it. It will be for you a tolerably pretty gain, and for me a very interesting stroke. It will be said, such was the old age of M. D'Artagnan, and I shall hold a place in tales and even in history itself, Planchet. I am greedy of honor. Monsieur, cried Planchet, when I think that it is here, in my home, in the midst of my sugar, my prunes, and my cinnamon, that this gigantic project is ripened, my shop seems a palace to me. Beware, beware, Planchet. If the least report of this escapes, there is the Bastille for both of us. Beware, my friend, for this is a plot we are hatching. Is Dixon. Monk is the ally of M. Mazarin. Beware. Monsieur, when a man has had the honor to belong to you, he knows nothing of fear, and when he has the advantage of being bound up in interests with you, he holds his tongue. Very well, that is more your affair than mine, seeing that in a week I shall be in England. Depart, monsieur, depart, the sooner the better. Is the money then ready? It will be tomorrow. Tomorrow you shall receive it from my own hands. Will you have gold or silver? Gold, that is most convenient. But how are we going to arrange this? Let us see. Oh, good Lord, in the simplest way possible. You shall give me a receipt, that is all. No, no, said D'Artagnan warmly. We must preserve order in all things. That is likewise my opinion, but with you, Imam. D'Artagnan. And if I should die yonder, if I should be killed by a musket ball, if I should burst from drinking beer? Monsieur, I beg you to believe that in that case I should be so much afflicted at your death that I should not think about the money. Thank you, Planchet, but no matter. We shall, like two lawyers' clerks, draw up together an agreement, a sort of act which may be called a deed of company. Willingly, monsieur. I know it is difficult to draw such a thing up, but we can try. Let us try, then. And Planchet went in search of pens, ink, and paper. D'Artagnan took the pen and wrote, "Between Messire d'Artagnan, ex-lieutenant of the King's Musketeers, at present residing in the Rue Tiquetonne, Hôtel de la Chevrette, and the Sieur Planchet, grocer, residing in the Rue Les Lombards at the sign of the Pilon d'Or, it has been agreed as follows: a company, with a capital of 40,000 livres, and formed for the purpose of carrying out an idea conceived by M. d'Artagnan, and the said Planchet approving of it in all points, will place 20,000 livres in the hands of M. d'Artagnan. He will require neither repayment nor interest before the return of M. d'Artagnan from a journey he is about to take into England. On his part, D'Artagnan undertakes to find 20,000 livres, which he will join to the 20,000 already laid down by the Sieur Planchet. He will employ the said sum of 40,000 livres, according to his judgment, in an undertaking which is described below. On the day when D'Artagnan shall have re-established, by whatever means, His Majesty King Charles II upon the throne of England, he will pay into the hands of Monsieur Planchet the sum of 150,000 livres, said Planchet innocently. Said Planchet, perceiving that D'Artagnan hesitated. Oh, the devil, no, said D'Artagnan. The division cannot be made by half. That would not be just. And yet, monsieur, we each lay down half, objected Planchet timidly. Yes, but listen to this clause, my dear Planchet, and if you do not find it equitable in every respect when it is written, well, we can scratch it out again, nevertheless, as M.E.E. D'Artagnan brings to the association, besides his capital of 20,000 livres, his time, his idea, his industry, and his skin, things which he appreciates strongly, particularly the last, immortal domain. D'Artagnan will keep, of the 300,000 livres, 200,000 livres for himself, which will make his share 2/3. Very well, said Planchet. Is it just? Asked D'Artagnan. Perfectly just, monsieur. And you will be contented with 100,000 livres? Peste! I think so. 100,000 for 20,000, and in a month, understand. How? In a month? Understand. How? In a month. Yes, I only ask 1 month. Monsieur, said Planchet generously, I give you 6 weeks. Thank you, replied the Musketeer politely, after which the two partners reperused their deed. That is perfect, monsieur, said Planchet, and the late Emir Coquenard, the first husband of Madame la Baronne du Vallon, could not have done it better. Do you find it so? Let us sign it then, and both affix their signatures. In this fashion, said D'Artagnan, I shall be under obligations to no one. But I shall be under obligations to you, said Planchet. No, for whatever store I set by it, Planchet, I may lose my skin yonder, and you will lose all. A propos, peste. That makes me think of the principal and indispensable clause. I shall write it in the case of D'Artagnan dying in this enterprise, liquidation will be considered made, and the Sieur Planchet will give quittance from that moment to the shade of Monsieur D'Artagnan for the 20,000 livres paid by him into the hands of the said company. This last clause made Planchet knit his brows a little, but when he saw the brilliant eye, the muscular hand, the supple and strong back of his associate, he regained his courage, and, without regret, he at once added another stroke to his signature. D'Artagnan did the same. Thus was drawn the first known company contract. Perhaps such things have been abused a little since, both in form and principle. Now, said Planchet, pouring out the last glass of Anjou wine for D'Artagnan, now go to sleep, my dear master. No, replied D'Artagnan, for the most difficult part now remains to be done, and I will think over that difficult part. Bah, said Planchet, I have such great confidence in you, Miss D'Artagnan, that I would not give my 100,000 livres for 90,000 livres down. And devil take me if I don't think you are right. Upon which D'Artagnan took a candle and went up to his bedroom. Chapter 21, in which D'Artagnan prepares to travel for the firm of Planchet and Company. D'Artagnan reflected to such good purpose during the night that his plan was settled by morning. "This is it," said he, sitting up in bed, supporting his elbow on his knee, and his chin in his hand. "This is it. I shall seek out 40 steady, firm men, recruited among people a little compromised, but having habits of discipline. I shall promise them 500 livres for a month if they return, nothing if they do not return, or half for their kindred. As to food and lodging, that concerns the English, who have cattle in their pastures, bacon in their bacon racks, fowls in their poultry yards, and corn in their barns. I will present myself to General Monk with my little body of troops. He will receive me. I shall win his confidence and take advantage of it as soon as possible." But without going farther, D'Artagnan shook his head and interrupted himself. "No," said he, "I should not dare to relate this to Athos. The way is therefore not honorable." "I must use violence," continued he. "Very certainly I must, but without compromising my loyalty. With 40 men I will traverse the country as a partisan. But if I fall in with not 40,000 English, as Planchet said, but purely and simply with 400, I shall be beaten. Supposing that among my 40 warriors there should be found at least 10 stupid ones, 10 who will allow themselves to be killed one after the other, from mere folly. No, it is, in fact, impossible to find 40 men to be depended upon. They do not exist. I must learn how to be contented with 30. With 10 men less, I should have the right of avoiding any armed encounter, on account of the small number of my people. And if the encounter should take place, my chance is better with 30 men than 40. Besides, I should save 5,000 francs, that is to say, the eighth of my capital. That is worth the trial. This being so, I should have 30 men. I shall divide them into 3 bands. We will spread ourselves about over the country, with an injunction to reunite at a given moment. In this fashion, 10 by 10, we should excite no suspicion, we should pass unperceived. Yes, yes, 30, that is a magic number. There are 3 tens, 3, that divine number. And then, truly, a company of 30 men, when all together, will look rather imposing. Ah, stupid wretch that I am, continued D'Artagnan, I want 30 horses. That is ruinous. Where the devil was my head when I forgot the horses? We cannot, however, think of striking such a blow without horses. Well, so be it. That sacrifice must be made. We can get the horses in the country, they are not bad, besides. But I forgot Peste. 3 bands that necessitates 3 leaders, there is the difficulty. Of the 3 commanders I have already one, that is myself. Yes, but the 2 others will of themselves cost almost as much money as all the rest of the troop. No, positively I must have but 1 lieutenant. In that case, then, I should reduce my troop to 20 men. I know very well that 20 men is but very little. But since with 30 I was determined not to seek to come to blows, I should do so more carefully still with 20. 20, that is a round number. That, besides, reduces the number of the horses by 10, which is a consideration. And then, with a good lieutenant Mordieu, what things patience and calculation are, was I not? Going to embark with 40 men, and I have now reduced them to 20 for an equal success? 10,000 livres saved at one stroke, and more safety, that is well. Now then, let us see. We have nothing to do but to find this lieutenant. Let him be found then, and after, that is not so easy. He must be brave and good, a second myself. Yes, but a lieutenant must have my secret, and as that secret is worth 1,000,000, and I shall only pay my man 1,000 livres, 1,500 at the most, my man will sell the secret to Monk. Mordieu, Mordieu, no lieutenant. Besides, this man, were he as mute as a disciple of Pythagoras, this man would be sure to have in the troop some favorite soldier whom he would make his sergeant. The sergeant would penetrate the secret of the lieutenant, in case the latter should be honest and unwilling to sell it. Then the sergeant, less honest and less ambitious, will give up the whole for 50,000 livres. Come, come, that is impossible. The lieutenant is impossible. But then I must have no fractions. I cannot divide my troop into two and act upon 2 points at once without. Another self, who, but what is the use of acting upon 2 points, as we have only 1 man to take? What can be the good of weakening a corps by placing the right here and the left there? A single corps Mordizou, a single one, and that commanded by D'Artagnan. Very well. But 20 men marching in one band are suspected by everybody. 20 horsemen must not be seen marching together, or a company will be detached against them, and the password will be required, the which company, upon seeing them, embarrassed to give it, would shoot Mismont. D'Artagnan and his men like so many rabbits. I reduce myself then to 10 men. In this fashion I shall act simply and with unity. I shall be forced to be prudent, which is half the success in an affair of the kind I am undertaking. A greater number might, perhaps, have drawn me into some folly. 10 horses are not many either to buy or take. A capital idea! What tranquillity it infuses into my mind! No more suspicions, no passwords, no more dangers. 10 men, they are valets or clerks. 10 men leading 10 horses laden with merchandise of whatever. Kind, are tolerated, well received everywhere. 10 men travel on account of the house of Planchet in Comé, of France. Nothing can be said against that. These 10 men, clothed like manufacturers, have a good cutlass or a good musket at their saddle bow, and a good pistol in the holster. They never allow themselves to be uneasy, because they have no evil designs. They are, perhaps, in truth, a little disposed to be smugglers. But what harm is in that? Smuggling is not, like polygamy, a hanging offense. The worst that can happen to us is the confiscation of our merchandise. Our merchandise confiscation fine affair. That! Come, come, it is a superb plan. 10 men, only 10 men, whom I will engage for my service. 10 men who shall be as resolute as 40, who would cost me 4 times as much, and to whom, for greater security, I will never open my mouth as to my designs, and to whom I shall only say, my friends. There is a blow to be struck. Things being after this fashion, Satan will be very malicious if he plays me one of his tricks. 15,000 livres saved, that's superb out of 20. Thus fortified by his laborious calculations, D'Artagnan stopped at this plan and determined to change nothing in it. He had already on a list furnished by his inexhaustible memory 10 men illustrious amongst the seekers of adventures, ill-treated by fortune and not on good terms with justice. Upon this, D'Artagnan rose and instantly set off on the search, telling Planchet not to expect him to breakfast, and perhaps not to dinner. A day and a half spent in rummaging amongst certain dens of Paris sufficed for his recruiting, and, without allowing his adventurers to communicate with each other, he had picked up and got together, in less than 30 hours, a charming collection of ill-looking faces, speaking a French less pure than the English they were about to attempt. These men were, for the most part, guards, whose merit D'Artagnan had had an opportunity of appreciating in various encounters, whom drunkenness, unlucky sword thrusts, unexpected winnings at play, or the economical reforms of Mazarin had forced to seek shade and solitude, those 2 great consolers of irritated and chafing spirits. They bore upon their countenances and in their vestments the traces of the heartaches they had undergone. Some had their visages scarred, all had their clothes in rags. D'Artagnan comforted the most needy of these brotherly miseries by a prudent distribution of the crowns of the society. Then, having taken care that these crowns should be employed in the physical improvement of the troop, he appointed a trysting place in the north of France, between Barriquez and Saint-Omer. 6 days were allowed as the utmost term, and D'Artagnan was sufficiently acquainted with the good will, the good humor, and the relative probity of these illustrious recruits, to be certain that not one of them would fail in his appointment. These orders given, this rendezvous fixed, he went to bid farewell to Planchet, who asked news of his army. D'Artagnan did not think proper to inform him of the reduction he had made in his personnel. He feared that the confidence of his associate would be abated by such an avowal. Planchet was delighted to learn that the army was levied, and that he, Planchet, found himself a kind of half-king, who from his throne counter kept in pay a body of troops destined to make war against perfidious Albion, that enemy of all true French hearts. Planchet paid down in double louis 20,000 livres to D'Artagnan on the part of himself Planchet, and 20,000 livres still in double louis, in account with D'Artagnan. D'Artagnan placed each of the 20,000 francs in a bag, and weighing a bag in each hand. "This money is very embarrassing, my dear Planchet," said he. "Do you know this weighs 30 pounds? Bah, your horse will carry that like a feather." D'Artagnan shook his head. "Don't tell me such things, Planchet. A horse overloaded with 30 pounds, in addition to the rider and his portmanteau, cannot cross a river so easily, cannot leap over a wall or ditch so lightly, and the horseman fails. It is true that you, Planchet, who have served in the infantry, may not be aware of all that." "Then what is to be done, monsieur?" said Planchet, greatly embarrassed. "Listen to me," said D'Artagnan. "I will pay my army on its return home. Keep my half of 20,000 livres, which you can use during that time." "And my half?" said Planchet. "I shall take that with me." "Your confidence does me honor," said Planchet. "But supposing you should not return?" "That is possible, though not very probable." "Then, Planchet, in case I should not return, give me a pen. I will make my will." D'Artagnan took a pen and some paper, and wrote upon a plain sheet, "I, D'Artagnan, possess 20,000." livres, laid up cent by cent, during 30 years that I have been in the service of His Majesty the King of France. I leave 5,000 to Athos, 5,000 to Porthos, and 5,000 to Aramis, that they may give the said sums in my name and their own to my young friend Raoul, Vicomte de Bragelonne. I give the remaining 5,000 to Planchet, that he may distribute the 15,000 with less regret among my friends. With which purpose I sign these presents. D'Artagnan. Planchet appeared very curious to know what D'Artagnan had written. "Here," said the Musketeer. "Read it." On reading the last lines, the tears came into Planchet's eyes. "You think, then, that I would not have given the money without that? Then I will have none of your 5,000 francs." D'Artagnan smiled. "Accept it, Planchet, and in that way you will only lose 15,000 francs instead of 20,000, and you will not be tempted to disregard the signature of your master and friend, by losing nothing at all." How well that dear Monsieur D'Artagnan knew the hearts of men and grocers, they who have pronounced Don Quixote mad because he rode out to the conquest of an empire with nobody but Sancho his squire, and they who have pronounced Sancho mad because he accompanied his master in his attempt to conquer the said empire, they certainly will have no hesitation in extending the same judgment to D'Artagnan and Planchet. And yet the first passed for one of the most subtle spirits among the astute spirits of the court of France. As to the second, he had acquired by good right the reputation of having one of the longest heads among the grocers of the Rue des Lombards, consequently of Paris, and consequently of France. Now, to consider these two men from the point of view from which you would consider other men, and the means by the aid of which they contemplated to restore a monarch to his throne, compared with other means, the shallowest brains of the country where brains are most shallow must have revolted against the presumptuous madness of the lieutenant and the stupidity of his associate. Fortunately, D'Artagnan was not a man to listen to the idle talk of those around him, or to the comments that were made on himself. He had adopted the motto, "Act well and let people talk." Planchet, on his part, had adopted this, "Act and say nothing." It resulted from this that, according to the custom of all superior geniuses, these two men flattered themselves, intra pectus, with being in the right against all who found fault with them. As a beginning, D'Artagnan set out in the finest of possible weather, without a cloud in the heavens, without a cloud on his mind, joyous and strong, calm and decided, great in his resolution, and consequently carrying with him a tenfold dose of that potent fluid which the shocks of mind cause to spring from the bilos nerves, and which procure for the human machine a force and an influence of which future ages will render, according to all probability, a more arithmetical account than we can possibly do at present. He was, again, as in times past, on that same road of adventures which had led him to Boulogne, and which he was now traveling for the fourth time. It appeared to him that he could almost recognize the trace of his own steps upon the road, and that of his first upon the doors of the hostelries. His memory, always active and present, brought back that youth which neither 30 years later, his great heart nor his wrist of steel, would have belied. What a rich nature was that of this man! He had all the passions, all the defects, all the weaknesses, and the spirit of contradiction familiar to his understanding changed all these imperfections into corresponding qualities. D'Artagnan, thanks to his ever active imagination, was afraid of a shadow, and ashamed of being afraid, he marched straight up to that shadow, and then became extravagant in his bravery, if the danger proved to be real. Thus, everything in him was emotion, and therefore enjoyment. He loved the society of others, but never became tired of his own. And more than once, if he could have been heard when he was alone, he might have been seen laughing at the jokes he related to himself, or the tricks his imagination created just 5 minutes before. Ennui might have been looked for. D'Artagnan was not perhaps so gay this time as he would have been with the prospect of finding some good friends at Calais, instead of joining the 10 scamps there. Melancholy, however, did not visit him more than once a day, and it was about 5 visits that he received from that sombre deity before he got sight of the sea at Boulogne, and then these visits were indeed but short. But when once D'Artagnan found himself near the field of action, all other feelings but that of confidence disappeared never to return. From Boulogne he followed the coast to Calais. Calais was the place of general rendezvous, and at Calais he had named to each of his recruits the hostelry of Le Grand Monarque, where living was not extravagant, where sailors messed, and where men of the sword, with sheath of leather, be it understood, found lodging, table, food, and all the comforts of life for 30 sous per diem. D'Artagnan proposed to himself to take them by surprise, in flagrante delicto of wandering life, and to judge by the first appearance if he could count on them as trusty companions. He arrived at Calais at 4:30 in the afternoon. Chapter 22. D'Artagnan travels for the house of Planchet and company. The hostelry of Le Grand Monarque was situated in a little street parallel to the port, without looking out upon the port itself. Some lanes cut as steps cut the 2 parallels of the latter, the 2 great straight lines of the port and the street. By these lanes passengers came suddenly from the port into the street, or from the street onto the port. D'Artagnan arrived at the port, took one of these lanes, and came out in front of the hostelry of Le Grand Monarque. The moment was well chosen, and might remind D'Artagnan of his start in life at the hostelry of the France Minier, at Meung. Some sailors who had been playing at dice had started a quarrel and were threatening each other furiously. The host, hostess, and two lads were watching with anxiety the circle of these angry gamblers, from the midst of which war seemed ready to break forth, bristling with knives and hatchets. The play, nevertheless, was continued. A stone bench was occupied by two men, who appeared thence to watch the door. 4 tables, placed at the back of the common chamber, were occupied by 8 other individuals. Neither the men at the door, nor those at the tables, took any part in the play or the quarrel. D'Artagnan recognized his 10 men in these cold, indifferent spectators. The quarrel went on increasing. Every passion has, like the sea, its tide which ascends and descends. Reaching the climax of passion, one sailor overturned the table and the money which was upon it. The table fell and the money rolled about. In an instant all belonging to the hostelry threw themselves upon the stakes, and many a piece of silver was picked up by people who stole away whilst the sailors were scuffling with each other. The 2 men on the bench and the 8 at the tables, although they seemed perfect strangers to each other, these 10 men alone, we say, appear to have agreed to remain impassible amidst the cries of fury and the chinking of money. 2 only contented themselves with pushing with their feet combatants who came under their table. 2 others, rather than take part in this disturbance, buried their hands in their pockets, and another 2 jumped upon the table. They occupied, as people do to avoid being submerged by overflowing water. Come, come, said D'Artagnan to himself, not having lost one of the details we have related. This is a very fair gathering, circumspect, calm, accustomed to disturbance, acquainted with blows. Peste, I have been lucky. All at once his attention was called to a particular part of the room. The 2 men who had pushed the strugglers with their feet were assailed with abuse by the sailors, who had become reconciled. One of them, half drunk with passion and quite drunk with beer, came in a menacing manner to demand of the shorter of these 2 sages by what right he had touched with his foot creatures of the good God who were not dogs. And whilst putting this question, in order to make it more direct, he applied his great fist to the nose of D'Artagnan's recruit. This man became pale, without its being to be discerned whether his pallor arose from anger or from fear, seeing which, the sailor concluded it was from fear, and raised his fist with the manifest intention of letting it fall upon the head of the stranger. But though the threatened man did not appear to move, he dealt the sailor such a severe blow in the stomach that he sent him rolling and howling to the other side of the room. At the same instant, rallied by the esprit de corps, all the comrades of the conquered man fell upon the conqueror. The latter, with the same coolness of which he had given proof, without committing the imprudence of touching his weapons, took up a beer pot with a pewter lid and knocked down 2 or 3 of his assailants. Then, as he was about to yield to numbers, the 7 other silent men at the tables, who had not stirred, perceived that their cause was at stake and came to the rescue. At the same time, the 2 indifferent spectators at the door turned round with frowning brows, indicating their evident intention of taking the enemy in the rear, if the enemy did not cease their aggressions. The host, his helpers, and 2 watchmen who were passing, and who from curiosity had penetrated too far into the room, were mixed up in the tumult and showered with blows. The Parisians hit like cyclops, with an ensemble and a tactic delightful to behold. At length Obliged to beat a retreat before superior numbers, they formed an entrenchment behind the large table, which they raised by main force, whilst the two others, arming themselves each with a trestle and using it like a great sledgehammer, knocked down at a blow 8 sailors upon whose heads they had brought their monstrous catapult in play. The floor was already strewn with wounded, and the room filled with cries and dust, when D'Artagnan, satisfied with the test, advanced, sword in hand, and striking with the pommel every head that came in his way, he uttered a vigorous hola, which put an instantaneous end to the conflict. A great backflood directly took place from the center to the sides of the room, so that D'Artagnan found himself isolated and dominator. "What is all this about?" then demanded he of the assembly with the majestic tone of Neptune pronouncing the quos ego. At the very instant, at the first sound of his voice, to carry on the Virgilian metaphor, D'Artagnan's recruits, recognizing each his sovereign lord, discontinued their plank fighting and trestle blows. On their side, the sailors, seeing that long naked sword, that martial air, and the agile arm which came to the rescue of their enemies, in the person of a man who seemed accustomed to command, the sailors picked up their wounded and their pitchers. The Parisians wiped their brows and viewed their leader with respect. D'Artagnan was loaded with thanks by the host of Le Grand Monarque. He received them like a man who knows that nothing is being offered that does not belong to him, and then said he would go and walk upon the port till supper was ready. Immediately, each of the recruits, who understood the summons, took his hat, brushed the dust off his clothes, and followed D'Artagnan. But D'Artagnan, whilst walking and observing, took care not to stop. He directed his course towards the downs, and the 10 men, surprised at finding themselves going in the track of each other, uneasy at seeing on their right, on their left, and behind them, companions upon whom they had not reckoned, followed him, casting furtive glances at each other. It was not till he had arrived at the hollow part of the deepest down that D'Artagnan, smiling to see them outdone, turned towards them, making a friendly sign with his hand. Come, come, gentlemen," said he, "let us not devour each other. You are made to live together, to understand each other in all respects, and not to devour one another." Instantly all hesitation ceased. The men breathed as if they had been taken out of a coffin, and examined each other complacently. After this examination, they turned their eyes towards their leader, who had long been acquainted with the art of speaking to men of that class, and who improvised the following little speech, pronounced with an energy truly Gascon. "Gentlemen, you all know who I am. I have engaged you from knowing you to be brave, and willing to associate you with me in a glorious enterprise. Imagine that in laboring for me, you labor for the king. I only warn you that if you allow anything of this supposition to appear, I shall be forced to crack your skulls immediately, in the manner most convenient to me. You are not ignorant, gentlemen, that state secrets are like a mortal poison. As long as that poison is in its box and the box is closed, it is not injurious. Out of the box it kills. Now draw near, and you shall know as much of this secret as I am able to tell you." All drew close to him with an expression of curiosity. "Approach," continued D'Artagnan, "and let not the bird which passes over our heads, the rabbit which sports on the downs, the fish which bounds from the waters, hear us. Our business is to learn and to report to Monsieur le Surintendant of the Finances to what extent English smuggling is injurious to the French merchants. I shall enter every place and see everything. We are poor Picard fishermen, thrown upon the coast by a storm. It is certain that we must sell fish, neither more nor less like true fishermen. Only people might guess who we are and might molest us. It is therefore necessary that we should be in a condition to defend ourselves. And this is why I have selected men of spirit and courage. We shall lead a steady life and not incur much danger, seeing that we have behind us a powerful protector, thanks to whom no embarrassment is possible. One thing alone puzzles me, but I hope that after a short explanation you will relieve me from that difficulty. The thing which puzzles me is taking with me a crew of stupid fishermen, which crew will annoy me immensely, whilst if by chance there were among you any who have seen the sea— "Oh! Don't let that trouble you," said one of the recruits. "I was a prisoner among the pirates of Tunis 3 years, and can maneuver a boat like an admiral." "See," said D'Artagnan, "what an admirable thing chance is." D'Artagnan pronounced these words with an indefinable tone of feigned bonhomie, for he knew very well that the victim of pirates was an old corsair, and had engaged him in consequence of that knowledge. But D'Artagnan never said more than there was need to say, in order to leave people in doubt. He paid himself with the explanation, and welcomed the effect, without appearing to be preoccupied with the cause. "And I," said a second, "I, by chance, had an uncle who directed the works of the port of La Rochelle. When quite a child, I played about the boats, and I know how to handle an oar or a sail as well as the best Ponante sailor." The latter did not lie much more than the first, for he had rowed on board His Majesty's galley 6 years at Kiotat. 2 others were more frank. They confessed honestly that they had served on board a vessel as soldiers on punishment, and did not blush for it. D'Artagnan found himself, then, the leader of 10 men of war and 4 sailors, having at once a land army and a sea force, which would have earned the pride of Planchet to its height, if Planchet had known the details. Nothing was now left but arranging the general orders, and D'Artagnan gave them with precision. He enjoined his men to be ready to set out for the Hague, some following the coast which leads to Breskens, others the road to Antwerp. The rendezvous was given, by calculating each day's march, a fortnight from that time upon the chief place at the Hague. D'Artagnan recommended his men to go in couples, as they liked best, from sympathy. He himself selected from among those with the least disreputable look 2 guards whom he had formerly known, and whose only faults were being drunkards and gamblers. These men had not entirely lost all ideas of civilization, and under proper garments their hearts would beat again. D'Artagnan, not to create any jealousy with the others, made the rest go forward. He kept his 2 selected ones, clothed them from his own wardrobe, and set out with them. It was to these 2, whom he seemed to honor with an absolute confidence, that D'Artagnan imparted a false secret, destined to secure the success of the expedition. He confessed to them that the object was not to learn to what extent the French merchants were injured by English smuggling, but to learn how far French smuggling could annoy English trade. These men appeared convinced. They were effectively so. D'Artagnan was quite sure that at the first debauch, when thoroughly drunk, one of the 2 would divulge the secret to the whole band. His game appeared infallible. A fortnight after all we have said had taken place at Calais, the whole troop assembled at the Hague. Then D'Artagnan perceived that all his men, with remarkable intelligence, had already travestied themselves into sailors, more or less ill-treated by the sea. D'Artagnan left them to sleep in a den in Necker Street, whilst he lodged comfortably upon the Grand Canal. He learned that the King of England had come back to his old ally, William II, of Nassau, Stadtholder of Holland. He learned also that the refusal of Louis XIV had a little cooled the protection afforded him up to that time, and in consequence he had gone to reside in a little village house at Scheveningen, situated in the Downs, on the seashore, about a league from the Hague. There, it was said, the unfortunate banished king consoled himself in his exile by looking, with the melancholy peculiar to the princes of his race, at that immense North Sea which separated him from his England as it had formerly separated Mary Stuart from France. There behind the trees of the beautiful wood of Scheveningen, on the fine sand upon which grows the golden broom of the Down, Charles II vegetated as it did, more unfortunate, for he had life and thought, and he hoped and despaired by turns. D'Artagnan went once as far as Scheveningen in order to be certain that all was true that was said of the king. He beheld Charles II, pensive and alone, coming out of a little door opening into the wood, and walking on the beach in the setting sun, without even attracting the attention of the fishermen, who, on their return in the evening, drew, like the ancient mariners of the archipelago, their barks up upon the sand of the shore. D'Artagnan recognized the king. He saw him fix his melancholy look upon the immense extent of the waters, and absorb upon his pale countenance the red rays of the sun already cut by the black line of the horizon. Then Charles returned to his isolated abode, always alone, slow and sad, amusing himself with making the friable and moving sand creak beneath his feet. That very evening D'Artagnan hired, for 1,000 livres, a fishing boat worth 4,000. He paid 1,000 livres down, and deposited the 3,000 with a burgomaster, after which he brought on board, without their being seen, the 10 men who formed his land army, and with the rising tide, at 3 o'clock in the morning, he got into the open sea, maneuvering ostensibly with the 4 others, and depending upon the science of his galley slave as upon that of the first pilot of the port. The end. Thank you for listening to this story. I hope you enjoyed the journey, the characters, and the world they carried with them. If you enjoyed this audiobook, please subscribe to the channel and leave a comment below. Your support helps keep these stories alive and allows more timeless books to be shared with listeners around the world. Until next time, thank you for listening.